The first thing that you're going to have to do is set up and install the right software on your computer. Now, for some of you guys, this is going to be super easy, and for a few of you, the following steps are going to be really, really hard and frustrating, and I want to apologize in advance for that. It's hard to know in advance what your computer setup is, and so there's sometimes problems that get run into depending on other stuff that you already have installed, different versions that computers can have, and different ways that they can be different. I want to say that this class supports both Mac and Windows users, as well as Linux. Just because you're seeing me do this on a Mac doesn't mean that the same commands won't work on a Windows. So if there's any cases where there's a difference, I'm going to point it out. And if there's a problem you're running into, it's probably not because you're on a Windows, but probably because of some other specific setup, and we're going to get into that. So how do you actually go about and install Rails? Well, what I want you to do is open your browser. I recommend using Google Chrome for this class, but it really doesn't matter all that much. And I want you to visit installrails.com. The instructions for this are all below, by the way. And what we built here with Install Rails, which is a site by 1 month, is essentially a step-by-step guide to installing Ruby on Rails on your computer, depending on what system you have. So go through the steps here, follow along with what you have, and in the next step, we're going to do a quick sanity check to make sure you have everything that you need to get started before we dive into the coding. If you followed all of the instructions in the last step, then you should have 3 things ready, and I'm going to walk through each of these right now. The first thing is a text editor. I gave you the instructions to download Sublime Text 3, and if you don't have that yet, just go to their website, download it. It's available for free. I've got it in my applications folder. I'm going to drag that into my doc just to make sure it's easily available, and it's basically a text editor where you can type text in and stuff like that. Right? And that's where we're going to put our code, but I don't need this for right now. So that's the text editor. If you have a preferred text editor of choice, if you use something else, that's fine. It's not required that you use Sublime Text. It's just the one that I recommend. And for those of you who are wondering, no, you don't have to pay for it. You can use it for free and continue using it for free, although you may get this pop-up that happens every once in a while asking you to register. It's not required. The second thing that you need is called the command line. So if you follow the instructions, whether you're on a Windows, a Linux machine, or a Mac, you should have your command line set up. Now on a Mac, the command line is in Applications under Utilities, and it's called the terminal. And I can drag this into here, and the terminal looks kind of like this. On Windows, you should have downloaded Git Bash. If you didn't download that, go ahead and do that and follow the instructions below. On a Linux, it should be fairly clear to you where you're supposed to type this stuff, where the stuff goes, because that's how Linux machines tend to work. And so that's 2. The first was text editor. Second was the command line. The third thing is making sure you installed Ruby and Rails correctly. How are you going to know that you did this? Well, we're going to use the command line. I might call this the terminal or command line interchangeably, but and we're going to go through this in a second, but go to your command line, open it up, whether it's terminal if you're on a Mac or Git Bash if you're on a Windows machine, and type in the following exactly how I have it. You're going to type in, well, first we'll check for Ruby. So you can do Ruby space -v, and that stands for Ruby version, basically. And that should tell you what version of Ruby you have. Now I have Ruby version 2.3.0 P0, which means patch 0. It doesn't matter if yours is different. As long as it's higher than Ruby 2.2, you should be fine. If it's higher than mine, that's totally acceptable anyway. There's very subtle differences between the two. But what you don't want is less than 2 or anything older than that, obviously. And the second thing you're going to need to check right here is what version of Rails do you have? So you type in Rails space -v. Now, don't forget the space. If you do it like that, it's not going to work. If you put too many, it's not going to work. Just exactly how I have it written, and then hit enter. And in my case, I have Rails 5.0.0.1. And we're going to be using Rails 5 in this class. So if you have an older version of Rails, go back a step and make sure you follow the instructions, or update it. If you don't have it installed, you have to get Rails installed. We're going to use Rails 5 moving forward, and as the course progresses, I'll tell you a little bit about some of the differences, but honestly, there's not that big of a difference between Rails 4 and Rails 5. Almost everything that I explained to you should work in either one of them, so if you really can't get 5 set up, that's okay, just follow along with it anyway. But as long as you have Ruby 2.3, Rails 5, and the other two things, the text editor and the command line, set up on your computer, you should be good to go. Before we can get to building a Rails application, I have to teach you how to use the command line, and why should become obvious shortly. So we have this command line set up on a Mac. Remember, it's the terminal. On a PC, it's git bash. I'm going to change the way that this looks a little bit just to make it easier for you guys to read. If you're on a PC, you shouldn't have to do too much customization. On a Mac, you can follow along with me, or you can set it up however you want. Go to your preferences, and if you go to profiles, you can see there's a few different options. And I like Homebrew generally. You can double click this and it'll open up a new window with that. But I'm going to do some customizations first. I'm going to first set this as my default, and I'm going to change my text so that it's white, and my bold text I want to be white as well. And we'll make the cursor white too, just easier to read on the whole instead of that ugly green. The second thing I'm doing is I'm going to change my font to Menlo, M-E-N-L-O. I find it a little smoother, and I'm going to make the font size 18, just so that you don't have to squint all tiny just to see what I'm typing. So you can close out of that and set that as the default if you haven't already. And now, whenever you open up a new terminal window, you can go to Shell, New Window. You should see the same default. I'm going to just, leave this for right now. So the terminal, what is going on here? It looks probably really confusing, kind of crazy, kind of scary. So let's first dissect what's happening. Well, on the first line, it's actually just telling you when you last logged in, like when you last opened up the terminal. I never really know, and I mostly just ignore this line, so it's fair for you to just ignore as well. Then here you have this blinking, this is called the cursor. This is where if you start typing stuff, that's where it actually shows up. It's the same as the cursor that you are familiar with, like the mouse, when you drag over or you're typing in Microsoft Word. This first part here is actually the name of the computer that you're currently on. So you should see something different. Then you have a colon, and you have this little squiggly. It's actually called a tilde. And I'll tell you what that means in a second. Basically, it's a little of a shortcut and a hint that tells you where you are. I know, you are actually somewhere when you're looking at this, and that's the next thing I'll talk about. Except that this right here should be your username. And then you have this $, and this is called the prompt. This basically just tells you that to the right of that, that's where you start typing. So if you ever see instructions online that say type this in, and there's a little $, and then some text, what that basically means is that it wants you to type in whatever it's telling you after the $, here. And you shouldn't copy the $, and paste it in with everything else. Otherwise, you'll have two $, and that won't actually work. Okay, so the first command I want to teach you, and I'm only going to teach you a handful of commands. I'm going to teach you, I think, 4, so hold me to that. The first one is pwd, and when I say command, what I really mean is just type in what I'm saying and then hit enter. So go for it, and when you're ready, hit enter. So I hit enter, and what I'm getting is it says /users/Matan Graffel, and then I have the prompt, which has come back to me. And now I could, type in more stuff here. I could actually type the same command in again, and I'm going to get the same result. By the way, you can hit the up arrow, and it actually will show you, it'll pop up the last thing that you typed, and you can go all the way through if you type more than one thing, and you can hit down as well. So what is this doing? Well, it literally is showing you where you are on your computer. Now, What do I mean by this? Well, here's the next command that should make it a little clearer. If you're on a Mac, type open space dot. If you're on a PC, it should be start space dot. So on a PC, it's start space dot. So on a Mac, if you type this and hit enter, what you should see is you should have this Finder window open up and actually show you something. Now this, it might surprise you to learn, is where we are right now. This /users/Metangraphel, that is the folder that we're currently in. It's actually two folders. If I change the view a little bit, I'll see, okay, here's my Metangraphel folder, and it's in another folder called users, which is in the Macintosh hard drive. That's kind of the highest up that you can go. That's the hard drive on my computer. This doesn't show you the hard drive here. It's kind of assumed everything is on the hard drive. But inside of users and Metangraphel, that's where I currently am. And that's important because you can move around in the command line using another command, which I'm going to show you in a second. So what else can I do here? Well, I can type ls and then hit enter. And what this is going to show me is all of the things inside of the folder that I'm currently in. So you actually will see, here I see applications, downloads, Creative Cloud files, movies, music, pictures, etc. It's the exact same set of folders that I see right here in the Finder. Okay, this is starting to get clearer. This is kind of a one-to-one mapping here. Now, why would anyone actually use this text version instead of doing it here, right? Isn't this a lot more obvious and clearer? Well, you can do stuff in the text in the command line that you can't do as easily in the Finder. One example of this, there's a variation of this ls command. It's kind of a modification that we can make to it. So you can type ls space -a, just like that, with a space. And if you do this, it's going to show you not just the same folders it did before, but it shows you a bunch of other ones here, and they have dots in front of them. Now, what the dots are basically hidden folders and files on your computer. They're in here, you just can't see them because they're hidden from you. But in the terminal, this ls command, which stands for list, by the way, you can pass in a as an argument. Arguments are basically options that you can pass forward into your commands to change the way that they work a little bit so that they show either hidden folders or other things. There's other arguments out there, and there's a lot of commands, honestly, but you don't need to know all of them for this class. I'm just showing you the important ones, and they're all below this video too, in case you need a cheat sheet. So we had print working directory, pwd. We had open dot or start dot. You have ls, which stands for lists. And then we have the last one that I'm going to teach you, which is cd, which stands for change directory. And then you put a space and you put the name of the folder that you want to move into. Directories and folders are the same thing, so I think of them as folders, and it's just clear that way. Now you can only move into a folder that's in the folder you're currently in. So I can't just move into any folder. I first have to list out what are the folders here, and then I could cd and then put the name of the folder. So for example, if I want to move into my documents folder, I can do cd space documents and then hit enter. Now, you may not have a documents folder available here if you're on a Windows, for example, so you'll have to cd into a folder that exists for you. You know, type ls and then you can actually look it up. I have my documents, and now I'm in my documents folder, and in fact, this little squiggly line updated to documents. It should update to whatever you're currently in. And now if I do pwd, now I'm in my documents folder. Now I could see what's inside of here. In my case, I did ls, and now I see two different files. These are actually files inside of my documents folder. So I could go into Adobe, for example, and I could cd Adobe, and now I'm inside of that one. I can ls and see what's inside of there. Now I can't go back to documents just by doing cd documents. That would be too easy. It's telling me no such file or directory because I'm in the Adobe folder and there's no file or directory named Adobe here. But if I want to go back, I can do this. cd space ... And ... here stands for back a level. So I can go cd ... Now I'm back in my documents. cd ... again. I'm back where I started. And this final thing is, this is called your root folder. This is your home. This is where you start out. If you ever open up a new tab, you're going to end up here by default. You can always go back here by doing cd space tilde, which is up above the tab. That brings you back here, or you can even just type cd, and that should bring you back there. So if I go way in, I get lost, say I'm in my desktop, I forget how to go back, just cd, you're back to where you started. So that's it for what I want to teach you about the command line. I think that you should go explore it, and if it's still really confusing to you, there's actually a resource that I would recommend checking out, which is in this guide called Learn Ruby the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. There's an appendix it calls the Command Line Crash Course. And if you still want to learn more about this or make it a little clearer for yourself, then go through, and I recommend doing exercises 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which cover PWD, CD, ls. It shows you how to make a directory too, which I didn't show you how to do, but we'll do in a second. And you can go all the way through, and in fact, if you're on a Windows, you don't need to follow the Windows instructions. You can follow along with the Linux/OS instructions because you have git bash. So it's actually will work the exact same way. So check those out. Or if you're feeling kind of adventurous and you want to just go for it, then follow along to the next lesson. And this stuff should become more and more familiar to you as you go on. Are you ready to create your first app? Open up the command line, your terminal, and before we do this, remember, make sure you have Rails 5.0 installed. If you don't, go back to the step where I walked you through that. And it's important that you know where you are when you run the next command that I teach you. So first, we're going to make sure that we are in our desktop. So again, if I pwd, I see that I'm here at users Matan Grafel. I can cd into desktop. A safe way of doing this is if you do cd / desktop. This is a way to just make sure you can end up there no matter where you are, but both should work. And now you should be in your desktop. Just pwd once to confirm. It should be on your desktop, because now I'm going to have you run this command. Rails space new space om ruby, R-U-B-Y. And what this is actually going to do is it's going to create our first Ruby application. Give it a shot. See what happens. So already it's still going on, right? Right now a bunch of things seem to be changing. It says it's installing a few things, 1 or 2 things. Literally what's happening is they created a folder. Rails created a folder on your desktop called omruby, and I can open this while it's going on. It's not going to mess with it. It's a lot of folders and files. And what's happening here is different things are installing in the background that you're going to need for Rails to get set up properly. This, for a lot of people, especially beginners, can be overwhelming. Oh, look, it just finished over here. There's a lot of things going on here, and I want you to just, first of all, trust me in saying you can ignore most of this. Like 90% of it does not matter, and in fact, you may not even really interact with over the course of this class or your time as a developer. But I will walk you through what each of these are and where you should be focusing your time. I'll tell you this one thing. Most of where you'll be doing your coding is inside this folder called app. That's where you'll be focusing like 80% of your time. Bin doesn't really matter, not worth knowing about. It's just commands that you'll be able to run here. Config, these are some configuration files. If you want to make some customizations or changes to the way that your app starts mostly, then you'd go in here. We're not going to worry about that for now. Config.ru, another configuration file, not that important. DB, this is where your database is going to live. We'll see that in a second. Gem file, that is where these basically libraries are being installed from. This has a list of all of the libraries that your application will need. So whenever we add new ones, we add that to the gem file. Gemfile.lock is basically just created from gem file, so we never have to mess with that one either. Lib is where you can store code that you write that's not specific to your application. You can share it between applications. Also, we're not going to use that. Log, you can automatically, it'll save log files there. You don't have to worry about that. Public, this is going to be some public things such as files or images for your application. We don't need to worry about that. Rake file, also no need to worry about that. It's just tasks that you can use in your Rails application. README, that'll be cool. We can put in some text there that explains to people how to use this app, but we're not going to mess with that for now. Test, this is where you can write tests to make sure your code works like how you want it to. We're not going to be writing tests in this class, but this is something built into Rails that if you did want to write tests, you can do that here. TMP stands for temporary, just temporary files will get stored here. And vendor, this is a lot like lib. If you download code from other places and you don't know where to put it in your app, you throw it in vendor. So all of that to be said, you don't have to worry about most of this, and I'm going to walk you through the important stuff. It's mostly inside of the app folder. So now, before we actually get to looking at any of the code, I want to run our application so we can see what we actually built. So here we are back in the command line, and I've created this folder, but I'm not inside of it yet. I am still in the desktop. So if I did ls, then I should see I have this folder. I actually have to change directories into this folder. Now I'm inside of it. And now we're going to run a server. Just type in Rails space server and hit enter. Now what's happening here is basically Rails comes built in with a server that you can start on your computer by typing Rails server, and it gives you some text like starting the server. It's called Puma. It says you have a Rails 5 application starting in development on, and then it actually gives you this HTTP address, which you can copy and open up in the browser, like in Google Chrome, and paste it in. It's http://localhost:3000. I'd recommend just copying it and pasting it in. And if your server is running and you open this up and hit enter, you should see this. This is the Rails default welcome page that basically tells you you got everything set up, you're good to go. This is your first ever web application that you've just built for the first time. Congratulations. So we have our Rails application running for the first time ever, which is awesome, but close it out for now. And if the server's still running in the background, you can actually exit this by doing Control-C if you're on a Mac. I believe it's Command-C if you're on a Windows. But try either one of those. One of those should exit it and get you back to your prompt. Notice, by the way, you can't type stuff in while the server is running. It kind of takes over everything. So if you ever did want to type in a command while your server is running, you have to open up a new window. And if I went back to the to here, and if I tried to go to localhost 3000, which you can do without the HTTP, but the server is not running, so I'm going to get this error. The site can't be reached. If you ever try to do that and it says this, it's probably because your server is not running in the background. So in this lesson, what I want to teach you is how to basically commit your code with Git so that basically we're starting to save it from the beginning. Now, you should have Git set up on your computer as well. It should have come with all the setup that we did. So if you do Git space, I believe -v should work. Nope. If you do Git space -- version, it'll tell you what version of Git you have on your computer. We'll have to do a little bit of setup. You should only have to do what I'm about to show you once per computer. The first command is git space config space -- global space user.name. and then inside of quotes, put your name. So mine will be Matan Grafel, and hit enter. And if I actually copy the first part of this without the quotes now, and paste that in, and hit enter, it should tell you back your name. So that shows that it was set. And it can do almost the same thing, but we're going to set our email. Git config space -- global space user.email, and I'm in quotes, put your email. I'm matan@onemonth.com, and close the quotes. So now if I copy this first part and paste it in, it gives me my email. This is just setup that we're using for Git. Now, what Git is a way for you to save your code for different projects so that you can do all sorts of different things with it. For example, go back to previous saves of your code, which I'll show you how to do in a second. So I'm going to show you how to set up Git in a new project. A lot of projects use Git, and it's a very popular tool, so it's something worth learning. When you're in your application folder, make sure that you're there. Remember, type pwd, and you should be in the folder that we created. You type git space init, which stands for initialize. And when you do this and you hit enter, it'll tell you initialize empty Git repository. In here, it actually created a hidden folder inside of here, .git, and that's where it's kind of saving some of your settings. Now I could run git status, and it actually shows you, oh, what's the status of Git? I could scroll up here a little bit. It says there's a bunch of untracked files here. And how do I track these files? Well, that's what Git lets you do. It lets you basically set a set of files as being tracked, and then it tracks changes to those files. So here's basically, I'm going to show you how to set this up. You do git add space -a. This adds all of your Git files, all of your files in your application to Git so that they are ready to potentially be tracked. Now if I do git space commit -m, and I pass through a message in quotes, and I will pass through initial commit or first commit or something like that. This is basically our save message. What add does is it adds files to potentially be saved, and git commit -m and then a message is what we're labeling that save as. So those two commands that we just ran, git add and git commit, will be commands we'll run over and over and over again. So you don't have to worry too much. I'll walk you through when we need to use them again, and you'll become fairly familiar with them. So I did that, and you see a bunch of things here got committed, got changed, and if I do git status again, it should say nothing to commit, working directory clean. So now actually from this moment on, if I ever go in and change my code, then I do git status, it'll show me these are the changes, do you want to save them? And I want to show you how you'll actually be making one of those changes in the next video. So let me show you a quick example of how you could change a line of code and commit the change. If you open up your project folder, well, we can't see it because it's a hidden file. So how am I going to actually show us how to edit this? Well, you can take the entire folder and either drag it onto Sublime Text, or you can open up Sublime Text and click File, Open, and find that folder. And then instead of opening a specific file, open the entire folder. You should get this thing on the left-hand side to pop up. This is the it's the sidebar, and if you go to View Sidebar, you can hide it, or you can actually get it to come back. And this shows you basically the files inside of your folder. So it's more easy to jump around in here by just clicking different files, and you can explore the code. And don't worry too much about this so far. The one thing I want you to do is I want you to add a file to, or I want you to add a line to this .gitignore file. And this basically allows us to tell Git which files we don't want it to keep track of. And there's one annoying file, especially if you're on a Mac, that you'll see over and over again. It kind of just pops up there. You won't see it because it's invisible, but if you don't add this to your gitignore file, it'll keep getting saved and keep telling you, oh, there's updates to your code when there really isn't. So it's a good idea to go here and go into the bottom. It really doesn't matter where you put this, and hit enter and type, no, actually hit ignore. We'll add it in on line 19 because this says ignore all log files and temp files. So hit enter and just do .ds_store and save that. So now if this file ever gets created, our Git is not going to keep track of it. So I can save this, and if I go back here and I type git status, what you'll see is changes not staged for commit, which means it knows that we've modified, changed our .gitignore file, but it wants us to tell it, what should you want us to save these changes? What's the deal? So how do we, there's two things that we have to do. I showed you those in the last step. I'm going to do it again. Git add space -a. This will add it to be ready. If I do git status now, it'll say changes to be committed. It's kind of annoying, honestly, to keep track of that there's two stages to save. You first have to add folders, and then you have to commit them with the save message. The reason why this happens is if you changed a bunch of files, you could select which of those files you want to save initially, and you can kind of separate saves, which ends up being kind of a cool feature, but we're not really going to use it. So I did git add a, and now I can do git commit, and then you have to pass in a message. So changed.gitignore, and then close the quotes and hit enter, and there it is. I just made a save to Git, and all my changes are saved. In the next video, I want to show you really quick how Git can be really useful if you made a mistake and you didn't mean to and you want to go back. So what's all the buzz about Git? Why is it so useful? Well, I'll show you one thing you can do with it that you might want to use in the future. So I just made a save. I just sort of saved a picture of all my code. So it's a snapshot. And if I did something really bad, like let's say I go into Ruby and I accidentally delete my app folder. Ooh, that's pretty bad, right? My app definitely isn't going to run if I try Rails server right now. Probably get an error if I try to open this up. Oh, I guess not. It still works. Let's make some more changes. Let's delete our config. And let me shut this down with Control-C and hit up again to go back and do an error. There we go. Now we get an error. It's definitely not going to start. What do we do? Okay, well, I haven't saved my changes. So if you ever want to go back to your last save, here's an easy set of steps. First of all, git status will show us, we deleted all of these files. Okay, what do you want to do with that? Well, you do start with the same thing. Git add space -a. And the next step is different. So instead of saving the changes, we just delete them entirely. We go back. So it's git checkout space -f. And if I go back into my folder, it's just like it was back when we started. There's my app folder. There's my config. If I went to git status, it would say no changes. It basically wiped out every change that I just made, and we jump back. And Git can do a lot more. You can jump back to previous versions and stuff like this. But if you ever find yourself in a situation where you got scared, you think you made a change you shouldn't have made, and you just want to roll back to your last save, come back to this video and remember those two simple commands. So I want to talk about a mistake that I made. And I'm going to talk to you about renaming your Rails application. So I wasn't thinking, and when we called this application something, we called it Ruby. But we have a 1-month Ruby course, and this is 1 month Rails. So I actually want this to be called Rails. Now, my initial inclination when I thought about this was to say, oh, well, let me scrap all those videos and just start over. And I talk to a lot of beginners who feel this way too. When something goes wrong and it's not working out, they want to delete everything and just start from the beginning and see if it works the second time around. And instead of doing that, I'm going to show you how you can actually go in and change the name of the application, change the name of the project. It's actually not that hard. And usually when something goes wrong, the fix is actually fairly easy. You have to do a little bit of exploration on how to figure it out. And in this course, we're going to go through troubleshooting too. So I figured I would actually show you how I might go about doing this instead of just scrapping everything and starting from the beginning. So let me open up this entire thing in Sublime Text. So I'm grabbing and dragging it over, or you can do File, Open, and open the entire folder. There we go. Just do Command-Shift-F, and you'll open up the right Find All there. And I typed omruby, and I can see here, this is a cool Sublime Text feature. You can search across all of the files in an entire folder that you have open, and it shows me 4 files where I have omruby. So changing the entire name of the application is actually pretty easy. I have to go into these 4 files, and I can just literally go in and change them. A cool trick is if I go here and double click on one of them, it'll open up that file. This is actually the title. So I can literally just replace this with, and I'm going to use the same capitalization that they use, just in case that's important. I don't know, but it might be. So OM Rails, save that guy. And back here, here's my second file. Here the capitalization is definitely important. I know that. So start with a capital O, OM Rails, save that. The third file here. And where did that go? You can look around. Here it is. It's line 57. So I can replace just the Ruby with Rails. Save that. And this last one. I'm just going to replace this Ruby with Rails. Save that. And so if I do this again, Command-Shift-F, and look for OM Ruby, I won't find any results. The last thing I have to do is I can actually just replace the entire folder name here. I can do right-click and rename OM Rails. And that's it. That's actually all that it takes to rename an entire application. I can just double check, sanity check to make sure this runs by opening up my terminal. And remember, make sure I'm in the right folder. So CD desktop and then CD OM Rails. And now if I run the Rails server and I open up this URL in the browser, paste it in. There we go. The app looks like it's running just fine. So it's actually a fairly simple change. Not all changes are that easy, but in this case it was. And I can close down the server with Control-C again. And the last thing I want to do, remember, we want to save our changes to Git. So if I do git add -a, I could do git status to see all of the changes that I made. And git commit message rename application. I'll just call it rename application. Voila. My application has been renamed. Pretty easy. I'll do clear and replace everything that I have there. And in the next video, I'm going to show you GitHub. Cool. So now that we have our application renamed, ready to go, I want to show you a site called GitHub. Now, github.com is a site where you can upload your code that you have saved on Git so that other developers on your team or over the internet can work on your code with you. You can do it privately. So a lot of teams that work together on the same code base will use GitHub so that they can download the code to their computer, make changes, and upload the code, and then other people can see the changes that were made. It's a really useful system for when you're working with multiple people on a team, and it handles all sorts of things like merging differences between people on the team. and making it easy to approve changes. When you hear about the term open source software development, this is kind of what it's talking about. You go to a site like GitHub, which is the most popular site for this, and in fact you can even search GitHub for something like Rails. And if you search for Rails, you'll actually find, if you click on the first result, that all of the code for Ruby on Rails is available online. I could literally go into here and click and open up the files and look at the code itself and use it as a way to explore other code. And most files will have a README that'll tell you a little bit of information about the code. We won't go into this right now because it can be a little bit scary and intimidating to look at other people's code if you've never interacted with it before. But what I do want you to do is go to github.com, and I want you to click sign up to sign up for an account here. And go ahead and do this. In the meanwhile, I'll sign into my account that I have. And then when you finish, you can unpause the video and continue with me. Okay, so you hopefully have created a GitHub account from the get-go, and yours probably won't have as much info in here. It'll actually be blank when you first start out. What you can do is, I actually have a personal user and the 1 month account. I'm going to switch to 1 month. Is you can go on the right-hand side, and I want you to click New Repository, which basically means a new place for your code. And when you click New Repository, I want you to put in, as the repository name, OM Rails. And here we'll call it, this is the 1 month Rails sample project. And you'll probably have it be selected as public. In fact, we should do it as public for now. That way you can share it with each other. We're not going to put anything too secretive in here. You can always do a private repository if it's something that you don't want to be available publicly in the future. Although you may need to have a premium account to have a lot of private repositories. But don't worry about the rest of the settings. Just click Create Repository. And now it gives you a few options for setup. And what you want to pick is actually the third option here, which is or push an existing repository from the command line. Because what we have is an existing project. That's basically what a repository is. It's a folder. And we're going to push it from the command line. So I can click this little copy to keyboard and open up my terminal. And again, this will only work from inside of the OM Rails folder. So if you're not in there, if you were back at the beginning, you have to do cd desktop and cd OM Rails, or you can do them both together actually with cd desktop / OM Rails. And now paste in the code. So actually the first bit of code will have been pasted in and run automatically for you. And then you can hit enter with the second bit. And it's going to ask you for your username and password. Now the username you can type in, it should be your email address. And the password, you won't see any text actually show up there. So you won't see any asterisks or anything like that, but just trust that it's taking your input. And then when you hit enter, it'll tell you if you got it right or wrong. In my case, I didn't run into any errors. And it actually gave me a bunch of text about how compressing the files and counting them and sending them up and et cetera, if I go back here and I hit refresh, then I'll see that actually all of my code is now available here. I see my app folder, bin, etc., all the way down to gitignore a gem file, and then the README file, which is in the root of our application, which I'll actually show you, walk you through how to change so that we can make the change and see it publicly available on there. Now, note that this is not going to be synced directly automatically with what you have on your computer. You always have to add your changes and save them in Git, and then you're going to have to push them up to GitHub. So in the next video, I want to walk you through what that process might look like so that it's a bit clearer to understand. So we have all of our stuff on GitHub. Now let's actually start working on our app. I'm going to show you right now how you can create the home page of your app. That's going to be the very first page that people see when they hit your website. So as a reminder, let's see what our web app looks like right now. if I want to run this, do you remember what commands I have to run? Well, first of all, I have to make sure I'm in the right folder. So I need to change directory into my desktop, and I need to change directory into my 1 month Rails folder. Otherwise, none of the stuff that I do is going to work. And once I'm in here, I'll run Rails server. This is going to start up the web server in the background on my computer. That way I can actually take a look at the app live and see what's going on. So it started a little slow, but here we go. No problem so far. If this doesn't work for you, make sure you're in the right folder. And I can go to it again with this address. Open up the browser, type that in, and there's the home page of my app right now. But this is just something that Rails comes with by default. This wasn't actually created by us. So how can we replace this with something a little more useful? Well, I'm actually going to leave this running in the background, and I'm going to open up a new tab. I can do that with Command T or New Tab. But if you're on a Windows, you can just go to File, New, and open up either a new tab or a new window. Either way, it doesn't really matter. And make sure you're still in that right folder, OM Rails. You can check that with pwd, which will tell you where you are. So the way that you create your homepage is, well, there's a few ways that you can do it. I'm going to show you one of the ways that you could create your homepage. You're going to follow along with me. We're going to first, in the terminal, type Rails generate controller, and then pages and home. So it's got to be exactly like this. And before you hit enter, just double check what you typed in and what I've typed in, and make sure it's the same, that your spaces are in the same place, that you didn't do pages and home together, or you didn't put too many spaces, and hit enter. And we'll see what this does. All right, so it took a little while for me, but it gives you a little bit of a status update while it's going. And what's happening is it's creating all these files for me. It's creating this file and this file and this, and it's actually editing a few files also. You're not supposed to understand what this means, at least you won't right now. This will become more clear as we get going. But if you open up the folder that we have, you can see some of the new files we created if we go into app. Well, first of all, if I check out controllers, I now have a pages controller. That's new. If I go into, what else? Views, I'm going to see pages in here. That's also new. Before we go in and make any kinds of changes or edits, I want you to go here, and I want you to navigate to basically the same page, but then go to /pages/home and hit enter. And this is actually the new page that we just created. It says pages #home, find me in, and it gives you a path, app views pages /home.html.erb. So that's actually, if I open up the app, I'll go back a level just so you guys get a sense. This is the OM Rails folder. Inside of app, close the controllers. Inside of views, inside of pages, I've got a home.html.erb. And if I open this up in Sublime Text, and I'll actually just open up the entire folder for the project in Sublime Text here. It's in my desktop, OM Rails, so just find that. Just click on the folder and hit open. I don't need this guy now. And if the sidebar doesn't open for you automatically, you can do View Sidebar and Show Sidebar. Now I see all the files here on the left-hand side that are also here in the actual folder. And this makes it a little easier to just jump around between files. So I can actually go into App, Views, Pages, and Home. And inside of here, once this loads, I actually see the code for the page that's here on my left. So the first thing I'm going to do here is actually just update this a little bit. And I'm going to, inside of these things, these are called h1 tags. This is HTML. You may never have experienced HTML before. Don't get too scared. It's basically just labels around text. So what this is saying is that what's in here is the header. It's like the first header, the largest header on the page, which is why it's so big up here. And then this P stands for paragraph. So this is actually any text inside of a paragraph is going to be wrapped in this. And this is how you do HTML tags. You have an open tag and a close tag. Now, none of this is specific to Rails or Ruby. This is all websites have HTML. But what you should do is inside of here, replace this with something like, welcome to my website. And then inside of P, we can replace this with sign up here. And then save this file. Don't forget to save. Because if you save it and then you go back here and you refresh this page, you'll see that the text is updated. So we just made our first code edit to our site, to our app, and it's still here at pages/home. But if I go back to the original page, I still see this. So in the next video, I'm actually going to show you how you can make this page point to that new page that we created. In the last lesson, we created a page, called it home, and it's only available at localhost :3000/pages/home. We want to replace the default page of our site with the other page. The default page, by the way, is for every site, it's the home page. It's what you get to if you just type it in, or if you type a slash in afterwards, that's also the default page. Usually that gets removed. So that's like the same as if you go to facebook.com. That's like the home page, or twitter.com. That's the main page that people get to. And so we started creating the main page. It doesn't have much on it, but I want to make sure it's in the right spot. This is actually super easy to do with Ruby on Rails. The way that Ruby on Rails handles what pages are available where is there's actually a file inside of your config, which is right here, a folder called config. And this file is called routes.rb or routes.rb, depending on where you're from. Now, if I click on this, it has very little information. It actually has here, line 4, this is a comment, and it says for details on what's available, the DSL, that's called domain-specific language. But that just means how do you edit this file and add stuff to it? Go to this URL. So you could go there if you want to learn more about how routing in general works, but we're also going to learn that a little bit over the course of this class. And in line 2, this is basically the first route that was automatically created when I generated this page. In fact, if I go back here into the command line and I look at, remember I ran Rails generate controller pages home. The second thing in here is route get pages/home. That's this line. So it's telling us I added this as a route. And that's why when I go to pages/home, I see this page. The problem is that's not where we want it to be. So the way that you get this to be at the home page is we'll delete this line, or we can replace this line a little bit. Instead of get, we want to do root. What that means is home page, basically. Root, and then replace this slash with a £. So root pages #home, and then save that routes file. And if you save this and you go back here and you refresh the home page, there it is. This is now our home page. And basically what we're doing is saying when someone goes to the home page, send them to my inside of pages, the home page. That's what this part is, inside of pages, home. And you can create other pages as well. So that's exactly what I'm going to show you how to do next. I'm going to show you how to set up other pages so that you can send people back and forth between them and make this a much more useful website. Let's make our app even more useful by creating a new page, and then we can send someone to it. So a lot of times when you create a website, you're going to need multiple pages. You'll need the home page. You'll probably need an about page or a contact us page. you'll need a sign-in page, you'll need a sign-up page, all sorts of pages. So in a way, you can think of a website as just being a collection of pages that do different things. And we have our first page already. It's kind of boring, but we're going to spruce it up in a second. But before we do that, I want to show you how you would create another page inside of your application. Now, what we did so far to create the first page was we ran this command in the command line. It's a complicated command with lots of words, 5 words to be exact. Rails generate controller pages home. Now that did a lot, and each of these words stands for something pretty special. Rails will be using a lot. Generate basically creates something, creates a set of files or folders inside of our application. A few of them, we actually see all those below. This tells it what to generate. We generated a controller. We're not going to get into controllers right now and what exactly that means, but just think of this as we created pages. In this case, this is the name of the controller. So we created pages as a thing in our application, and we created a specific page, the home page. We didn't create any other pages. So how would I go about and do that right now that I already have these pages set up? Well, it's pretty simple, actually. I have inside of app, views, pages folder, I have this file, home.html.erb. And if I create a new file and save it inside of here, I can do File, New File, and I'll save this first before I fill it in. And if I save it inside of Views, Pages, just like home.html.erb, that's right, you have 2 dots, and that's because this is a special kind of file, which we'll talk about in a second. But if I create another file and I call it about.html.erb, the same as the home, but instead of home, about, and I save that, it'll show up here on the left. It's still empty. So let me I'll just take this, what we have in home, I'll paste it over into about, but I'm going to replace the text a little bit. And I'll replace it with, it'll say about us at the top, and then this will say, we're working on our 1-month Rails project. Let's just save that. Now, if I try to find this page, I'm not going to be able to. There's actually no way for me to get to this page yet right now. It's not going to be at pages/about by default. We'll get an error here that says no route matches get pages/about. It's not going to be at /about. It's not going to be anywhere. And why is that? Well, that's because in order to access a page inside of a Rails app, it has to be, we basically have to tell your application where you can get the page. And again, remember we do this inside of our routes file. So just because we created a new file, it doesn't mean that our routes file was changed. So if we want to be able to access this page now, I'll add another line inside of here, and I'll tab it in. Now, you'll see that tabs kind of end up being important to make code look cleaner, and spaces will be important too. They're not necessary for this to work, but it's highly preferred. So when you see me tab, I would say also tab it in. And in here, I'm going to create a new route. And I'm going to create a route, it's called a get route. And what get means is basically it's a page that someone can get. There's different kinds of things. There's also, there's post, and that is not a page someone can view, but a page that someone could send information to. That gets a little more complicated, and it has to do with forms, such as creating an account. But right now we're doing simple kind of pages. They're get pages. In fact, the root is technically a get request. It's just that the word root is special, so it makes it a little easier. And here we're going to do get, and inside of single quotes, which is right next to that return key on your keyboard, we'll type get about. Now this isn't enough yet. Do a space and do an equal sign and an arrow. It looks like a little rocket. So it's called a hash rocket in Ruby. A little arrow and another space. And then inside of another set of single quotes, we'll actually write pages, the number sign, about. and then save that file. So this second part actually looks a lot like it does up here. And in fact, technically what this line, what the special root word means is something a lot like this, where we're creating, it would be the same as doing, I'll just show you, get slash pages home. And this slash stands for the home page. This is what you have here if you go to slash. So that's actually, this is a shortcut for this. So this is how you would create a new route. Let me show you if this is still confusing. I don't need this line because the two are the same thing. So I'll delete that. That's just for demonstration purposes. But if I save this file right now, if I go to this page, if I go to slash about, spell it right, now I see my about page. Cool, huh? So this is cool because I can literally name this file really anything as long as it has .html.erb. And then I can go in here and I could change this. So let's say I change my mind later and maybe I want to call this /team instead. All I would have to do is go into this file and save this as team. And now about doesn't work anymore, but team does. And it sends you to the same page. So it provides a level where you would only have to make one change. I'll change this back to about. But you would be able to basically tell people when they're going to parts of your app, you're telling your Rails application what page you want to show when someone goes to that page. Now notice, if you try to go to a page that doesn't exist, you're going to get what's called a routing error. And what that means is, basically inside of your routes file, there's no route that matches that site that they tried to get to. This says no route matches get/team, which is basically this line. This is what we'd need. So if you had a get team, then that route would match. And right now, if I go to /about, that works. Or if I go here, I get the home page with a slash. It's the same thing. It actually gets rid of the slash. So I now have 2 pages. And actually, as a challenge, what I want you to do is I want you to create a third page that is going to be called Contact Us. And you could put a little hyphen in between the thing here. So it can be like get and then contact -us, or it can be all one word, whatever you want. Just rewatch this video, follow the same steps that I did for creating the about page, and create a Contact Us page and put a little bit of information where someone could contact you if they wanted to learn more about your project. Maybe give them your email or give them your Twitter handle or something like that. And once you've done that, continue and move forward with the exercise. Right now our app has 2 pages, the home page and the about page, but it's still not obvious to someone going to it how you would actually get from one to the other. You'd kind of have to rely on them to know that they have to go up here and type /about, and that's a little too much work for most people. That's why most sites have a bar across the top that has links that let you navigate the site. So you might have a link to the about page and a link to go back to the home page. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now inside of your Rails application. For now, I can go ahead and close the config and the routes file because we don't need that at the moment. And let's start with the home page. Now, probably the easiest way to create a link to another page is, well, you basically create a link in HTML. If you've never seen HTML links before, it looks a little like this. I would do a href equals, and then in quotes here, I'm going to put the actual page that you want to send someone to. So I could put in something like a totally different site, like google.com, and I could do that with, well, I'll demonstrate to you. I would do, I think, http://google.com. And then I close that. This is the first part of the HTML tag. And now I could put in Google. And now I actually need to close the HTML tag on the other side. Because I'm labeling this text, I need to tell it where it ends, basically, where my label ends. So I do that with like this, -a. We're not going to go too deep into HTML in this class. If it's confusing to you, check out our HTML class for a little bit of a intro or refresher. If I save that and I refresh here, now I have a link that basically sends you to Google, which is great, but not all that useful for this project. If I wanted to send someone to the About page, for example, I could actually, well, I don't want to do localhost 3000 because this page might change. But there's an easier way to deal with that. I can do what's called a relative route, which means if I just do /about, and then I, in here make the text about, it's actually going to send you to the /about page of whatever site you're on. So this is actually kind of like a shortcut. It fills in before here what web page we're actually on. So this is a very useful way to do it. And I might want to have, well, now I need a link going back from my About page to my home page. So let's say I just put both links on both pages. So if I just copy that and put the link at the top here, well, first I can do this and make it home. There. I can also put the About link back there. But now if I go back home, I'm missing the home link, and I could put that on both pages. And this is how web development used to be. You'd have like a home and About page. You can jump back and forth, and that's fine. But it's a little annoying because every time you make a change on one of these, you have to make a change on the other one. I'm going to show you how to fix that in just a second. But the first thing I want to show you is that these are not just normal HTML pages. They are actually special because you can write Ruby code in here. And I'm going to show you how to replace your links here with the Ruby way, the Rails framework way to create a link. So let's delete both of these for a second. Now, the way that you create links in Rails is like this. You do the open little caret thing. You do a % and an equals. And then everything after this can be Ruby, can be like special code, and we'll do another % and equals to end it. But inside of here, I run a special, it's called a function, link_to. So the function name here is actually link2. And then after that, I put a space, and in quotation marks, I'll do home. I can do single quotation marks here, that's fine, or double. Either way will actually work. Home, and then comma. And now this is where you get into special Rails magic. And I could put in the actual URL here, or I can use a very special root_path. Put a space there at the end. So it should look just like this. Now this, I'm creating a home link, and it's going to go to whatever page is in the root path. It actually will automatically update what this is if you change your routes file. So that's really cool. And I can refresh this and see this is the home page. It sends me back here. I can do the same thing for the About page. So I do About, link to About, and this is the About path. And I refresh that. And now there's the About page. And I can go back. The way that these exist, these are called variables. And we're going to see this come up a lot. These are a Ruby thing that you have. They look kind of different from this first part, which has quotes around it. These are set by whatever you have in your routes file. So because I have this line that says get about and path here, and where it go to, suddenly I have this magical about_path that I can use in a link. I also have the root_path because I set this line too. So I can keep using those wherever. And in fact, I'm going to do that. In here, I'm actually going to update this sort of older, more straightforward HTML way of putting links, and I'll replace that with the Ruby way of doing this and save that. So now I have special Ruby inside of HTML. And if you see, remember the extensions, home.html.erb, that's the name of the file. We're using ERB here, which stands for Embedded Ruby. So this is not just a typical HTML page, this is a special page, and we're going to be able to do all sorts of magic inside of these pages with ERB. So I did something in the last video which is kind of frowned upon in the Rails community. I repeated myself. Basically, I have the same 2 bits of code on the top of both of these pages, my home and my about page. And that's because anytime you create a navigation on your site, it's probably going to be the same on just about every page on your site. So You can imagine how annoying this would get if you had the same code at the top of every page, and then every time you wanted to update something about this, like let's say we wanted to update the text, I'd have to go through and go to every single page and update that text. That's a lot of work that we don't need. Rails has a built-in special way of dealing with stuff like this. And to be honest, most modern web application frameworks have a way of dealing with this. The way that Rails deals with it is with what's called layouts. Now, you may have noticed when we created our pages, there's also another folder in Views called Layouts. And if you open this up, there's actually, well, there's a few files in here. I'll expand this to make it a little easier to see. The application.html.erb, that's the special file that we want to check out. It's kind of a magical file. This is the HTML that actually gets loaded on every single page of our site. So if you went here and if you right click and do View Page Source, you see the HTML on this page. And of course it has a lot of stuff. It has the HTML that we created, which is here. These are the links. Note that the special link tos that we did were actually converted in the HTML into just plain HTML. That always happens. In fact, we write the code here, but at the end of the day, the Rails app is going to convert that into HTML and then send that to the user as just plain HTML. Because browsers can only read HTML, CSS, and there's a third there, JavaScript, which we're not going to cover too much on, but those are the only 3 languages that exist on what's called the front end. The back end, here where the code is, we can write Ruby or we can write whatever we want, but it's just going to get turned into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript at the end of the day so that it can be read properly. But what's up with all this stuff up here? This is all required to be part of HTML. All HTML code has to start with, well, this says what it is. This is HTML. It starts with an open HTML tag, which closes here, and a head with a title and all of this stuff. And in fact, if I go to open up this application.html.erb, this is actually what's generating all of this stuff. The HTML type, this at the top, the title of my site, OM Rails. This is going to get set on every page of my site, which is why if you go here, if you look in the tab, you'll see this is OM Rails. And if I go to my About page, it's also OM Rails. If I wanted to edit that, I can go in here. I might actually want to call this 1 month Rails project. I don't know, something like that. And now actually if I refresh this page, you see that the tab got updated because this page loads every other page. Where does it load it? Well, it actually replaces this line 12 with the code that you put on that page. Line 12 is a very special line. It says yield. This is, remember from before, this is embedded Ruby with this %, the equal sign at the beginning, %, close sign at the end. Yield, this basically just says this is where you put the HTML of the page that we defined. So if I wanted to, I could take these 2 links and I could actually, I'm going to cut them out of here with Command X and delete this line. I'm going to save this file now. It's not here. And I don't need it here either, because what I'm going to do and save that file is I'm actually going to put it up here at the top. I'm going to hit enter, paste those 2 links in. Let me tab them in so that they are the same level of tabbing as this yield is. The tabbing basically helps you see what's enclosed inside of what. So because this HTML tag opens here and it closes here, everything inside of it is tabbed in. And if I save this file now, application.html.erb, and I save everything else, now I'm actually going to see them at the top here. And I'm going to see them every page on my site, which is really cool. It means that these views, which is where the HTML is, only has to have what's specific to that page. And then anything else, like in the navigation bar, I can put here into this application.html.erb. If you're not too familiar with HTML, don't worry too much about it. Just know that inside the body tags, that's everything that you can see inside the head tags, that's going to have some more details about the page, such as JavaScript, your styles, the way that your page looks. This is actually CSRF meta tags. These are very special tags that Rails includes in your application. Actually, if I go to the view source again, that's these guys, this CSRF param authenticity token and CSRF token. These are tokens that actually protect your site from getting hacked, which is really cool. It's one of those built-in features of Rails that just comes included in the box. And the way it works is every time someone goes to your site, they get a very special token. And that makes sure that when people are interacting with your site, they're doing it from your site. And it makes sure that a hacker can't actually trick someone into doing stuff on your site without knowing that they're there. So, someone can't create an account on your site by being tricked by clicking a link from a different site. So it's a little bit of a simplification for how that works. It's not all that essential that you understand it. Just know that it's keeping you safe. And we can close out of that for now. And by editing this layout, we were able to create a navigation. So if you wanted to put the link to your Contact Us page, you could put it right underneath here, underneath line 13, above 14. You can also put something below the yield, above this body, if you want to add a footer, for example. Footer here. And that shows up at the bottom. But I won't do that right now, just for demonstration. So that's it for this. And now let's make this site look a ton better. The next major change that we're going to be making to our web application is we're going to be basically installing something called Bootstrap, which is a front-end framework to make your application look really good really quickly. Bootstrap was written by people at Twitter, and it's used for basically not having to have a designer and being able to pull in cool things like buttons and different texts and different pop-ups and stuff like that, so that your app can look awesome without having to spend a lot of time on it. But before we get there, I want to first make sure we commit our changes to Git and push them up to GitHub so that we have a record. Remember, we want to be able to go back to it later if we run into any problems. So let's do that really quickly. Now, you may not remember the steps that you have to take to save your changes to Git and push them up to GitHub, and that's why we're going to go through this again together. So the first thing is you always have to make sure you're inside your project folder. I'm going to cd into desktop, and I'm actually going to cd into my OM_Rails folder, move into both of them all at once, like this. Now I'm in here, and if I do git status, I see all the changes that I've made since the last time I saved. They're all red, which means none of them are staged. None of them are ready yet to be saved. We have some of the files which are modified. That's what this says. These files it knows about, and we have a last save of, but we made some changes. We also have some untracked files, which are new files that weren't around the last time that we made a save. So the first step of two steps that we always have to follow when we save changes to Git is git add, and I'm going to do -a. Now what this does is it basically adds all of these changes in here to get ready to save them, to say these are all files that we want to include inside of our save. Now if I do git status, I'll see all the files in there. They're green, and it says changes to be committed. If I wanted to, I could go and just do git add and list a specific file or a few files so that you only save a few of them at once, but that's not really functionality that we need to worry about. So all of these are ready to be saved, and now I'm going to do a git commit, and that's the second step. The statuses we're just kind of checking in, but those aren't really necessary. You don't have to do git status, but you do git commit, and you pass in a message. Always have to pass in a message to git commit. If you forget to do that, you might get this pop-up thing that asks you to type in a message in there, and that can get kind of annoying to deal with. So it's better to pass it in this way, the way that I'm doing. And I'll call it, what did we do? We added a home page and about page. I'm trying to be descriptive here. There we go. And our changes are saved now. If I do git status, you'll see it actually says nothing to commit, working directory clean. It also says your branch is ahead of origin master by 1 commit. What that actually means is that we are ahead of our GitHub page because we made a commit that's not on GitHub. If you go to GitHub and you log in and you actually check out your page, I have to switch to the 1 month account to see it. And my repository is OM_Rails. I don't see my changes yet. And that's because they're only on my computer here. I need to push them up to GitHub. There's always a difference between the two. Remember that. So anytime you make a save on your computer, you have to push the changes up to GitHub if you want to see the changes. So I can do this with a simple git push command. It'll ask me for my username and password. And remember, the password, you won't see it type in anything. You just have to type it and hit enter. And now if I refresh this, I actually see the commit message, added a homepage and about page next to the folders that were changed. I see that it was updated a minute ago, and my changes are live on here. Now, what sometimes happens, just as a bit of a tip, is that you make some changes and for some reason they get separate from what you have up here in a way where if you try to push it, you'll get an error. It says that you have some changes on GitHub that you don't have on your local computer, and it's not able to merge the two. For whatever reason, sometimes this happens. And in that case, you might have to do a force push, which is basically saying, I know that there's stuff up on GitHub that I don't have locally, but it's okay. I want to force all my changes live. You usually don't want to do this when you're working with a team of people because you can override changes that they made, but because we're just working solo right now, it's okay. If you look up git force push, you'll find the command for how to do that. How do you properly force a git push? So it looks like this: git push origin master, this minus and force. So if you have a problem where your GitHub page is different, so it's not letting you push, you can force the push with this, and then it'll override anything up here with what you have on your local computer. So that's it, and now you should have all of your code updated on GitHub. So we are officially at the end of week 1 of 1 Month Rails, and I know your brain is probably just spinning with all the things we covered. We covered building your first ever Rails application. I mean, congratulations, that's a huge step. We talked about Git, saving your changes with Git, pushing them up to GitHub. We built 2 pages. We explored routes and routing and embedded Ruby. So before we move on, just to make sure we understand the concepts, I'm going to give you an assignment that you need to complete before we move on to basically making our app look nicer. So I asked you to build a contact us page. So that's a part of this assignment. We have 2 pages, home and about right now. If you haven't already, add a 3rd page and go back to the lesson on creating pages for the instructions for how to do that. And then I want you to add a link to the contact page up at the top here alongside about. Then I also want you to go back through the 3 pages you have and fill it out with information about your website. So start thinking about what you kind of want to build here. If you don't have an idea yet, that's fine. Just say it's a photo sharing app if you want to follow down the Pinterest line, or a story sharing app if it's like Reddit, or like a tweeting app or social media site if you're going to build like a Twitter kind of thing. Put a little bit of information about it on your homepage, put information about you on the about page, and put information about how to contact you on the contact page. And then I want you to push up your changes to GitHub. Remember, save them in Git and then push them up to GitHub. And once you've done that, submit the assignment using the Submit Assignment tab below, and just put the GitHub URL for your project in the comments there. That way I can take a look at your code and I can give you feedback and I can basically grade your assignment submission. So do that. You can find more information about the assignment below in case there's anything you're confused about and when it's due. And good luck with it. I look forward to seeing what you send over my way. Welcome to week 2 of 1 Month Rails. We're going to make a lot of changes in our application. You're going to notice how it starts to evolve really, really quickly from this point on. So I'm going to start over kind of at the beginning here. I've opened up my command line and I'm going to move into my desktop and OM_Rails folder so that I can run Rails server. You can always run Rails S also. It'll do the same thing. It's kind of a shortcut. And this runs a Rails server. Sometimes it takes a little while to actually get started. But there you go, booting Puma. That's actually the name of the Rails server that it comes with by default, and there's a bunch of stuff here that you can check out if you want to. It also tells you, by the way, how you shut down a server. Use Control-C to stop, which we'll be doing shortly. And if I open up this page, localhost 3000, that colon, remember, stands for the port that you're on, which is not really that essential that you know. Put it in there, and it's loading. This is my site. Doesn't look all that great yet, right? So let's make some changes and make it look better. I'm going to use Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap is an amazing project. It's one of the most downloaded bits of code across the web. It was originally built at Twitter, and it's built for creating really nice websites really quickly without having to design everything from scratch. So, for example, if you search Bootstrap 4, you'll find this page, or you can click in the lesson notes below, and I have a link to all the resources. You'll see a bunch of different example sites built with Bootstrap. They also have example sites, like it lets you basically do something like buttons and headings and navigation bars, and basically the sky's the limit. I'm even going to include some default designs and inspirations that you can just plug directly into your app. So, but this is not specific to Rails. Bootstrap is actually something that any kind of project can use. So how do you get it into your app? Well, I'm going to basically show you about something called a Ruby gem, and we're going to import it really easily. This is one of the big advantages of Rails, is it's very easy to import code into your application. You might think I'd have to download this, I'd have to include it. You kind of don't have to do any of that. What you need to search for is Bootstrap for Rails, and you're going to find a GitHub page. Now there's a few of these. This is the one we want. It's a GitHub page. It says TWBS, that's the person who made it, and the gem is called Bootstrap Ruby Gem. And we'll get more into what gems actually are in a second. So if this is the code for the Bootstrap Ruby gem, and it says it's Bootstrap 4 for Ruby on Rails. There's installation instructions, and if you read through, there's different kinds of installations. We're going to use the version for Ruby on Rails. So it says add it to your gem file. Now, there's my code, but I'm going to actually open up the code, the entire folder in Sublime Text by going into Sublime Text, and I already have it open, but I'll close this and show you how I would do it. Sometimes it's already there by default. If you go to File, Open, and instead of, let's say we find this, it's on the desktop, instead of clicking on any specific file, just click on the whole folder up here and just click Open to open the whole folder. Now I see all the code on the left-hand side, and the gem file that they're talking about is actually right here. So this comes included with every Rails project, and these are actually gems that the Rails project relies on by default. You see here these grayed out lines, these are comments that aren't run, but they explain what the gem below actually does. So, weirdly enough, the Rails project actually uses the Rails gem. We use SQLite. This is what's going to be our database. Puma is the server that actually gets run automatically. So by default, Rails comes with a lot of these gems built in. We're not going to cover what all of them are, but we are going to include the Ruby on Rails gem for Bootstrap. So what you need to do is copy this line, and you want to make sure you copy all of it, and paste it in somewhere here. In fact, I think that it might make sense to clean this up a little bit. I'll paste this right here above these group sections, right there. But I'm going to clean these up by basically deleting lines 26 and 25. I'll delete 23. There's a shortcut for deleting an entire line. You can do Command X. So I'm going to delete these. You can select a few lines and do Command X. Well, you might have to do it again one time. I just like this because it's cleaner, but you can keep it around if you really want to. There are the comments, and now they're gone. Okay, so this is a little cleaner, although it's a little bit less intuitive what's happening. You might want to go in and keep the comments or actually read them so you know what each gem actually is and what it does. But now I save this file. Now, what did I do? I basically didn't change anything except I added this one line. And this is a file that Rails uses to keep track of what are all the gems, the Ruby libraries from across the web that your application needs in order to do what it does. It also serves a second purpose, which is it helps you install those things. It helps you install these gems. It actually, the first line will tell you where it's going to get these from. So this is the source. If I actually copy that and paste it in to my browser, it's going to show me a website where I can actually find a lot of these gems. I could search for Bootstrap Ruby gem. Well, didn't find it. Let's try Bootstrap. Okay, yeah, this is the one. It's named differently here. And it tells you some information. It tells you the different versions of the gem. It tells you other gems that it relies on, how many times it's been downloaded, how many times this version's been downloaded. Here's actually the little bit of code for how to use this in your gem file. But we don't have to get too far into that right now. I can close this out. But now you have to run. It actually tells you in the instructions, bundle, install, and then restart your server to make the files available through what's called the Rails pipeline. So let's go ahead and we can copy that, or you can just go in here and I'll shut down the server first before I do this. And I can do that with Control-C. So that actually, you'll get this exiting and you'll be back at the prompt. If you don't shut it down, you actually won't be able to enter stuff in here in the command line, which is where we need to run bundle install. But now that I've shut it down, of course, if I went to this page, I'm going to get an error. So remember, you always have to have the server running if you actually want to be able to interact with it. So I can paste it in, or I can type it in, bundle install. And what bundle install does is it goes through your entire gem file and it makes sure that you have everything in here installed on your computer. So it's going to tell us it's fetching all the data from rubygems.org, which is where we were, using, oh, all of these are already in there. I can scroll up and I see a few of them are green, installing Bootstrap 4. So what happened was it recognized that we added a line here. When I ran bundle install, it basically installed it from rubygems.org. It also installed a few other things, which it turns out are actually, they're called dependencies. Those are other libraries that the Bootstrap library needs. So it's one of the really convenient things about Rails is it uses bundler, which is that bundle install command. That's where that came from. This comes with Rails by default, which helps you not have to deal with all the different versions of all of these libraries that you're using. If you're ever curious about what these numbers are after all of these are all the versions. Every time someone makes a change to this library or someone saves an update, they create a new version number. And this way, in here, when we specify a number, we're basically saying which version we want to include in our application. These little arrow signs actually mean this version at least, or something higher. So if an update happens to one of these and we run bundle install, it should actually update the code for us, which is also really cool. So we don't have to do that manually. Now, a few other changes we have to make. Let's go back to the documentation before we can actually see this in our code. We have it installed, but it's not yet imported into the styles of our code, our HTML code and our CSS code, which is where the styles of a web application are saved. So this next thing we're going to do is actually going to include it in our style sheet, which is what's going to make the site actually look pretty. It says import the Bootstrap styles in app, assets, style sheets, application.scss, which is, if we go back into Sublime text, it's app, assets, style sheets, application.scss, it says. That actually means we need to rename this file because by default it is just CSS. It tells you the instructions for that actually here. Make sure the file has the SCSS, which stands for Sass, as opposed to just the CSS. So you can go ahead and here, I think you can right click to rename. So we actually don't need to follow their instruction. You can just right click to rename this application.scss, and then you have to hit enter to update it. And you'll notice that the file name is updated, and make sure the tab file name is updated to SCSS. This is just kind of a special kind of CSS. And then we won't actually need what we have here. So in fact, you can delete everything that you have in here, and we can just replace it with these 2 lines of code and save that. Because it says, you know, remove all of the required tree statements and all of that. Instead, we're using import. If you are already familiar with front end and CSS, Sass is kind of like a more advanced version that you can do a lot more cool stuff with. So this by itself is going to be enough to make the changes to our styles so we can start including them in our app. But I'm going to do one more thing, which is also include the JavaScript stuff. And we can do that by going here and copying these 2 lines of code and putting them into our app assets JavaScripts application.js. So actually, we already have the jQuery line here on line 13, so I don't need to copy that. But I'll paste it right below, and I can remove this line because I already have it. So there we go. So it's Bootstrap sprockets, that should be fine. It gives you another option, but we're not going to mess with that one for now. It's basically the difference between a faster and a slower version. The slower version makes it a little easier for us to debug when we're working on our local computer. And if you want to use tooltips and popovers, which are a really cool feature of Bootstrap, we can actually see them under documentation, JavaScript, and see, no, the popovers are under components, I believe. We'll see. This, we're kind of now exploring all the things we can do. Tooltips look like this. So if I hover over something, I get these tips. That's really cool. Popovers are kind of these pop-ups, such as this. Then you can also follow the steps for basically adding this into your gem file, but I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to just have the CSS and the JavaScript included, and I can actually go ahead and close these. I can close my gem file and close these guys out. And now just run the Rails server again. And we should already start to see an update, basically. Rails server, there it is, it's running. Go back to localhost 3000. Sometimes it takes a little while to start at the beginning. Let's try a little refresh. It's going to show. There it is. Okay, and already we see a little change, right? The font is different. It's not that Times New Roman default thing that it comes with. It actually already replaced the font. So this is the first indicator that Bootstrap is actually working. The links look a little bit different too. If your code, if it doesn't look like it updated, then make sure you go through this video again, follow exactly the steps that I followed. Make sure you added Bootstrap to your gem file, that you ran bundle install in your command line without the server open, and that installed Bootstrap. Make sure you added it to your app assets style sheets, just like this. And remember, you have to have saved it as .scss. It should pull this up by default. If it doesn't, or it should make the style look like CSS by default. If it doesn't, you can always change the formatting in the bottom right so that we get the coloring here. And you want to put in the JavaScript stuff as well, although if you didn't do this, it should still work here. It's just the JavaScript stuff won't work. Make sure you follow along with that. If you had any problems, you can reach out and we'll try to troubleshoot that, or check out the troubleshooting or the lesson notes below for that. Now, let's make a few more changes and really start to use Bootstrap to make our site look a lot better and kind of unleash the full power of what we can do here. Let's quickly save our changes by committing them in GitHub and pushing them up, just so we get used to the habit, the practice of setting checkpoints, because the next thing we're going to do is start to play around with it, and we want to be able to go back to the last save point in case we want to undo any mistakes. So I can do this either by closing down the server, or I can open up a new terminal window if I want to keep this open in the background. I'm going to do new tab. You can do that with Command T on a Mac, or you may just have to open up a new command line if you have a Windows, or if you're on a Mac and you're doing something different. And make sure you're in the right folder. And if I do git status, I'll see these are the changes that I made. I modified my gem file. The gemfile.lock, that also actually changes when you run bundle install automatically. So it's very similar. It kind of just unpacks what are all the gems that you need. And this is done automatically for you. We updated our application.js file with the JavaScript, and it actually says we deleted our application.css, and then we now have a new file, the application.scss, which was the file that we changed. We just changed the name from application.css to application.scss. So if I do git add -a, now I've added all my code. I'll do git status to see that it's all ready to be committed, and git commit m, and my message will be, let's see, install Bootstrap gem. And I git push my changes, log in. I can go ahead and go to the GitHub page and see that my updates were saved in there. Okay, so that should be it, and now we're ready to go and make some actual tweaks using Bootstrap. Okay, I have a cool surprise for you guys. I actually went ahead and designed some cool landing pages using Bootstrap that you can use inside of your Rails project to make your site look really nice, really quickly. Now, I know this is a Rails class and it's not an HTML and CSS class, so if you want to get further into that and really understand how you can design your pages to look exactly how you want them to look, we have other classes for that, and that's not what we're going to cover here. But we will get into it a little bit because it is important to how Rails works. We're going to learn about something called the asset pipeline as we set this up. So go below and download the file bootstrap template.zip, and you can go ahead and unzip that. And inside this file, there's basically a few custom pages that I created. There's also an instructions.txt that I added in here, but we're going to follow along with this right now on our own. So I'm going to open this in Sublime Text. First of all, my project is right here. I don't need these files open right now. The first thing, let's put them side by side with each other. Here we go. The first thing is I created an application.html.erb for you. If I open this with Sublime Text, what you want to do is basically copy all of this and paste it into your application.html.erb. So you can just replace what you have here and save that. And you're also going to replace your home page. Whoops, choose application, Sublime Text. Place your home page, and that's inside your views pages with what I have here. And your about page with Sublime Text. So basically replacing the HTML for all three of your pages. Now there's two additional things you have to do. I actually included this image here, which will end up being an image that we use in the application. You'll see that in a second. And that you actually want to put inside of your project under App, Assets, Images. And you can paste that in there. So that's the fourth change. And the final change is, well, actually, there's two more. One is take this pages.scss. Gotta keep opening it with Sublime text. And this will actually put into our app assets style sheets pages.scss. You can just paste the entire thing here. This is CSS code, basically. And the last change we have to make, we can close out this one. We don't need anything more here, but we actually have to go into our application.scss and add another line here. I'll just put 2 in, import pages with a semicolon at the end. And what this is doing, basically, I created some custom styles that we're going to see on our homepage here. This is actually going to use that background image that we added, and it's going to pull it onto our homepage. And this is a CSS file. SCSS is a special kind of CSS file. If you're not familiar with CSS, don't worry too much about it. It's basically how you do styling inside of your application, how you make it look a certain way. And we have this pages one, which is where we put styles related to our home page or our about page. And then we need to import that into our application.scss. So the way that Rails styles works is it starts with this application.scss. That's the main one. And then you'll end up having a bunch of other smaller files. It'll be broken out into smaller files, so it's easier to organize. And then you have a line to import each one. So if you created a new file here, you can call it anything you want to, .scss, and then you can add a line 5 and import that, and a line 6 and a line 7 and so on and so forth. Oh, and by the way, this Bootstrap one, we don't have a file called bootstrap.scss, but this actually gets pulled from the gem that we installed before. So you can import also from gems when they're created, but those end up being kind of hidden. So it's not, inside here directly. It's hidden from your view because it's in the gem itself. And the image that we have is here. We actually end up using a little a Rails shortcut here for the image path. In Rails, you can call a function called image_path and then the name of the image or the name of anything really that's inside of app assets images, and it actually plugs that in with where it's going to go, which is where it is, which is very convenient, especially when you have this app live on Heroku or something like that. You don't have to hard code the actual path, because in some websites you never really know where your images actually are going to end up. And we also just replaced our application, the layout and the pages themselves. So let's run the app really quick and see if everything worked out according to plan. Open up my terminal, move into my desktop and OM Rails, and run my Rails app. Oh, and I ran Rails S, which is actually short for server. So you can use that shortcut if you don't want to type Rails server, but it's the same thing. Don't need Twitter. What I need to go to is localhost 3000. And there it is. Simple website with a navigation bar. This is Matan from the future here. I wanted to butt in quickly with a quick message. Now you may have noticed when you tried to set up Bootstrap on your computer, your navbar didn't show up quite the way it does in the video when I initially recorded it. And that's because Bootstrap actually updated some things since I initially recorded the video. So they've changed a few of the settings. You can see that by searching Bootstrap for alpha, and I think it was alpha 6 actually that broke it. There's a little bit about all the stages. That's because when you're in alpha mode, there's a lot of updates that happen, and it's hard to keep track of all of this. So here in particular, updated navbar. But you can read this on your own. I'll also walk you through the changes that you need to fix the navbar style, which are basically fairly easy. The first thing that you need to update is this navbar dark class, which is now navbar.inverse. And that will change the link colors back to what we expected. But there's still a second thing, which is that it's vertical, which we don't want it to be. So I believe the class there is navbar toggleable MD. Well, it stands for medium. That actually will tell it when you want it to break into a long view like that, medium. So if you don't actually ever want it to, you can always change it to small, and that'll break it when it gets smaller, maybe extra small even. Nope, extra small doesn't work. I would recommend sticking with medium or small. The rest of this stuff should stay the same. There may be one or two updates, but that's all that I think that we should talk about for now. So that goes to my home page, my about page. I didn't create a contact page, but you can actually go in and reset the link to the contact page. And we have this nice little thing. It's called a Jumbotron, and it actually pulls in the background image here, which resizes. The whole thing is responsive, by the way. There's a footer. The footer is inside your application.html.erb right here. This is the navigation bar that's created. You can go in and you can replace the link if you want to replace the text here. And like I said, this contact link is right here. So if you want to replace where it's going, you can put in the path there. And on my home page, this is where we have the top Jumbotron and then the containers, which contain these 3 columns. And I replaced the about page. So this is still a pretty simple page. But you can go ahead and pull that, and there's also a few other variations below that you can check out. So once you've done that, you'll have to commit your changes. So I'll do a git add a, git commit message, let's say import Bootstrap template. And then I'll push those changes to GitHub. There we go. Updated. Okay, the time has finally come to get our web application live on the web. Are you ready for this? This is going to be a big day. So we're going to do this with a service that I've mentioned before called Heroku. And if you search for Heroku Rails 5, you'll see a list of instructions for getting started with Rails 5 on Heroku. But I'm going to walk you through this right now. There's a few settings here that they mention, and it can be a little confusing for a beginner. But the first thing you do have to do is basically go to Heroku.com and create an account. So sign up, it's free, and you can do it immediately. So do that now. And once you've gone and created an account, you need to download and install the Heroku tool belt, which is this tool right here. There's also a link to that below. And once you've downloaded and installed that, it should set up something called the command line client, which allows you to run Heroku commands from your command line. And these Heroku commands will let us create a new application, will let us interact with our application once it's actually live. Now, if you're on a Windows and you're using Git Bash, you won't be able to run Heroku commands in Git Bash. There's a bug right now, I believe, in the Heroku tools. So you're going to have to do, the first thing you have to do is Heroku login. And I believe you'll have to open up the command prompt on Windows to log in. And then the rest of them should be fine, but just know that. So pause the video now, go create a Heroku account and install the command line tools. And you'll know that you've set it up properly if you go into your folder, desktop, OM Rails. If you run Heroku, in my case, it's loading a bunch of applications, but if it says anything, then it means you have Heroku set up. If not, it means that you still need to go back and install the command line tools. So go ahead and do that and then run Heroku login in order to log in. So we got to do a few things now in order to get our app ready to push to Heroku. The first thing we have to do is basically set up our database on Heroku. So the problem with our application right now, I'm going to open it up here, it's Sublime Text. The problem with our application is that it's using a database called SQLite, specifically SQLite 3. Now this is it's a good database that Rails comes with by default, but it's not really something that you want to be using on the web. It's more of like a testing database. So Heroku specifically needs you to use something called PG or Postgres. And they recommend actually removing SQLite 3 entirely and installing Postgres on your computer, which you can do, but it's a little bit of a headache to install Postgres on your computer. And an easier technique is to do this. It's to actually take this gem out of here and to move it in to this group of development and testing. So you can actually paste that in below. So this basically is telling Rails you want to use this on your computer and in testing, which we're not going to do. And then you can create another group. We can just do it right here below these two groups for production. So group :production space do. Make sure it's exactly this way. And then gem, and then with these single quotes, PG. And then the next line, do end, and it should automatically indent that back in. So this looks a lot like the other groups on this page. Remember the do at the end, it's easy to forget that. And you also need this end here. So this basically says we're going to use this one database on Heroku, and Heroku will install these automatically for you, but because they're in production, they won't get installed on your computer. However, you will need to actually run bundle install right here, even though it shouldn't actually install this on your computer because it's in production. It will update your gemfile.lock, which is what bundler does. It looks like it is installing it here for me. Oh, I think I actually have to do bundle install skip production. If you do run into a problem with this, do bundle install without production. Okay, so in case you do run into a problem with the PG gem. So that's the first step that we have to follow to getting the database part set up. The second thing is basically at the top of your gem file, Heroku is going to need you to specify what version of Ruby you're using. So in our case, I'm using Ruby 2.3.0. Remember, you can do Ruby V to check the version. And you can add that into the top here with Ruby space 2.3.0. And then save that. If you're using 2.3.1, that's fine. Anything more than 2.2 is totally acceptable. And I believe this is all the changes that we have to make in order to get this ready to go to Heroku. So now what I can do is I can save the changes. Git add -a, git commit m, getting ready to deploy to Heroku. And if you've done Heroku login, then what you should be able to do is Heroku create, and then you name your app. So let's call this, let's see if OM_Rails is actually taken or not. Heroku create OM_Rails. If you don't pass in the name of an application, it'll actually create one for you by default. Okay, OM_Rails is taken. So let's call it Heroku create OM_Rails, and I'll call it OM_Rails. I'll do hyphen OM-Rails. Okay, so it's actually created an app, and it gives us the URL for the app. It'll be here. So it's basically https om-rails.herokuapp.com, but there's nothing there yet. It just says welcome to your new app. If you only did Heroku create, it'll create a random name for you. But now that this is created, basically what I can do is I can do automatically, by the way, when you create an app, it should add a remote for you. And I can run git remote space -v to see the remotes that are set up. So now I have the origin still, which is GitHub, but I also have this Heroku remote. So that means if I run git push Heroku master, this will push my master branch, the main branch that I'm on in Git, to Heroku. And we should see our changes on Heroku. This will take a little bit. You see, it actually says it's detecting a Ruby app. It's installing all the gems now. If you scroll up, it'll say it recognized the version of Ruby. It's running bundle install basically. It's installing all the gems here that we specified. It's going to install PG and everything else. This is exciting. I can't wait to see if this works. Bundle install complete. Running Rails assets compile. So this is the asset pipeline. And the way that Rails works is all of these things inside of app assets will get compiled into like one file to make it really fast and really easy to run on the web. And basically, looks like that's everything. Verifying deploy, done, we're good. Now if you ran into an error, it may be that you didn't follow the instructions that I gave you exactly. It could be that there's another problem. We'll do some troubleshooting. Of course, there's a lot of problems that can happen. But I can run Heroku open, or I can just go back here to the URL that we got, or the URL that you're seeing here. All three of them will do the same thing. And there's my website. Oh my God, it's live on the web. So everything that I have here before worked. The about page, the home page, it's actually up here at https://omrails, which is the name that I gave. I can now go and send this to someone, and they'll actually be able to access it and interact with it. Not only that, if I wanted to, it's actually very easy to create my own custom URL. So I can now buy a domain, point it here, and then my domain could be at whatever you want it to be, .com. And you can point that to your Heroku URL. And I'll actually do a bonus video on how you can set up a custom domain if that's something you're interested in doing. So you can imagine if you wanted to build websites for people and charge them a little bit of money to do it, we now know exactly what we need to be able to do that. Congratulations. If you followed all the steps, you've just deployed your first web application to the internet. So a quick note on troubleshooting Heroku. Because Heroku is live on the web, the error messages that we get here are not going to look the same as they will on your own computer. So it can be tough to figure out what's going wrong if something happens. So for example, if I try to go to a random page, I'm getting something like this, an error message. The page you're looking for doesn't exist. It's not giving me the same kind of error that I'm seeing here. And I also don't see anything in the command line, obviously, because this is running on Heroku servers. So how do I figure out what's going wrong if something's going wrong? Well, the easiest thing you can do is in the command line, you can run a whole bunch of commands for interacting with your app. And one of my favorites is Heroku logs tail. And what this does is this will actually allow you to open up your log file that is running on Heroku. And this will, with the tail command, this will automatically update as people interact with your app. So you can actually see if I refresh here, then it's uploading this. Now this is a little hard to read, so you can expand it to make it kind of easier. But what you're getting is you're getting every single GET request. Every time someone clicks something or does something on your site, goes to the About page. Now these are just info. It tells you when it starts a GET request. I tend to kind of ignore all the colorful stuff here and everything from here to here and just kind of look at the text part. This is what it looks like when everything is going fine, but when you have an error message that shows up, it is a little better about basically explaining what the error is. Now you might have to do a little bit of searching to figure out what's going wrong. Fatal action controller, here we go. No route matches get / and then that's the error that's actually happening. So if you're getting a different kind of error, there's pages not found errors, but there's also application errors because we made a mistake in something. You'll see a 500 page instead of a 400. This is called a 404, but 500 is the HTTP code for your app did something wrong instead of a user tried to get a page that doesn't exist. Then the Heroku logs is probably the easiest way to see what's going on. And you can close out of this in the same way that we closed out of our server by running Control-C. And that gets me back to here, but the application obviously is still running back here. You can also go to Heroku.com and check out your dashboard, and you'll actually be able to see your app in here. And you can see activity about your app, what actually happened around it. You can check out metrics and add resources to it and stuff like that. or even go to the settings in case you wanted to change it. This is where you would put environment variables, for example. It shows you what your Git URL is in case you ever need to update your Git URL. If you want to rename your Heroku application, by the way, that's totally possible. You can rename it. You'll just have to remember to update your Git remote, because the Git remote is set specifically based on the name. So if you wanted to rename your application, I believe the command is Heroku rename app, and it just will rename it. Let's see, renaming apps from this. Yep, Heroku apps : rename, and then you give it the new name. But it'll tell you have to update the remote. So git remote remove Heroku. And actually, it looks like there's a nice shortcut for adding the remote back in. So you just don't have to actually figure out the Git URL manually. So that's a little bit about Heroku. And there's obviously a lot more to go to from there, but I'll let you explore it yourself. So we've been doing a lot of HTML and front-end changes in our application, but it's time to explore the database. And specifically, now I'm going to show you how to add users to your application so that you can store user names, emails, logins, and stuff like that, so people can set up accounts in your application. Now, if this was a longer course and we had a lot more time, I might show you how to set up users from scratch. But we have a lot more to get to. So I'm going to show you a very popular gem called Devise that a lot of Ruby on Rails developers use for setting up user basically registration and authentication inside their application. So if you just search for Devise Ruby, you'll probably find it right at the top. And it's called Flexible Authentication Solution for Rails with Warden. Authentication is basically, what it means is a way of checking if someone is who they say they are. So their email and password, essentially, is what we're going to be using. And we authenticate that someone is who they say they are. Now, this is a very, very robust library. And what I mean by that is there's a lot you can do with it. In fact, you see it actually comes with 10 submodules. You have the database version, which lets you store passwords and stuff. We're going to use that. Omniauthable. This adds OmniAuth support. OmniAuth is what lets people create accounts with Facebook or Twitter on your application. We're not going to be using that as part of this class. Confirmable, you can send email confirmation instructions to verify whether the email is real. We're not going to be using that. Recoverable, to reset the user password and send reset instructions. We're going to turn that off by default. The reason we're not doing that or confirmable is because we're not going to be setting up email sending inside of our application right now. If that's something you want to explore further, you'd have to check out an emailing library such as SendGrid, create an account there, connect that to your Rails application. It's actually a fairly easy process, but it's not something I'm going to show you how to do because it's not something we have time to do. Although I do highly encourage you to explore it if it's something you want to do inside your application. Registerable, which is letting a user register. Rememberingable lets someone actually get remembered using a saved cookie. Trackable, we will be tracking sign-ins and timestamps. Timeoutable, expiring sessions that have not been active. Validatable, so validate the email and password. And lockable, so locking an account after a specific number of failed sign-in attempts. There's a lot that this library does. So how do we actually set it up? If you scroll down to the Starting with Rails section of the documentation, you'll see it says, for your first application, we don't recommend using Devise. It requires a good understanding of the Rails framework. That is kind of true. So this next part may be a little confusing, and I say just stick with me because we're going to power through it anyway. And then in the next section, specifically next week, we're going to go into the whole model view controller thing, and you'll learn a lot more about how this works. So let's get going. The first thing you're going to need to do is open up Sublime Text and make sure you open the folder of OM Rails. And if you don't have the sidebar, you can go to View, Sidebar, and turn that on. And we're going to add this into our gem file, just like we did before. Gem Devise. Now there's another line you're going to need for Rails 5, and it may not be obvious here. Let's see if I can find it anywhere. Rails 5. No, not right now. Let's see if this works. I believe this might actually just be all we need. So we'll add that, save that, and open up the terminal. And do you remember that command we have to run? First of all, make sure we're in our right folder, but oh, interesting. So because I added the version of Ruby here, it says, warning, RVM used my gem file for selecting Ruby. Heroku does that too. You can ignore these warnings with this. So yeah, I'll go ahead and run that command. So I ignore this warning so I don't get it again. I'm literally just copy this. Half the times when you read an error message, by the way, it'll tell you what you should run. So read that stuff first before you really freak out too much. Okay, so we're in here. And the command that you run for installing a new gem you added to your gem file is it's bundle install. So I'm going to start to rely on you to be able to come up with this stuff instead of having to look to me for all the answers, especially if we've done this once or twice before. So we're installing a few other gems now that Devise relies on. And basically we now have Devise on our computer. Now the next thing is I need to run this generator. Rails generate Devise : install. So if you remember, we did Rails generate before when we were creating our home page. So this is Rails generate Devise. And so this actually, there's many kinds of Rails generate commands. This one thing that you should sort of realize from this. And this is one that specifically Devise now exists because we've installed it. And so this is actually going to be a set of commands for setting up Devise inside of our application. Make sure you copy and paste it in exactly right. The specificity of what we do over the next few commands is very important. It is possible to undo, so if you made a mistake, don't freak out too much. But as much as you can, make sure you've copied it exactly in. And I'll mention areas where it really, really matters. So this will basically, it's going to add a few things into our application, and it's going to give us a few instructions as well. Two things that it added. It added in 2 files into our initializers. The initializers is a section under config initializers where there's a bunch of Ruby files in here. And these Ruby files are basically run when your application first runs. So the first time, that's why they're called initializers. And they do some setup for you. Your app comes with a bunch of them, such as, I don't know, the key that you use inside of your sessions. You don't really need to know what that means, but you could change it if you want to. All sorts of stuff, but specifically we added Devise added one. And this is where you can go in and change a bunch of the Devise settings if you ever needed to go in and change them. And then you restart your app and it'll reload the settings. So if you wanted to change settings for stuff, this ends up being one of the main places that you go to. There's, all sorts of other ones as well. But we'll leave that be for now. I just wanted to show you that those were created. Now it also tells you a few other things that you should do if you haven't yet. The first is defining a default URL in your environment files. We will go ahead and do that, but this is mostly important for sending emails, which we're not going to be doing. But what it's saying is in your config/environments/development.rb file, add this line. So I can actually just copy this line and add that into here. Let me first search to see if ActionMail default URL options exists. Nope, I don't see it in here. So I'll just add it to the bottom on line 55. Paste that in. Now I believe that should be good. This will set it on development. If you want to use this on production, and this is specifically the mailer, you'd actually have to go into your production file and set that and then override this with the URL of your Heroku application, which we're not going to do, but I did want to show this to you because it is one of the steps that it says you should follow here in development. The second step is setting the root URL to something in config/routes. If we open up our routes file here, you see we already have that set, so we're good. The next is setting up flash messages in your application layouts.html.erb. What flash messages are these little messages that will show up when a user does something such as log in or gets an error message or something like that. So we don't have those yet, but we can create a new thing here. I'll actually create a new comment. You can create a comment with command and then the slash, which is the question mark right here. And it looks like that. This is an HTML comment. Or you can just go to edit, comment, toggle comment. And I'm doing this just so that I can label that what we are going to put in below is the flash messages. And so the way that flash messages should look is a little different. We're going to do something slightly different from what they give us here, but it's going to look like this. And you can copy along with this, or you can just copy from the text that I put you below. Flash.each do name, comma, message. Then these are called pipes, and these pipes are above the return on your keyboard. Now we're getting a little into Ruby code, which you're not going to be so familiar with right now, but that's okay. If you want to learn more about Ruby and how it works, definitely check out the 1-month Ruby course. Inside of here, we'll do this with an equal sign, content tag, in parentheses, div, comma, message, comma, class, colon, alert, alert info. And I'll do this little add hashtag, colon, name. And then we'll need to end that with this percentage close thing. So and then one more thing here at the end before I explain to you what we did here. So, and then save that. What this is basically doing is for every flash message that is being set, it will put a new content tag and then paste in the message surrounded by an HTML div with the classes of here. So this is just going to have the class alert, alert info. It's also going to put in the name of the flash message as a class. We haven't seen flash messages yet, so the next time one actually pops up, I'll show you what ends up being created. And we don't need that extra line. So just make sure that you have the same thing below, and I'll show you how it's relevant when it's actually running. And we'll copy the Devise views for customization later, but for now, well, actually, let's do that right now. Why not? And then I'll show you where you can actually edit that later. Paste that in. And there we go. It's actually going to copy a bunch of different views into here, but they'll actually normally exist by default. This just allows us to edit them. So we've done all the things we need to get Devise set up in our app. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can now create users, because that's an additional step. And then we'll show you how we actually get it into our database and what it looks like. At this point, we have installed Devise and we've gotten it set up so it's ready to go. We just need to basically add users into our application. It doesn't know what we want to call them yet, so that's the next step that we have to do. And we're going to end up running this command, Rails generate Devise, and replace the word model with the name of what we want to use. Now, this is our first time talking about models and working with models. A model in a Rails application, it's basically anything in our database. It is, it's a user, that's a model. It is a tweet, that's a model. It is a post or a story or something like that. Anything that gets saved in our database that has things attached to it. Now that's a very abstract concept, so it's hard to really know exactly what it means and where a model ends and where a model begins. So as we use it and explore it more and more, it should make more sense. But essentially what we're doing is we're letting people do stuff that then gets saved into our database for the first time. So the thing that we need to do now for actually creating our user is run the following command. And before you run it and hit enter, make sure that you're copying it exactly the same way that I am. Rails generate Devise user. So unlike the other Devise command, there was a colon in that. There's no colon between Devise and user here. This is also user in the singular, not user with an S at the end or anything like that. This is going to tell our app what we should be calling these things. And that's as opposed to something like admin user or people or something like really all sorts of other things that Devise could let you call them. And what this will do is set up a few things for us. Like I mentioned, it actually creates a model for us. So for the first time ever, we actually, if we go into our app models, we have something in here called user. And it doesn't have much information in it. We'll get back to this later. We also have application record, but that's empty. This is actually a new Rails 5 thing if you've used Rails before. There's concerns. We're not going to get to those during this class, but we now have a model. We also have the first line. This is called a database migration. Inside our DB file, there's a folder, there's a folder called migrate, and in it, if you click on it, this is a Ruby file that gets created that you'll need to run. And when you run it, it makes a change to your database. The database is always separate from your Rails application in the sense that it's an app. In our case, it was SQLite 3 on our computer. On Heroku, it's going to be Postgres. Those are basically relational databases is what they're called. And they use a language called SQL. But what these migrations allow you to do is write Ruby code that does something in your database. In this case, it's going to make a change to your database, and it's going to create a table called users. And then when you do a to in Ruby, it opens up what's called a block. And that's what's everything tabbed inside of here. And then this t is actually this kind of the variable nickname for this table. So inside of the block, it's going to basically create a users table. And the users table will have a string for email. So the users table has an email value. By default, it'll be empty. The users table will have a string called encrypted password. That means when a user creates a password, it'll get saved as an encrypted password. I'll have a reset password token and a time when that was sent, remember created at, sign in count, current sign in at, last sign in at, a bunch of information about our users. This stuff is actually commented out by default, so it's not going to be actually doing it. It's going to add timestamps and a whole bunch of other stuff. This is a very complicated migration, so it's not something that you're going to really understand. We'll be creating our own migrations later, but they'll be much simpler. But just know that this exists so far as a migration. We'll actually have to run it in a second so that it goes into our database. But what else gets created? Some test files. And something got added to our routes, interestingly. So let's see what got added to our route if you open config routes.rb. So now we have a devise for users line in our route. Okay, well, we've kind of gone over the changes. The last thing that you still have to do is actually, we'll run our migration now, which if you actually go and read through this, it'll tell you how to do that. We read through this copy, and then it says, then run this. This command is a little updated in Rails 5. This will still work, actually, but in Rails 5, you just have to run Rails db:/migrate. And what this command does is it goes through your config, it goes through your db folder into your migrations, and it runs any of these files that haven't been run yet. It actually knows how to remember which ones have run yet and which ones haven't, and it runs the ones that haven't been run yet. That way you don't end up with many tables with the same name. So let's run this and see what happens. And it tells us what happened. We created a table, users, we added an index. An index just allows you to use a certain field to look up users much faster. So that'll actually let us use the email to look up a user, and it even sets unique true, meaning users can't have multiple emails or the same email for multiple users. And reset password token and etc. Like I mentioned, Rails remembers which migrations you've ran. So if I hit the up key to go back here and run it again, it should actually say nothing. It should say, all the migrations have run, so it's already been done. Now, if you ever want to undo a migration, it's actually quite easy. You can do Rails database db rollback, and that will undo it. I can show you right now. This is going to undo basically what I just created. So it removes the index, and drops the table, so we're back to normal. And then I can do this again, Rails db migrate. So if you're ever worried that you did something wrong, you can always roll back. This is, if you accidentally ran the generator with the wrong name and your migration has the wrong name, you do this and you go back. So I just undid it and then I redid it again. And let's actually run the Rails application and see what got changed. Let's do that in the next video. So if you followed all the steps correctly, you should have run your migration. You should now basically have users in your application, but we haven't actually interacted with it to see what that means. So let's open up our Rails application with Rails server. Now, if you forgot to migrate, it'll probably tell you you have a pending migration. You can't run yet. But we're good. Then we can open up the app, and it looks exactly the same. Nothing has changed yet. But actually, a few important things have changed. We just can't actually see it yet. We have to put links and kind of unlock it. There's a few new routes that got set. Remember, in our config/routes, there's this new line, Devise for users. But how do we actually know what this does? Well, there's a convenient command in Rails for checking out all of the routes and paths that currently exist. And I'm actually going to open up a new tab to see this. You can open up a new tab or a new window, depending on what tool you're using. I'll just do Command T to open that up. And I still have the server running in the background. That's why I did that, so that I can do this and then still access the app without having to keep shutting it down and turning it back on. And the command is Rails routes. And what this will do is it'll actually go through your routes file and it'll show you all the routes that you have set up. So, okay, this is a lot going on here. But first, forget all the top stuff. This is all new. The bottom two are the ones that we created. There's actually a header at the top here. So prefix, verb, URI, pattern, and then controller, #action. So here's what it's telling you. Because we created these two lines, root and get about, we have these two paths created for us. The prefix, root and about. This is the reason why in our view layout application, we're able to create a link to the root path and to the about path. The first part is the prefix. So what this means is you can take any of these and add path at the end and create a link to that. There's a few others that have been created now. New user registration path. If I create a link to that, I'll actually get to the user registration page. We'll get more to that in a second. The second is a verb. So we have two get paths here, which we created, but there's a few more we see. We see delete, we see put and patch. Everything, all the gets are paths that you can go to inside of your browser, where you can type something in, go somewhere, and you can see it. The others are ones you actually have to use forms to interact with. So post, delete, put, patch, those are paths that exist so that you can create forms that'll submit information there for other things to happen. Those are not paths you typically go to, but they're paths that you do call when you actually fill something in and you click submit, but it's done through a form. And then you have this is actually the URL for accessing that page. So this is the root, this is the about, and this is the controller and action that it goes to. So there's actually a new controller that got created, but we don't see it because it's inside of Devise. So the reason this is useful is because I can actually see, I'm going to go to the new user registration path, which is this right here. Now there's a new user session, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the new user registration path, this /users/signup, I can take this here and paste it in. And here I actually have a sign up page now. So I can go in and I can create a new account. I'll call this my user@example.com, and you can create a password. It actually needs a confirmation. It needs to have 6 characters minimum. So I'm going to create the password. I'm just going with foobar, which is FOOBAR. By default, it's just meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. You can call it password. You can go with whatever you want, and then click sign up. And there we go. So first of all, I get this. I'm not going to say my password. And here's that flash message I was telling you about. Welcome, you have signed up successfully. So this is here, we see the same page, but because I added this flash messages thing, the text shows up. I can actually do right click and do inspect, and I can see the flash messages. There's my comment, and there's the message with the message you have signed up successfully, and then the class, alert, alert info, notice. So this got created when I signed in. I'm actually signed in right now. and you can't see that really because nothing has changed. And if I refresh the page, the message actually goes away, because a flash message is something that pops up and then it disappears the next time you reload the page or you go somewhere else. So I'm now signed in, which actually means that if I tried to go back to that same URL as before, it'll actually tell me you are already signed in. Even if I tried to go to the sign in page, which is also a new route that we have, you are already signed in. Now sign out won't work because this is not a GET request. This is a delete request. So if you want to sign out, you'll see no route matches GET. Your browser always makes GET requests by default when you put them in here. So that's why you need a form to do any of the other ones. So let me show you the minimum changes you have to make in the next video so that you can actually put links to sign in and sign out to actually make this, something that your users can interact with. So our app now has sign up, sign in, login functionality, but we need to actually integrate it into our website that we created so far. So the way we're going to do this is we're actually going to rely on some new, basically, well, they call it helpers and controller filters that Devise gives us by default. Specifically, it gives us a little Ruby function we can call called user signed in ? And that'll let us see if a user is signed in. If they are, it'll come out as true. If not, it'll be false. It also will give us something we'll use later called current user that refers to the currently signed in user. So we'll actually use that when the user is creating something like a tweet or uploading a video or something. We're going to use that to save the user that uploaded that, and we'll pull that from current user, which is really cool, and Devise just gives us all that for free by default, which is amazing. So the easiest change that I can make to demonstrate this would be if I go into my views, layouts, actually pages, homepage. So we're on the homepage now, and I can wrap this entire thing. Well, first of all, I can show you, take this header here, h1. I can use the user signed in helper, this guy that they gave us, inside of a little bit of Ruby code. So here's how I do that. The way that I put Ruby code, if you remember, on a page is with this caret, %, and then the Ruby code. Now this is different from the % equals. I actually remember I said there was a difference between this, which will actually put something into the page, like a link to, and without it, which will let you just run Ruby code, but it actually won't show it on the page. We'll start to understand the difference a little more. But inside of here, I'm going to do if user signed in ? And then I can do something here if the user signed in. So I'm going to actually change the text that it says here. So instead of welcome to my website, it'll say welcome back. And then close that h1. And now I'm going to put an else statement, which is basically what happens if they're not signed in. And let me tab all of this in. And then I need to do an end. So there's three parts of this. There's if, else, end. So it starts here and it ends here. And everything outside of this if and else statement doesn't get changed. But basically, if I save this file and I go back here, I should see that the text got updated to welcome back. This is basically checking if the user signed in, and if they are, show welcome back. Otherwise, show what we had before. So if I signed out, I would see the other bit of text. Now I can also take this and I can make this larger and wrap it around the entire thing. So I could just show welcome back if the user signed in. And in fact, I think that probably makes more sense because whatever I have here probably don't need if the user is not signed in. So actually, if I take this outside, here, I'll say if the user signed in, show them the text, welcome back. Otherwise, show them what we had before. I'll mess with the commenting here a little bit, or the tabbing in a second. Put the end all the way at the end. The tabbing in Ruby is really useful because once you have a lot of stuff, and you can tab stuff in with command and then the square brackets, by the way, which are this right above your return. So you can select a whole line like this and do the square bracket on the left to tab it in. These are useful so that you know what's inside of what. So I'm Command Tab and tab that back. Now this is inside the else, so I'm going to actually tab in lines 4 through 29, like that. So now I really only see welcome back, but I actually want that nice pretty header that I had before. So let me copy this entire Jumbotron part into here. I'll paste this in. I gotta tab it in again. And I'm just going to replace this with welcome back. And I can actually get rid of this link to learn more and the paragraph tag there. So it actually looks a little more like this. The tabbing here is still messed up. Command T. I'm just finicky about the tabbing here. It doesn't matter, honestly, in HTML code, but it makes it easier to read. So it's something I get picky about. So now I see this, but I don't see this stuff before. But if I wasn't logged in, I'd see exactly what I saw before. And so we can save that. That's the first change I'll make. So I'm just demonstrating to you this. The next thing is I actually want to put a sign in and a sign out link in the navigation bar, which we'll show you how to do in the next video. So just like I did with my home page, I can actually go and I can add similar functionality to my application layout. And specifically in this case, my navigation bar. So I have 3 links here for my home, about, and contact page. And I don't need to have my home page tab open anymore. And I want to add 2 more links at the right for my sign up and sign in page if I'm not logged in, or my log out page if I am logged in. And I'll do that right here. I'll show you how to do that. So normally if I wanted to copy and paste a new link here, I could probably just do this, right? This would actually put in a new link. If I wanted to move that all the way over to the right, you can actually add a class called pull medium right. And what that'll do is it'll pull it to the right until it gets to a certain size screen, and then it goes to the left. So that's what the medium part is, that tells it at what size it wants to pull to the left. That's all Bootstrap stuff, but this will be good enough for right now. So this will be pull medium right, and for now I'll call this one log out, right? Because I first want to create the log out link. And the path of my logout, do this with, yeah, that's fine. The path of my logout. Now, I can find this again by doing Rails routes. And this shows us all of the paths that Devise created. So these are the sign up paths. Registration is what Devise calls a sign up. The session is what's happening when you sign in or sign out. So we think of it as logging in and logging out. What's really happening is you're creating a new session. That's what they call it on the back end. A new session actually means a cookie gets placed on your computer. That's what it means to log in. When you log out, you are destroying a session. And so this is the logout link. So I can actually put destroy user session path here, and underscore path. I have to add underscore path at the end. And I can put this class here. The only difference here is that because I can't do this via a normal GET request, I actually have to rely on a little Rails magic. And I need to add something at the end here, method delete, and then a comma. What this is actually doing is it's using JavaScript to secretly turn a link into something that, instead of making a GET request, makes a delete request. This is not something normally that a link should be able to do, and yet Rails lets you do it by adding this method delete at the end. Now, you can't do it for the post or the put requests. Well, you probably could, but we won't be doing that. We'll be using forms for that. But this works for right now. So actually, if you save this and go up here, you'll see this log out button, and this actually lets you log out. So I've signed out successfully, but it still says log out, right? So I need to actually change what's in here in order to let me sign in now at this point, which I'll do in the next video. Cool, I now have my log out path, but I've already logged out successfully. So I really just need to put a wrapper. So like if user signed in just like I did on the About page, I show them this logout path. Else, now I need to show them the login path. Let me end this really quick, because I still want to show all of the rest of the stuff, regardless of whether the user signed in or signed out. And the way I can do this is I'll copy these guys in, and first I'm going to create a sign up path. So I'll call this sign up. And this needs to go somewhere new. This will actually go to the new user registration path. And this doesn't need a method delete here. So that's a sign up. And I'm also going to create a sign in link. So let me copy this whole link and paste another one. This is going to be sign in. And instead of new user registration, it's new user session. The other guys, this user password and edit user password, those are actually links you can do for a user to create a new password or edit their password. I'm not going to be using those. They just come with Devise by default. We're mostly dealing with session and registration. Registration is for signing up. Session is for logging in and out. So signing in will be new user session path. And you can save that. Refresh this page. So now I see my sign in and my sign up link. And I created a user, so let me test signing in with the user, user@example.com. And you put in the password that you signed up with. And I'm signed in now, and I can log out. I can even turn my sign up link into a button if I want to, which I'm going to show you how to do. You add a class of btn, which makes it a button, and then a button style. So button primary. Oops, I missed a hyphen in between here. Button primary. And that will turn this into a button. And if you search Bootstrap for, or you can even add buttons at the end, remember, this will show you how to do all these different kinds of buttons. So button primary, button secondary, success, and can have different colors and even add different, all sorts of different things, outline buttons, for example. So I have my sign in, my sign up, my, I can now sign up again or log in. Now the pages don't look great, obviously, because this is what Devise gave us by default. So we need to add some styling to that, which is something we're going to do. We can also customize the URL for this, which I can show you how to do in the next video, because these are some pretty ridiculously long paths. So in case you're wondering, remember we had to use this destroy user session path and all these long names. Can't we just override this and call it something easier? You can, and I'm going to show you how to do that in this video. If you open up your routes file right there, I can customize this by adding in underneath Devise for users. I'm going to actually add in some new routes that basically point to the other routes. So I'm going to add it, and it's going to say as user do, and let me put an end so that it kind of closes that out and everything inside is tabbed. I'm going to first create a get sign in path, which is a lot like we have at the bottom here. And I'm actually going to send this to Devise, that's the Devise controller, sessions, #new. So actually this is the sessions controller inside of Devise. The new action is where it's going to send it to. This is not something, this is something I had to look up to figure out how to do. If you actually search for Devise customize sign-in path, you'll see some instructions for setting up the defaults, and this is where I learned how to do this stuff, basically, that I'm showing you. So that creates a sign-in path. We can also create a sign-out path, although it's not a get, it's a delete route. So delete sign-out, and that gets to Devise sessions destroy, which is the path you need for deleting. And then the final one is I'm going to do a get sign up path, and that will send us to Devise registrations new. These are all controllers and controller actions that got created with Devise. And we haven't created our own yet, so it's not so clear what new destroy even mean. But what you can tell is if I do Rails routes now, that there's actually some new paths here. And note that they point to the same paths as the old one. So my sign in and my new user registration, or my sign up and my new user registration, both point to Devise registrations new. So that's where we got that from. So now I have new prefixes, which actually mean I can go back into my links and simplify this, and I can just call this my sign out path. I can call this my sign up path, and I can call this my sign in path. And I'm doing these without underscores, just because that's how I created them. Oops, didn't mean to drag that. If you added an underscore, you'd have to put that in the path as well, which I didn't do. And by the way, paths don't really work well with hyphens in them, so in Rails just work with underscores. And now that I've made these changes, if I refresh this page, these will still work. But actually now, notice that the URL here is different. Now it's called /signin instead of /users, sign up or so on and so forth. Okay, so I've just customized the routes, and then next up, I'll show you how you can actually customize these pages so they look better. And then we'll get it up on Heroku. So I've gone ahead and actually designed some new sign-in and sign-up pages for you guys using Bootstrap that you can put into your application. And I've done those by going into the app views Devise folder. And in here, there are views for the registration new page. This is the sign up page. And the sessions new page. This is the sign in page. There's a bunch of other views in here too, such as the edit registration page. This is kind of like editing your user after they've already been created, that we're not going to really mess around with for now. So I won't show you how I did this. It's a lot of tweaking and playing around with Bootstrap. Took me a little while, but you can go down below into the lesson notes and copy the contents of my new registrations page and my new sessions page, so it should look just like I have here. I've also had to create a new style sheet under app assets style sheets, and I call it signin _ signup.scss. This basically just applies a little bit of new styles to this login page so that it creates padding at the side, it gives it a maximum width, and it centers it. So those are the three things here, and in order for this to then actually get pulled into our application, I also had to import it at the bottom of application.scss. And by the way, I know that the syntax highlighting doesn't work for SCSS by default, so you can actually just work with CSS syntax highlighting by default. It's basically the same thing, so you can switch over to CSS to make it look a little better. So go ahead and make the changes in your application. If you want to use these, you can customize them a little bit further. Oh, and there's one last thing that I forgot to do in the last one, which is on these pages, actually Devise gives us these links at the bottom by default, which are kind of cool. Or sign up, forgot your password. The forgot your password functionality won't work unless we set up an email system, which I mentioned in a previous video. I'm not going to show you how to do. So the easiest way to get rid of this link right here is to actually go into your models, user.rb, and remove this recoverable section. So you need to, from this colon all the way to this comma, you can just delete that. You can delete an extra space and make these line up if you want to. Don't keep the extra comma in there, and if you save this file now, that will actually be removed because this is dynamic, and if the recoverable thing is gone, then it knows not to put that forgot your password link there, which is quite cool. So pull that stuff into your application, and you can do a little bit of tweaking and playing around with it if you want. And then once you've gone ahead and done that, let's commit our changes so that we can push them up to Heroku in the next video. We've made a lot of changes to our app. We've added users, added Bootstrap, sign in, sign up pages. If I do git status, I'll see, look at all these new files, untracked files, and files to add. So let's save them to Git. Let's push them up to Heroku and see if it's working, or see if we run into any problems. Remember the commands are git add -a. That'll add all of the files to our git status. So if I do git status, I should see all of them now. There's a ton, all of the new Devise views and the user model and so on and so forth. Now git commit m, and I mean, there's a few things, right? We mostly, let's just call this add users with Devise. Okay, let's first push it up to GitHub with git push. And we're good there. And then finally, git push Heroku master. Remember, Heroku and GitHub are two separate places, so I can push my code to GitHub and Heroku totally separately. And this should work the same as it did before. It's basically going to recreate this application every time you push your code. So as long as all this stuff worked properly, we should be good to go. It's pre-compiling all my assets, which is taking all those images and style sheets and stuff and putting them into one file. And there it goes. So if I run Heroku open, or if I just go to this URL itself, you should see my application. Now, there, it looks like it's working, but as soon as I click sign in, I get this error. We're sorry, but something went wrong. So what's going on? Let's try Heroku logs tail, which is a great command for debugging errors. Basically, this is going to show us the errors in our application. This is the log file, essentially. Now, this is typically hard to read because there's a lot of stuff going on here, but if you scroll up, you often can find the error. It kind of stands out to you. Or if you have this open, you can just refresh the page that caused the error. And then we see there's something up there, something pink, I think, that we're looking for that stands out. And it might make it easier if we make this bigger. Here we go. Okay, so this definitely stands out, and it looks like the error we're getting here, it's a little hard to read, but it's active record statement invalid, PG undefined table, error, relation users does not exist. The problem is we forgot to run our migration on Heroku. Remember, when we set up Devise on our own computer and we created users, it came with a migration, and we ran the migration here, and this created the users table, but it only did it locally. And when we pushed this app up to Heroku, Heroku didn't run those migrations by default. So every time you make a change to your database and you do that locally, you also have to do it on Heroku. So I'll show you how to do that right now. If you do Control-C to exit out of the Heroku logs tail, you can run the migrations on Heroku with the command Heroku run Rails DB migrate. I believe you can do Heroku run in front of any of the other commands that we did before, like all the Rails, etc., and it'll just run those on Heroku. So it's running Rails DB migrate on OM Rails, and there we go. It basically did everything that we had before that it was showing us on our computer, but it's showing us all this colorful stuff. It doesn't look like anything went wrong. So we refresh the page, and there we go. Now I can click the login, the sign up. Obviously, this is a different database than we had on our own computer, so I'll have to first create a totally new account here. So I'll try that again, user@example.com, and a password like password. And I've signed up for an account in here, and it works live on Heroku. I can log out. Ooh, but something is going wrong here. This sign out page doesn't exist. So it looks like there's a little bug we're going to have to figure out in a second. Let's do that in the next video. So we ran into a bug in the last video, which is that if you go into your Heroku app and you log in, when you try to log out, you get this error message. It's not working. And the weird thing about this is that if you do it on your own computer, now note that I'm on localhost 3000 now. Oops. If I log out, it works just fine. So this was kind of a nasty one. And this is not something that I think would be an easy thing for a beginner to kind of catch. And that's unfortunate, because typically I like to be able to walk people through what's going wrong and the changes. So I'll try to do that. The solution actually ends up being quite simple, as we'll see in a second. The first thing that you should know is I kind of had an idea of what the problem might be, because I mentioned to you before, and I'm doing the inspector right now. You can use the inspector by just you right click and you do inspect. In the inspector, you can click on this guy. This shows us the basically HTML code. I mentioned that when you do that method delete, it basically lets you log out using a little JavaScript hack, which links are typically not supposed to let you make a delete request, but that's how Rails is working. So when this doesn't work, it kind of makes me feel like there's something wrong with JavaScript. And typically that's what happens. If your JavaScript on your site breaks, all of the other things that use JavaScript will also break, such as the sign out link. In fact, it looks like it's just trying to send you to the sign out page, and it says the page you're looking for doesn't exist. So that leads me to believe this is trying to make a GET request when it should be making a delete request. So I did a little search for this, and I searched for Rails sign out link on Heroku, not working. And it seems like there's a few people who have had this problem. Devise, why doesn't my logout link work? Sign out worked locally, but not on Heroku. Basically exactly what we ran into. The frustrating thing about this is that the common answers were not the solutions to the problem, unfortunately. And it's because they're talking about Rails 4. And Rails 4 and Rails 5 are slightly different. So they're telling you you can change something in your application.rb, or you can add this gem. Maybe those things would fix it, but they're actually unnecessary in this case. And it took me to reading the last answer in one of these, I believe it was the second one, to find out what actually was the solution. It has to do with basically the order in which we're loading the JavaScript in our application.javascript file. So this says the solution that worked for me using Rails 5 on Heroku, this is the first answer to mention Rails 5, was to simply reorder the JavaScript files like this. And what they're talking about is in app assets, JavaScripts, application.js. So you see we have jQuery, jQuery.ujs, TurboLinks, etc., and we put Bootstrap in right here. Well, it turns out Bootstrap has to go in after jQuery, jQuery.ujs, and TurboLinks. So this little mistake of ordering should be right here. That's what was causing the problem. So if we make this change now, and I can see my git status, it's a tiny little change. I'll do a git add, git commit, and I'll call it reorder JavaScript to fix sign out bug. And I'll push this directly to Heroku just to see if it works before pushing it to GitHub, because why not? There's nothing about the order. You don't have to have it on GitHub first before Heroku. And a lot of times the second time you're pushing to Heroku, it'll happen much faster. Okay. So now if I go back to my app on Heroku, and make sure I'm signed in, I can close this guy out. There we go. The login and logout link work. So sorry about that. That weird little ordering thing ended up mattering a lot, and it's a very hard thing to predict. So let me just do a quick git push my changes up to GitHub as well. And you should do this too. And we have users inside of our application. Congratulations, guys. So we've done a huge amount this week. We added Bootstrap to our app, we added users with Devise, and we got our app live on Heroku. So your assignment this week is to make some customizations using Bootstrap's Sass functionality, which I'll show you about in a second, and then share your live project with me and with the rest of the class on Slack. So what I've gone ahead and done is created a Bootstrap customizations.scss file in style sheets, which you can actually import into your application.scss. You import it here above Bootstrap, and this actually has a few of the variables that Bootstrap uses and you can customize to change the way this actually looks. I'll give you an example. This is a bunch of the colors that Bootstrap uses by default, but say you don't really like the blue of this Learn More color, and say you go to a site like flatUIcolorpicker.com and you decide you like one of these better, so maybe something like San Marino. You can actually get, using this number 446CB3, you can replace 6CB3. You can replace that color, and then when you refresh the page, you'll actually see that it changed the color of the button. A lot of this stuff here is customizable, so I could turn off the rounding, for example. You see how the buttons are rounded? If I make this false, now everything will be square. You can go in and change the spacing, the color of the background, the color of your links, the typography that you're using. You can replace different fonts. By the way, if you want your site to look really good, changing the typography is one of the biggest and easiest ways to give your site a very unique and custom feel. You can change the font sizes, you can change the header sizes, component sizes, things like border radius. This is the roundness around the corner of the buttons. Your nav bar, the color of the nav bar, and the color of your Jumbotron. So I want you to go ahead and basically bring this file in and make your site your own. Make it feel really special, and obviously fill in all the stuff that you want to fill in. You can go back to the step where I gave you the custom templates and all of that stuff. And by the way, I've installed Sass syntax highlighting here, which is why I'm getting this coloring and stuff. And if you go below in the notes, I show you how you can do something like that too, which makes this a little bit easier to read. And when you're done with all of that customization, I want you to save your code, push it up to GitHub, and push it up to Heroku, and then submit your Heroku and your GitHub URLs in the comments in the Submit Assignment feature. And I also want you to share your Heroku project with the rest of the class. Get their feedback. Pick at least one other student in the class that you look at their website and give them direct and personal feedback, and then ask them to do the same thing for you. So that's a great way for you to get, direct custom feedback, and I'll be looking at your projects as well. So good luck this week, and can't wait to see what you put in. More information on the assignment below. I'm going to show you really quick how you can get syntax highlighting inside of Sublime Text and other packages so that you can do cool stuff like add snippets. So Sublime Text actually has something called package control that you can install, and then use package control to install stuff like syntax highlighting. Now, the way that you first get it is search for package control Sublime Text, and you'll find a site like this. And it says the simplest way to install it is through the console. And there's actually a console in Sublime Text. You can access it through the Control-Tick shortcut, which is above your tab. So if you go here, you can do Control-Tick, or you can just go View Show Console, which is that. And then you can copy all this code and paste it in here. So copy this, paste it in right here, and then hit Enter. And this is going to install something called package control on the computer, or on basically inside your Sublime Text. It'll say this when it's all done, or something like that. Yeah. And then you can quit out of this. Now you can open up package control by running Command-Shift-P and then searching for package. These are all the new things that were added, and you can go into install package, and then in here search for stuff. So actually, if I do syntax highlighting for Sass, it should download the Sass syntax highlighting for you. Let me see if I can find it. Syntax highlighting for Sass. install package, syntax. I may already have it installed. Yeah, it's already installed in my case, which is why I can't find it. Syntax hiding for Sass. And once you install it, you go here and open it up, and basically it's a new language that has been set in here. Automatically it'll know the new language. So you can then do Command-Shift-P and install all sorts of new packages. There's really cool Sublime text packages you can search for and just use inside of your code. There's all sorts of ones for doing cool stuff in Rails and other languages involved. So really useful thing to be able to do. I have my Heroku app set up, but in this video I want to show you as a bonus how you can actually get it at a custom domain. So there's a number of different places you can buy domains, and they're pretty easy to connect to Heroku. But my favorite tool is dnssimple.com. And we use this for 1 month, and I'll show you how I would do it using DNS Simple. If you already have the domain, you may have to follow a few different steps. But if you don't, you can use DNS Simple, and it's quite easy. And I don't make any money from promoting them. I just think they're pretty awesome. So if you go to DNS Simple and sign up, or in my case, I'm going to log in with our username and password. And I already have a bunch of domains registered here, but you can always add a domain, either register a new domain or transfer one and follow the steps to transfer it to DNS Simple. And then when I find the domain I want, I'm going to actually send 1 month Rails to the site. And this is pretty easy. All I just do is click here and apply one-click services, or I believe you can click into here and do the same thing. Go to DNS one-click services, and then go to the tab for infrastructure. And you see that Heroku is an option right here. It's pretty easy. You're going to use the regular Heroku one unless you have bought an SSL certificate through Heroku, which we haven't done. And I can add Heroku, and now I just tell what my Heroku app name is, which is om-rails.herokuapp.com. And complete the setup. And there we go. So it's not quite ready. There's one more thing you have to do. But if I go to onemonthrails.com, I'm getting this Heroku thing that says no such app. So what I need to do is now configure it on the other side. So I go to heroku.com and find my app in Heroku. It's this guy, om-rails. And then in the settings, if you go down to domains, custom domains, you can add a domain. And what I need to do is add onemonthrails.com. I actually need to add 2, because if I do onemonthrails.com, it works. But if I do www.onemonthrails.com, it doesn't. So I also want to do www.mydomain.com. But now that I have both of them set up, there it is. This is the same site, and it's still available here, by the way. It's available in both, and now every time I push a change to Heroku, it's also going to update onemonthrails.com. So follow the same steps if you want to get your own custom domain set up. So I have my app running, and I ran Rails server in the background, so I can see it here. And I can sign in using any one of the users that I've created, right? The problem is, how do I actually see all the users that are in there? Or if I wanted to add other stuff, which I'm going to show you how to do later in the week, such as pins or tweets or stories that users submit, how do I actually see all of them? In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to build an admin interface for your app. And there's a lot of different admin options that we can choose from. A lot of them have gems. I'm going to show you how to set up one called Active Admin. And Active Admin, there's a lot that you can do with it. This site actually shows you an example of the kind of thing that it's going to look like. It can get very complicated very quickly. Active Admin is actually what we use on onemonth.com. So I'm just going to show you the default setup, and we're not going to go too much into customizing it. But what's important is that we need to have an admin section that only admins can access. So that's what I'll show you how to do. Active Admin, the GitHub page, gives you a little bit of instructions for how to set it up. And I'm going to walk you through that. There's also some stuff that's not so obvious from what you read here that you'll have to know in order to do this properly. So just like a lot of our other installations, let's open up the entire folder. And I'm going to add a line to my gem file. I'm going to actually add this line right here. So gem active admin and this specific version. There's two options here. This I like better because it specifies an actual version, whereas this will pull the gem from GitHub itself, but you never really know what you're getting in that case. So this line will also need this line right here, because this gem is sort of ready for Rails 5, but not quite there. So you have to do a little bit of customization by adding this gem as well. Active admin depends on a gem called inherited resources, but inherited resources is not fully ready for Rails 5, so you have to get this version from the GitHub profile. At some point in the future, this should get updated, and you won't need to put this line in here, but we need it for now. And I could save those and then go open up a new terminal. I can keep the Rails server running in the background and run bundle install, which should actually install these gems for you. So it gives you a little bit of a message about active admin inherited resources, but that should be fine. So it's installing a bunch of gems that actually active admin relies on. Active admin, jQuery UI Rails, Ransack, Kaminari, a few of these, because active admin does a lot for us, as we'll see. So we now have active admin set up on our computer, and I need to actually install it into my app. So I'm going to run, if you go into documentation and guides and installation, the installation guide, or at the bottom here, installation, it gives you a few commands that you can run. Active admin by default can set up users for you, but if you already have users, such as we do, like, you need to run this one. This is a little confusing because it says if you don't want to use Devise, run it with skip users, but we're using Devise, but we already have users. And if you ran the other two, it'll kind of recreate a lot of the stuff that we already did in the last lesson for us. So we don't want to do that. So you do actually want to run this command. You can copy it and paste it in, or you can type it yourself. Now Rails G is actually short for generate, and we've been using generate before in the past. So you can just type, Rails generate active admin install, or paste it in, and this has the skip users option added to it. So we'll run that. Basically, if we didn't add skip users, it would create a whole new user model for us, like we already did with Devise. So in a sense, active admin, it does actually use Devise, or it could use Devise. The two work together quite nicely. Now there's a few things that we have to do to get this started, but I think for right now, the first thing I can do is just Rails DB migrate. I'll show you that it created a new migration for us, and the migration is actually comments. Active admin has the ability for you to leave comments inside of the admin interface, which we'll see in a second. And if I run this migration, it basically adds comments into our database. Yep, and it's going. And the last thing I probably will need to do is restart my server. Almost always when you install a new gem and when you run some sort of generate command, you'll have to restart the server in the background. Let's see, for example, what kind of error you might get if you don't. Uninitialized constant active admin. That's very classic of some sort of, you installed something and you have to restart the server now in order to actually see it working. So let's restart the server. Open up the app. Just load a little slowly, but we should be good. Try it again. Okay, there it is. Hey, Matan here with another quick message from the future after I recorded this video. So it seems like there's an update with active admin that kind of broke what we have so far. It may not happen for you, but maybe it did. Maybe you saw this error, couldn't find file jQuery UI/datepicker. And I did a little Googling around. This was a notoriously difficult bug to try to fix. So rather than let you guys figure it out on your own, I decided I would show you the solution that I was able to find. Basically, you have two versions of gems, and they're not really compatible right now. And we unfortunately manually have to go in and tell it which version to use. So I figured out that the way that I was able to solve this problem was by going into the gem file, adding another line here after gem jQuery Rails, and call it gem jQuery UI Rails. And this is already a gem that we have in our app because it's required by other ones, but we're basically going to specify which version we want it to use, which is 5.0.5. Basically anything below 6 is going to work just fine. So once I have this in here and I've saved my gem file, I can go back, shut down my server, run bundle install, which in this case is actually going to downgrade the version of jQuery UI Rails that we have, as we'll see. See, okay, you have requested that. It has it locked at 6.0 per 1. So actually, in this case, I can run what it's saying. Try runling bundle update jQuery UI Rails. Bundle update jQuery UI Rails. And in that case, it's only going to update that one, or in this case, downgrade it. And once I've done that, I can run the Rails server. Try to refresh my page. And we're back in business here. So now back to your regularly scheduled programming. And sorry about that. Now, if you did all this stuff correctly, if you go to localhost 3000/admin, you'll see your admin section. So this is where we're going to have, the ability to check out what users there are, which I'll show you how to do in the next video. So I have my admin interface here, but it doesn't actually have our users in it yet, or anything else that we could add into our app. It does have comments, which you can see once we actually have items in here to comment on. But once you have active admin installed, it's actually pretty easy to get anything into here. So we have right now, we already have a user model, which is our Devise user, if you remember. The way that we get this to show up in here is we run this command Rails generate active admin resource, and then the resource is user. And what this is going to do is it's actually going to add, as you'll notice, we had an admin folder created in here with, it has a file called dashboard in it, which kind of customizes how the dashboard looks. If we run this command, it'll add a new file in here. It just creates one file and it calls it user. And it's basically an empty file, active admin, register, user, do, and then end. And there's some stuff in here that I'll actually show you how to customize in a bit. But if you have this, let's see, we might have to restart. Nope, no need to restart the server. We now see that there's users up here, and if I click on that, I actually see all of my users. Now there's a lot of fields. This is kind of like a table of all my users, so you have to scroll to the right if you want to see everything. There's a way to customize all the things that are actually shown in this table if you want to not show everything, but I'm not going to do that quite now. You can, do editing and create new ones. Don't do that right now, because actually if you try to edit this at the moment, it won't work. There's a few things that we have to do to tweak it. But let's say I went out and I signed out of here, log out, and let's say I create a new user, sign up, and I call this guy, matan@onemonth.com. Set a password of password. Now if I go to localhost 3000/admin, I click users, I see both of my users. I see both of them. Now this is the encrypted password. It's not the actual password I set. I can see when they signed in, the last time they signed in, when the user was created, updated. I can click view on each one and actually see more details, or it's probably the same amount of details. This is where that commenting stuff comes in. You can add a comment on something and then you can see it here, like test comment. So you see that test, and then it also shows up in here as a comment on this resource. But the problem so far is anyone can go to this page, right? I just created a new user, remember, and now I can go in here, and that's probably bad. You don't want anyone to be able to access your admin interface. So in the next few videos, I'm going to show you how you can lock this down so that only admins can get access to it. Okay, so now we have to do a little bit of tweaking to active admin. The end goal, remember, is to lock access to this area so that only admin users can get access to it. And for one, we don't actually have the notion of admin users in our app yet. We just have all users, and they're all kind of the same. So I'm going to walk you through a few steps for how to do this. Now, it gets a little bit complicated and in the weeds, and so you're not going to understand some of this stuff. This isn't really Rails that I'm about to do as much as it is just active admin customization stuff. And you want to try to separate those two ideas in your head, that we want to learn how to use Rails, but when it comes to using certain libraries like Devise or active admin, some of them just come with their own like special ways of doing stuff that you learn by just reading active admin's documentation. Remember, if you search active admin, all of this stuff that I'm about to do, I found basically by going through the links in the documentation for active admin and going to stuff like authorization. This is basically where you set up authorization for admin users. So just follow along for now, and once we get this out of the way, we can actually get into the actual guts of Rails and show you how to build cool stuff from there. But admin sections are important because almost every app will have them. So the first change you need to make is go into your config application.rb, and you actually need to type in at the bottom here. This is right after the comment, but before these two end lines. And you can copy this in from below. What you need to do is type config.app_generators.scaffold controller equals scaffold controller, and that should actually fill in for you. So copy it in like this. This actually has nothing to do with the admin user authorization, but this is because we installed inherited resources, which we needed for active admin. The problem with this inherited resources gem is it replaces some feature we're going to use later called scaffolding. And if we didn't do this, we'd notice later that the thing we're trying to do doesn't work. So this actually will prevent that from happening. So that's the first thing. And if you've added this line to application.rb, you're fine. Otherwise, pause the video and do that now. And then you can close this application.rb out. The rest of the actual customization is going to happen inside of an initializer inside of config. Initializers are a bunch of Ruby files that get run when your app is first started. You start it when you run Rails server, or it gets started on Heroku. And there's one in here called active admin. And this is actually where you can do some of the customization of things, such as the site title that shows up here. You can replace that. A lot of these are commented out. So if you read through the comments, it actually shows you how you can do stuff, such as set an optional image to be displayed for the header. And usually it'll show you with text, and then it'll actually put a line of code. And if you wanted to run a line of code, you would just go through and you would delete this £, which then makes the code actually run. But that's not the one that I want. The one that I want to change, there's a few of them. I want you to find, first of all, this line 89, and uncomment this by getting rid of that pound in the space. So it should look like this, but we actually need to change this method. So instead of config current user method current admin user, it should just be current_user. So that's the first thing change. The reason we're doing this is because Devise actually gives us a function called current user, which we can use to figure out who the current user is, who's logged in. And so now active admin will know I need to use that function, and that's kind of what you're doing here for figuring out who the current user is. The next change will be to on line 57. This basically decides, no, it's not line 57, sorry, it is here, authorization adapter. What we're going to do is we're basically going to create our own authorization adapter. And what that means is you can plug in different kind of ways of doing what's called authorization in your app, which is basically who gets to do what. And there's a few different gems for this. There's can, there's pundit. We're actually going to kind of be creating our own. But when you build big applications and you have to deal with all these different things that you need to control access to for different users, it makes sense to check out some of these other authorization tools. But for now, we're going to create our own authorization adapter. And so we replace this with quotes. And in here, we put admin authorization. And we're actually going to create something called an admin authorization adapter. Now, how do I do this? Well, I can basically go into my models, and I'm going to create a new model inside of here, a new file. But I'll save this as admin_authorization.rb. And inside of here, I'm going to put, let me check to make sure this is the right place. Yes. OK. Setting your own authorization adapter. I'm kind of following these instructions a little bit. I was just checking to make sure it needs to be inside your models, which it does. So we're going to call this class admin authorization. And this little left arrow, this is called inheritance. So it's actually inheriting from another object, admin authorization adapter. This is because ActiveAdmin gives you a general class to inherit from, which just basically gives it a few setup pieces that it includes by default. We're basically at this point kind of creating a lot like the other things, except that this, the setup at the top is a little different. And this file only needs to have one thing in it. It needs to have a function called authorized with a question mark at the end. And in parentheses in this function, it's going to take two arguments, action and subject, although you'll put in a nil there. So that actually sets up a default. And then you do end. And then inside of here, what this is doing basically is whenever someone tries to log into the admin section, we're going to call this function to see if they're allowed to do it. And so what we need to do first is check, is the user logged in? That's what this is going to do. It's going to call current user. And is the user an admin? That's it. This is how our authentication is going to work. As long as there's a user and they are an admin, they're allowed to access the backend. So right now, with the little that we have set up, this should work so far. There's a little bit more customization that we have to do. The first is here on line 80. On unauthorized access, we will call a function. So let's uncomment out that line. Access denied is the fine name of a function. And we're going to create basically the function, what happens when a user tries to access a page when it's denied. For right now, it doesn't know what to do. It'll know that, okay, unauthorized access happened, but what do we do with that? The place that we call this function is inside of the application controller. And we're right now exploring a lot of parts of the app, and it's going to be a little confusing, so just stick with me. We're defining a function here called access denied, and it takes an argument of exception. And you always end a function whenever you define one. And then inside of here, we are actually doing a redirect to the root path, root underscore path. So when the user tries to access a page they can't, we're going to redirect them to the home page with an alert, and the alert will have the exception message. So it'll actually put the message up on the home page for, for whatever happened. So there's this, and then there's, I believe, two other things that we have to tweak, which are kind of related. I'll first show you how this is working so far. Because we changed the initializer, we have to restart the server if we want to see the changes. Undefined method admin. So right now, basically, it knows a user's logged in, but when I call user.admin, it doesn't know what that means. So that's the thing I'm going to show you how to do in the next video, is how do you actually make some users admins and some users not admins. But before I do that, there's two final changes I want to make inside of this active admin file. And one is change the logout link path. So there's going to be a link to logout in the admin section. And we're going to just actually point this to the Devise logout path, which is destroy user session path, not destroy admin user session path. And then the final change is here on line 107, config logout link method needs to be delete instead of get or whatever. Okay, so those changes, and next I'm actually going to show you how you can set up basically this whole admin user thing. Okay, so here's the cool part. We just added this check on every user when they try to go to the admin section. But we're getting an error, and the error is undefined method admin for user. So what is this error actually telling us? Well, it means that active admin tried to call this function to check if the user is authorized. And the first thing it called was the user to make sure they existed. This is actually our current user method that Devise gives us. So this just checks, is the current user logged in? Good. It had no problem with that part. And then this is an and. So in Ruby, this actually checks the first one and the second one, and if they're both true, then it just returns true, which will allow the user to get into the next page. But what we're running into is an error here, user basically undefined method admin for user. So we have a user here. This is what the user object looks like when you pull out a specific user. This part just kind of refers to like a point in memory on the computer, but it's just basically gibberish to me. But the fact that we have a user makes me, at least know that the user is not blank or something like that by accident. So how do we actually create an admin method? Well, we've set up users so far using Devise, but what I'm going to show you now is how you can add to or expand on your things in your database. So here's a little trick I like to use. If you go into your DB, there's a file called schema, and schema will actually show you what your database currently looks like. I can see I have two tables here. This create table, I have active admin comments, which came with active admin, and I have users. And my users have email, an encrypted password, and all this stuff. What I want to do is I want to add what's called a Boolean value to my users. And a Boolean just basically means it can be either true or false. The thing about Booleans is that you can add, it'll automatically create this method with a question mark at the end, depending on what the actual column name is. We're going to call the Boolean admin, and then we can set it to true or false for any of our users. We want to make sure that it's false by default. So what I'm showing you now is basically how do you modify a table that you already created and you want to add something to. This is going to come in handy later when we do things like create tweets, or we create pins, or we create stories, and then we want to add things to them. It's essentially the same thing as if you imagine an Excel sheet, you want to create a new column on that Excel sheet. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do. So you can do that by opening up the command line and running a Rails generate command. But this time we're actually going to generate a migration. So a migration will create one of those migration files here. Before they got created when we created a model or when we did an installation like we set up Devise or active admin, we're just going to be creating our own migration now. And we do this because we just want to change a table in our database. And whenever you do that through a migration. And I'm going to name this migration. The way that you name it in Rails actually allows it sometimes to know what exactly you want to do. You'll see the migration is kind of magical. And it'll know which table we're trying to change, because what I'm calling this is add admin to users. Now this is one of those cases where the capitalization matters, and it becomes hard to keep track in your head of when you generate something. If it's a controller or a model, do you capitalize it? Do you make it plural? Do you put it all lowercase? And this is just something that for the time being, I'd recommend just coming back to the videos where you remember I created a migration or a scaffold or a controller or a model, and just remember to follow the same syntax or look it up in the Rails documentation. So don't run this yet. I'm going to put a space here, and we'll call this admin, and then put :boolean. So this will actually let it know that what I want to add to my users is an admin column, and it's going to be of a Boolean type, which remember is just true or false. And it shows you it created a new migration, add admin to users. And I can see this migration if I go into database, migrate, add admin to users. We see add column, users, admin, Boolean. This is basically how you add a new column to users, and this says what kind of thing it is. If you go back to the other ones, you saw that there was like add a, let's see this one, an email, create table users, email is a string, encrypted password is a string. You've got strings, date times. Strings are basically just text. Date times are basically dates and times. Integers are just numbers. So Boolean is a new data type. And I actually do want to add something to this. I want to add a default. So I want to add the default and make it false. So this just makes sure that everyone who's already in our database, this is going to be set to false. So now I have the migration. You can customize it, right, like we just did. I could theoretically add stuff to this if I wanted to. And I will run the migration now. Rails db migrate. There we go. And we basically just added a new column to our users. I can confirm this by opening up my DB schema and going to users. You see now I have a Boolean of admin, and it actually has a default on it. So I've just changed my table and added a new thing. This is, by the way, the exact same steps you would follow if you wanted to add a new field to users, such as name or username or city, location, anything else. It might not be a Boolean. If it was a name, it would be a string. String is what you would use for text. So we'll come back to this again later. So I just added basically a new field to my users to check to see if they're an admin. But of course, by default, it's going to be false. So let's see if this will update. OK, I'm not getting an error anymore, but it says you're not authorized to perform this action. So the check is working now, but I'm not an admin because no one's an admin. So how do I actually create my first admin user, or at least change my user so that I am marked as an admin so I can get in there? I'll show you in the next video. By the way, we just ran a migration, so I want to tell you a little thing about migrations really quick before we make my user an admin so that he can access the admin interface. When you run migrations, they sit in your database migrate file. So all of the past migrations are here too. I can run a command Rails db migrate status, and that actually shows us all of the migrations and whether they've been run or not. With migrations in Rails, there's two modes. There's up and there's down. If it says up, that means it's been run. If it says down, it means it's still waiting to be run. And down basically means it hasn't changed the database yet. It's sitting there, it's waiting for you to run it, and then it's going to change the database. But you may run into problems because let's say I just ran this migration, and so I added the admin Boolean to my users. In migrations, they're written in a way like this, where there's one function, change, that says add column, and then you can actually reverse this if you wanted to. So I could do Rails db rollback, and this is actually going to undo the change that I just made. It's going to get rid of that Boolean table from my users, that Boolean column. So if I open up my schema, I see that it's gone. And Rails is smart enough with something like this to know how to undo that. Now if I do Rails db migrate status, I'll see that I have two migrations with an up status and one with a down status. So this is cool. This actually allows you to undo any changes that you make. And now I can, if I accidentally, like let's say I forgot to put the default of false on this and I ran it and I said, damn, I wanted to add that in. You can roll back and then you can change it and then you can migrate it again. The problem is, of course, if you have put some fields in here already, it'll actually it'll delete all of them. Like this just drops that entire column. Doesn't matter if there's any data in it. So now I can do Rails DB migrate again, and it brings it back in. So you might run into this problem, just giving you a heads up, where you ran a migration, and then you realize you actually didn't want to do it, and you accidentally delete the file. Like you delete this migration. That's bad. And it's bad because it's already been run. So just deleting the migration after the fact doesn't change the database. But because it's missing, you can't roll it back anymore because Rails doesn't know how to do that. So I just want to give you a heads up that that kind of thing happens. And it's unfortunate. And the way you could deal with it, I'll show you basically in this video. Like now I have my all migrations run. Let's say I accidentally deleted this file. Uh-oh. Well, now if I do Rails DB migrate status, it's going to show me that I have one missing. And if I tried to do Rails DB rollback, it's probably going to say can't roll it back because it doesn't have that file anymore. Yeah, or it's just going to say nothing, but it didn't actually remove the column. So what do I do now? Here's a quick just technique that I've learned. If you ever just need to reset your database to the beginning, and this is going to suck because it does delete the data in the database, but if you have migrations missing, there's a bunch of ways of dealing with it, but unfortunately this is probably the easiest one. Either just be really careful, don't delete migrations, ideally. This happens sometimes if you do Rails like destroy a model or something like that after you've run it. You forget to roll it back before you destroy it. But if you ever just kind of need to start over, you can run this command. Rails DB drop, that'll actually delete your database. Rails DB create, that'll create a new one. And DB migrate, and that'll run all the migrations you currently have. So if I run this now, it's going to basically delete and reset my database. Okay. And then it ran both my migrations. Now if I do Rails DB migrate status, I'll see that it's just 2 migrations, both of which have been run. They're both in there. I don't have my admin boolean, so I can now recreate that with Rails generate migration add admin to users. I forgot the capital T, to users, boolean, nope, admin boolean, creating my migration again. And I wanted to add default true. One of the reasons why this is necessary is because each migration has a special ID, which is created randomly here. And it's basically this number at the beginning of a file, which is just a random combination. It has like the current date and time. So every time you run a migration, you create one, it'll have a new number. One of the ways of dealing with missing migrations, by the way, is actually creating a new migration file with this number in the front of it and filling in the stuff that you needed to. But this is probably the easiest. Now I can run Rails DB migrate and I have my admin user field again. But of course, remember, if you do this, all of your users are going to be missing. So now I actually would have to go in and sign up again. So create my user. Of course, he can't access the admin section because he's not an admin. Destroy admin user session path. Well, that should have been updated here. I might need to restart my server to see that change. That's something that should have been updated when I changed the initializer here, which was this. Okay. So here's my user, but they're not an admin, so this actually shouldn't be showing that user properly. Oh, yeah, I know what I did. Haha, I accidentally defaulted true. So now all of my users are admins. Here's a perfect example of doing a Rails DB rollback. changing this to false. That was my mistake. And now Rails DB migrate. I just made all of my admins, all my users admins by accident. And now it should be not authorized. So I just showed you a few complicated things for how you can deal with database problems. There should be in the lesson notes below. Just keep it in mind if you ever run into migration issues. And just be careful before you delete migrations to make sure you've rolled them back. Just a note of caution. OK, next video, I'll show you how to turn your user into an admin. So I have my user at example.com with the email. How do I turn this guy into an admin? I know there's a field on him named admin, but it's set to false by default. So I'm going to show you something called the Rails console. Basically, if you open your command line and you type Rails console, this opens up a prompt. This opens up a new area where you can type in Rails code. And in here, you can actually kind of bypass a lot of this stuff and change users directly. Now, I'm going to show you kind of for the first time how you can really interact with models to get things out of your database. So what are some things you could do in the console? Well, I can call my user model by running user with a capital U, and I can do .all. And this actually will get all of the users out of our database and return it to us as a list. And in this case, there's actually only one user in our database. But if I, for example, logged out and I signed up again, and I created another user, Matan at onemonth.com, signed up. Well, now if I run user.all, I actually see two in here. There's the first user, there's the second user. And you notice on both of them, admin false. Cool. What else can I do? Well, I can get the user.first, and that actually just pulls out the first user. I can do user.last, and that pulls out the last user of the two. I can find specifically by something like an email, user.find_by, and then here I actually pass through an argument into parentheses, email, and then in quotes the email, user@example.com, and close quotes and close parentheses. So that'll find a user by their email address, or you can find it by an ID or whatever else you want. Those are going to be the more convenient ones that you use. So that's how you would look something up. So let's look up the user that I want to make an admin user. I'll actually do that with my my second one that I just created. So I'll do user.find by email, but actually I want to set this equal to a variable so that I actually can do stuff with it. User equals, and that's lowercase u. Now this is uppercase, user.find by email matan@onemonth.com. So what this is going to do is it pulls out my user, but now I have this user variable available that I can run stuff on. Okay, because this is going to be necessary to change the user. I can do other stuff in here, and specifically what I'm going to do, if I wanted to get like the user's email, I would do user.email, and that gives me the email, or user.id, user.createdAt, user.admin, false. Now I can also override these. I can do user.admin equals true. And if I check the user, I see admin's true. However, it hasn't been saved yet. None of these changes actually go into our database until I run user.save. So if I changed my email or stuff like that, just know that until I run save, it won't happen. But when you do run save, you'll see begin transaction. This is actually running SQL code to update the user. Commit transaction, true. Rails will return true if you save a user and it works. So now, a good way to actually check to make sure this worked is if you type up enough times to go back to the original find, it'll pull it out of your database again. And when it pulls it out of your database, it pulls the most updated thing. So now admin is true. And if I'm logged in as the right user, now I can go to the admin section. And I actually should see that there's an admin column because this automatically updates based on all the fields on my user. And I see that I have admin set to true for Matan, but not set to true for the other user, the second user. We're going to interact a lot more with with models and stuff like this, but we're mostly going to do it inside of our controllers, which is where most of this code will actually go. We just had to do this inside of the console here because that was the only way to actually make a user an admin for the first time ever. So just know that if you ever really need to make changes to like a user or something and you want to bypass all of like the Rails stuff, you can do it by opening up the Rails console and you just make your changes in here. You can also close this by doing, I think it's Control D. Control D closes the Rails console, and now I'm back at my command line, and I'll run clear and just clear it all out. I just created my first admin. Okay, we just covered a lot, so let me actually give you a quick recap of all of the things we did in ActiveAdmin so you can actually see how they worked. The first thing we did was we customized the ActiveAdmin initializer. And what we did was we set an authorization adapter. So this basically automatically calls a special method before all controller actions to ensure that the user is trying to access it has the rights to do it. So we set this, and then this we actually named here, and we created that inside of our app models in a file called admin authorization. And this could have been called anything. You know, we could have named this whatever as long as we updated the name inside of the other file. So what it's doing is it's calling the special method authorized ? I got this from inside of the ActiveAdmin documentation, and this is actually the action that's being run, and I don't even know what subject is, honestly, but we're not using these, so don't worry about it. But what it's doing is it's checking, is there a user, are they currently logged in, and are they an admin? Okay, so what this is doing is it's accessing the current user. Now, how does it know who the user is? Well, Devise gave us a current user method that we can call anywhere, and we're going to be doing that shortly. Anywhere where you're logged in. And in ActiveAdmin, we customize that right here on line 89. Current user method is current user. Cool. Now, if this thing returns true, it's going to say go ahead. If it returns false, it's because either there isn't a user or the user is not an admin, in which case, what happens? Well, we're telling it on unauthorized access, run a special method. And we're calling it access denied. And it actually says here, if you read it, you can specify a method to be called on unauthorized access. This is necessary in order to prevent a redirect loop. If we didn't do this, if we tried to access this page, we'd get an error, and it would just kind of redirect over and over and over again. So we call this, and it says, method provided here should be defined in applicationcontroller.rb, which we did. Remember, go back to applicationcontroller.rb. We define the access denied method. It's going to get an exception, and then we're redirecting to the root path with that exception message as the alert. So that's why when someone tries to get here and they can't access it, they'll get that alert message on that root path. So a lot of stuff happened, and in case you're curious, the other two changes we made, which were the logout link path and the logout link method, that was all about this link in the top right. That's where it sends the user. So if you had the other one, destroy admin user session path, which this was by default, that actually is not a path. This is the special path that Devise created for us. So now that exists, and then remember, we actually have to call not a GET request, but a delete request on that logout link, and so that's what we customized here. So there's a lot of other things you can do. You can disable comments, for example, on ActiveAdmin, which would mean that if you went to a user, you wouldn't have the ability to comment out here, and you wouldn't have that at the top. That's something you might want to do. You can customize, how the menu looks. You can customize the formatting, the favicon, meta tags, all sorts of things, style sheets, things that I highly recommend you check out at some point. But for right now, I think that's good enough. And I do want to show you in the next video, which I'll show you how you can change, edit a user. Because right now, if I click edit on a user, I'm going to get all of these fields, and you probably don't want someone, even your admins, to be able to edit users' passwords or these kind of things. So what if we just wanted to edit their email and whether they were an admin? I'll show you how to do that in the next video. So like I mentioned, there's a bunch of ways to customize ActiveAdmin. I'm going to only show you one thing, which is changing the edit view for an object so that we can edit our users. And now that I have one admin, you can set other people as the admins. You can find out most of this in the active admin documentation by going into stuff like customizing the index page, which will show you how to customize what shows up here. This is called the index page because it's an index of all of your users. Or editing the form. You have show pages, sidebars and stuff. The forms, that's what we're going to be customizing. And here's how we do that. Let's close out all of these other guys for now because they're just distracting us. You can open up your app admin user, and it doesn't have anything in here. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to basically customize the form. And the way you do that is with form do f, and we'll end that because we opened up a block in Ruby, so we have to end the block. And now I have, this is called a form object, so I have that available in here. So first f.semantic errors, that's going to be the error messages in case you try to save a user but you can't in a certain way. f.inputs do, let's close that block before we forget. And then now I'm just customizing which input I want. So I just want to be able to edit the user's email, and I want to be able to edit whether they're an admin or not. And then outside of this f.inputs do block, I do an f.actions. And that's going to actually allow me to, if I go try to edit a user, you'll see now that the form only has two fields, the email and the admin. It's not going to work right now. So like, let's say I wanted to take the second user and also make them an admin. I'm going to get an error called forbidden attributes error. And this is actually a Rails security feature, which says that you can't update anything about any user. Otherwise, other users could theoretically go in and update whether someone's an admin. You actually have to control who can update what about who. So we do that with this thing on the top here, permitted parameters. And this actually lets you indicate what admin users should be able to customize. So you can actually, I'll just put it down here right above the form, but it's going to take on a form a lot like this. And it's going to look like permit params email admin. So now I'm saying that admin users can basically edit other people's emails and whether they're an admin or not. So now if I save this, I can go back and update my user, and now I have an admin user. So I can see here, now my user is an admin, and I could uncheck that and make them not an admin user. So for example, if I added like a name field to users, and I wanted admin users to be able to edit a user's name, I might add a new line in here like f input name, but then also remember I'd have to add that up here as a parameter that people would have to edit. This won't work for right now because users don't have names, but you could go through the exact same steps that we did for admin to add a name to a user. You could, of course, show a limited number of fields here on the index, for example. I'll show you really quickly how you can do that. Index page, it's fairly simple. It looks something like this. So index do, is this multiple? Yeah, let's see. If we only wanted to see a user's ID, email, and let's say whether they're an admin, I could put that underneath here at the bottom. Do the tabbing properly. But here I'm actually updating. I want to have different column names. So I want to have an email column, and I want to have a column for whether they're an admin. Let's see if that works. Yep, I've just limited my index here, so it's just email, admin, and now I have view, edit, delete. So I just customized two of the views here. Of course, new user is not going to work because a user probably needs to have a password. So I'm sure if I created this right now, it'll say email can't be blank. And even if this was, testuser@example.com, it'll probably say password can't be blank. Yeah, we're not even getting the error, but right now we don't have a password field. So there's ways of doing that, but for now, don't worry too much about that. We really don't want to dive too much into just like the admin section. Let's get to the actual good stuff of Rails. But before we do that, of course, git add a, git commit m, add admin interface. Cool. And if you want to, go ahead and push this up to GitHub. Push it up to Heroku. Just make sure that's all working properly. And remember, when you push it up to Heroku, you have a new migration. So you're going to have to run the new migration on Heroku as well. Otherwise, you're going to run into an error. Of course, this can take a while. As you build your app, it takes longer and longer each time. Heroku open. Now I didn't run my migration, so I'm expecting I'll run into some sort of error here. You may not see it right away. Yeah, so I see, we're sorry something went wrong. So you'd actually have to go in and you would have to do Heroku run Rails DB migrate to run the migrations. And then remember, your database on Heroku is different from your database on your computer. So even if you have a user, you're still going to have to go in and you're going to have to make them an admin. So right now, I'm not authorized to perform it. How do I do that? Well, I can do the same thing, except it's Heroku run Rails console. And now I'm running the command Rails console, but on Heroku. It takes a little while to get started. So remember, I could do user.all and see all my users. Ooh, there's a bunch of you guys who set up accounts on my app. Interesting. So here's another example of, did I create a user, find by email, matan@onemonth.com? Nope. But let me create that guy just so that he's going to be the admin. So now I can find him. User equals user.find by email, because I need to actually have a variable in order to make him an admin. User.admin is false, so I can set that equal to true. And then I do user.save. And now my new account should have access to the admin interface. I could see all of the new users that got created in my class. Check you guys out. Cool. All right, let's get to building the fun stuff in Rails. Okay, so we've finally come to the point where we're going to start creating our own resources inside of our Rails application. And what I mean by resources is a thing that users can create in your application, whether it's a tweet or a post or a pin or a comment or whatever. We call these things resources in Rails, and what a resource means and why we call it that should start to become more obvious over the course of the next 2 weeks. Now, we've already created resources in our applications, technically, when we created users. But in those cases, it was all these gems we were using that were doing it for us. So we may not really have understood what was happening behind the scenes. But it's time to now dive deeper into Rails and actually get a sense of what's happening, how controllers, models, and views are working, and what you actually put inside of each. Now, it'll be probably a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot that you're going to learn over the next few days and next 2 weeks. So stick with me and, let's get through this together. The first thing that you guys should know about as a resource is the Rails guides, which actually are at guides.rubyonrails.org, have a lot that you can use to explore basically all different parts of Rails and digging deeper. And I highly recommend that if you're ever curious about working with JavaScript in Rails, or the asset pipeline, or models, or command line tools, all of this stuff. And in particular, what I have open here is the Rails command line. And you can even check the basic ones that we've done so far, like Rails server, Rails new. These are all the commands in the command line that start with Rails. And in Rails generate, you can see how Rails generate typically works. So you can generate a controller like we did. They show you running bin/Rails, but you can just do Rails for short. We've done a controller. This time around, we're going to generate something called a scaffold. So you can check out this section about setting up a scaffold. Here it says a scaffold in Rails is a full set of models, database migrations for the model, a controller to manipulate it, and views to view and manipulate the data, and a test suite. We won't be using the test suite, but it'll still create that automatically for us. And it gives an example of setting up a resource, there's that word again, called HighScore to keep track of the highest scores on video games we play. So they run the command Rails generate scaffold HighScore, and then game:string score:integer. We're not going to be doing HighScore, but we will be creating our own resource using a very similar formula that they have here. So we'll follow along with me in the meanwhile. Make sure you're in the right place inside of that main folder. And we're going to create a scaffold. So first, I'll show you how you would do this with a tweet resource, which is basically, like we're building Twitter. I would run Rails generate scaffold, and I'm going to use the same formatting that I have here. This is singular, so not high scores, but HighScore, and it's capital letters at the beginning. So I'll just call it a tweet. The pluralization matters and capitalization matters. That's just something to get used to when you're coding, to just try to make sure it's exactly right. Otherwise, you may end up with slight differences, and things will break without you realizing it. And now, after creating this, you can basically pass through a list of things that your resource has. Think of this as properties of a resource. So what is it on a tweet? If you have a tweet, what kind of things does it have? If this is like, as our user, we had a user has an email, a user has a password. Imagine humans have properties. So humans have a height, have a gender, have a weight, have all of these things. What does a tweet have? This is one of those areas where you really sometimes have to sit and think a little bit about what resources you need to have inside of your application to create what you're trying to create. And it may not be super obvious at first. Sometimes it's even something you have to think about with other people. We can get more into that in a little bit as we start to create more resources that interact with each other. But I'll tell you in this case, what we want is it has a user. So every tweet has a user associated with it. And the way that you do this in Rails is it's user::references. This is actually new in Rails, and this allows you to basically say, what this will actually do is it'll set a user ID on the tweet, and that user ID will match the user's ID. So ID, every object in Rails and in your database will have an ID column that gets created automatically. Usually starts at 1 and then just goes up by 1 every time. You cannot have two things with the same ID in your database. And when you say that this user has these tweets or vice versa, it's usually the ID that we use to identify them. So it's not the user, we don't identify them by email or by name, but by their ID. And the reason for that is it's the only thing we can really guarantee is unique to that user or to that tweet. There may be other people with the same email or name or something like that, but IDs are very safe and that they're meant for this purpose. So a tweet has a user, and let's also say it has content. Like this is the actual text of the tweet, and you put a colon there and text. So this should be enough. I'm going to add another option here with the space -- skip -style sheets. Because by default, a Rails generator actually generates a scaffold style sheet, which it shows you here. and we don't want that. We already have our styles and stuff set up, so we're fine with this. It's okay if you don't do this, you can just delete that, but this should be good for now. So copy along with this, even if you're not building, you know, the Twitter kind of application. We're gonna now go through and unpack it even further. So a few things were created, but primarily there was a migration that we created. That's actually going to insert tweets into the database when we run it so that we can save our tweets in the database. We created a model. Let's actually take a look at these files inside of Sublime Text. Okay, so here's the migration is in database. Created a tweet, so this will create a table of tweets. It'll reference a user, foreign key, true. That just means that it uses the user ID from the user table. And it has text and content. It also will automatically add these timestamps to our tweet. Actually, if you look, almost everything you create will have timestamps attached to it at the end. And what timestamps are, this is a nice Rails feature, that every time you create a new thing, will save when it was created and when it was updated last. So those things will automatically get put in there for you, which is actually very useful because you can see, you know, when the last time someone updated a tweet or updated a profile or something like that was. Okay, so we got that. We created a model inside of app models. And this is not the user, the tweet model. It has a line here, belongs to user. So this is actually, in Rails, you have lines inside your models that show how things relate to each other. Now there's nothing inside of our user yet, but we'll end up having to put something in here that basically indicates that a user can have many tweets and that a tweet belongs to a user. And so that's the nature of the relationship. That will actually allow us to go from the tweet to the user and vice versa. If we have them, if we've pulled a tweet out of our database, we can find who is the user that created that tweet, basically. That's what this does. But besides that, this is a very simple object so far. We also created, the tests. We won't worry about that. A new route was added to our route file, which is in config, routes. So there's a line called resources tweets. This line actually sets up a whole bunch of routes for us. It sets up 7, I think. There's always going to be 7. Remember the number 7? It's going to come in. It's going to be pretty important in a second. Created a bunch of views and a controller. So in the controller, there's a bunch of actions here. We have an index action, a show action, a new action, an edit, create, update, destroy. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's that magic number again. There are also 2 private functions defined at the bottom. Private is kind of special in Ruby and in Rails. These things basically can't be accessed outside of this file, but everything above it can be accessed outside of the file. The private ones are only to be used inside of this file, basically. And we'll go a little deeper into what's going on here, and we'll actually simplify this a little bit. And lastly, created a bunch of views for us. So inside of the tweets views, we see there's these HTML files. We also have these JSON files, which we haven't seen before. We have a show, a new, an index, an edit, tweet, underscore form. And then there's a few other things as well. Tweets helper, JBuilder, CoffeeScript, Sass file got created. But let's go ahead and run the Rails server and really just see for ourselves what happened. Actually, we forgot to run the migration. We have a new migration we forgot to run, and it'll actually tell us migrations are pending. To resolve the issue, run Rails, bin Rails db migrate, but we can just run Rails db migrate. So let me just shut that down with Control-C and then run Rails db migrate. That'll run our migration, and it'll add tweets into our database, basically. Okay, so we have them in there. I could also double check inside of db schema. And now we see that my schema basically this kind of maps out my database and the current status. We now have tweets and we have users. Tweets has a user ID. That's how it's going to know who the user is. Text of the content, and these are the timestamps, created at and updated at. We also have an index on user ID. Indexes are basically just when you're doing a lookup through one of these columns, you put an index on that column because it makes it happen faster. So anytime you are almost always going to be pulling out a tweet based on the user's ID, this index basically just makes that lookup a ton faster. So if you have a lot of things going on, indexes are important, but it's not something you have to worry about for now. So I got this running, and now I'll run the Rails server. And I can go back to my application. So it doesn't look like much changed. I'm already logged in. However, if I go to /tweets, I now have this new view. Now I don't see much here, but I see tweets, user, content, and I can click new tweet. And basically there's this form here. Now it's not very nicely styled, of course. But here, this is where the user's ID would go, and this is where the content of the tweet would go. So if I did, user ID 1, content, this is a tweet, and then create tweet. Now I have a tweet created. What I'm actually looking at is that tweet right now. You see the URL is tweets/1. This is actually the ID of that tweet that was just created. It was the first one. Now I can either click edit to edit it, click show to go back, or go back to the list, and now I have a list of tweets, which is pretty cool. I mean, the scaffold basically created all of this stuff for us, and what we'll want to do is go in and customize it and actually get it to work the way that we want it to work. But we really need to understand exactly how it's working first. I have to teach you about something called resources in Rails and just get you to understand it a little bit better, because it's going to be essential to building anything inside of any Rails application. So most things in your apps are resources. I'll give you some example. Users, tweets, comments, photos, stories, pins, Uber drivers, passengers, pickups, really anything. What is a resource? What makes something a resource is anything that you can perform the 4 major CRUD actions on, or a subset of them. The 4 major CRUD actions are create, read, update, and delete. Now it's important, repeat those 4 things to yourself over and over again until you really internalize them. Create, read, update, delete. Create, read, update, delete. Basically, the 4 things that you need to be able to do to anything in a database, or that you need to be able to do. Imagine you have an Excel sheet and it's got your, your columns and your headlines, and you need to be able to add a new row. You need to be able to look at it to actually get the information from the row. You need to be able to change the information in that row, and you need to be able to delete that row. Those are 4 major actions. And if you can do those 4 things on something, it's a resource. Some resources only need a subset of those things, so maybe just creating and deleting. But I'll give you an example. Think of logging into a website as a resource. The resource is actually a session, and a session is what gets created when you log in. So logging in is creating a session. Now, a session really is actually just a cookie on your computer that identifies the user. So a session has a user on it. It also has a little bit of extra info that they might need to remember about you or says something about who you are. And logging out is just deleting a session. Okay, so remember the 2 of the 4 we have there, creating, deleting. We've already talked about users as a resource. You can create one, you can read one, which would basically be like looking at their profile page. You can edit a user, although only users should be able to edit their own profiles, but that's still editing nonetheless. There's just a limited subset of people who are allowed to do that editing. And you can delete a user, or at least a user can delete their own user. What about following as a resource? Yeah, I know. I mean, it gets crazy because you think create, read, update, destroy. There must be more than those 4 things, but you can really use those 4 things as a way of basically almost being able to do everything. Following a user in most apps is really just, there's a resource called a user follow, right? It seems weird. A user follow has basically two properties: the user that is being followed and the user that is doing the following. Just like a user has a name or an email. Those two things are just have IDs on them. And when you follow someone, you're just creating a new user follow with your ID as the follower and the other person's ID as the person being followed. And if you unfollow someone, you're deleting that user follow. So this is really what's happening behind the scenes inside of most applications. It's just performing a series of CRUD actions. And these resources are related to each other. And that's what our models are going to help us do. They're going to help us understand that a user can have many user follows, which is basically the people that are following them or the people that they're following. A user can have a login session. A user can have pictures. A user can have stories. You can think of votes as a resource. When you vote on a story on Reddit, when you click upvote, you're really creating an upvote that has you as a property and it has the story as a property. And that's how it's linking the two. So how does resources and MVC come together? MVC is the framework that Rails uses. Now, I've mentioned to you this many times in the past. Rails has models, views, and controllers. So if we go back to that model, that example, rather, that I showed you where you have your web pages, your database, and the rules in between, well, the web pages are the view, the rules are the controller, and the model is basically the database, right? That's how I explained it initially. But that's not a full enough picture for us to really understand how we have to build this stuff ourselves. So let's go a little deeper. Let's peel back one layer. Here's how it really works. You have a user, and they're interacting with your routes, and that's sending you to a controller, which is then getting data from the model, and then the controller gets the view involved, and then gives it back to the user. So it really goes like this. Number one, the user goes to a website through the URL, hits the routes file. The routes file then determines which controller needs to be called, because you're going to have many controllers. All of that depends on what resource as a user you're trying to get to. That's number two. And then the controller needs to figure out what stuff to get out of the database. So step number 3 happens here. And then the database, the model, gives information back to the controller. That's number 4. Number 5, the controller gives that information to the view, which then pretties it up and basically puts it into HTML. The view gives the HTML code back to the controller, and then the controller just passes that at the end of the day back to the user. So it's these 7 steps here, right? These 7 magical steps. All of this is happening every time you visit a website. So the path, the actual files that it goes to, depends on the resource. So in our example, we created a tweet. So it's going to our routes.rb file. We've seen that one before, which will then pass it to the tweets controller. And it knows this because of the website a user goes to. So let's say the user makes a GET request to tweet/1, or actually it should be tweets/1 there. Well, the route file, the routes.rb, is going to interpret that, and it's going to basically say, okay, this needs to go to the tweets show action, because the user wants to see a particular tweet, and that's what the show action does. We'll get to that in a second. So the routes file basically says, now go to the tweet controller and invoke the show action there. And the tweets controller says, all right, in order to show a tweet, I need to get that from the database. So it runs this command, tweet.find params ID. It passes the ID that the user initially gave when it went to get tweets/1. That 1 is the ID. So the controller gives that to the model, which is called tweet.rb. And then the model gives that tweet back through this variable. The variable here is called @tweet. And so the tweets controller has the variable @tweet, and it gives it to the tweets show view, because remember that's the action that initially got called. And then the tweet show view will basically create the HTML with that tweet and gives that back to the user. All right, a lot's going on, and this is going to take a little bit of practice to really get a hang of. Well, we're going to have to go through it a few times. But if it's even starting to make a little bit of sense, that should be good. If kind of common sense kicks in here, you understand what's going on, that's okay for now. Now I want to talk about the 7 controller actions. To do CRUD, you need 7 controller actions. Now, why? Didn't I say that CRUD was just 4 things? Create, read, update, delete? That's true, but now I'm going to show you why 7 controller actions need to be involved in all of that. You've got index, show, new, edit, create, update, and destroy. You don't need to memorize all of these, by the way. CRUD, the 4, pretty useful to memorize, but these 7 you don't need to memorize. But I'm going to show them to you now, and I'll walk you through each one. Your index. This is where you see all of the tweets. This is basically a page that shows you, every tweet, or every user, or every whatever. It's a list. Your show. This shows you a specific tweet. The new. This actually gives you a form where you can create a new tweet. And the edit. This gives you a form where you can edit a tweet. So these ones, the ones on the left I just showed you, these do what's called rendering views. They actually have a view associated with them. However, the 3 on the right don't. So what do they actually do? Well, they live in between those other ones. So when you go to create a new tweet, you're calling the new action, which basically loads the page, which shows a form and you're putting in information. And what happens when you click create tweet is that you're actually going to the create action, which is saving the tweet in the database. And once that's done, it doesn't create its own page, it just forwards to the show action, which then shows the tweet, right? So the create is kind of in between. The create is what happens after new. The same is true for edit. When you edit a tweet and you click update tweet, it actually goes to the update action. And then once that has successfully saved, it renders your show. Now, mind you, for both of these, if the create or the update fails, it actually reloads the page before with error messages. So this action in between does a little bit more in terms of logic to figure out what the next page is to show, but I'm showing you the ideal version, in which case everything works. And the last one, the destroy that I mentioned, let's say you click destroy a tweet on the index page, you'll get this little pop-up that says, are you sure? Okay, yes. And when you click OK, it loads the destroy action, which deletes the tweet. And then after that, it sends you back to the index page with a little message that says the tweet was successfully destroyed. Okay? So that was a lot. And that understanding we'll have to have in order to now go in and start to mess with tweets so that we actually can get it to work the way we want it to work. So let's start with our tweets, and the first thing to explore is the beginning of that process, which is routes and URLs that are created. You notice that when we created our scaffold, we have tweets. We also, if we look at a tweet, it's tweets/1. If we, let's say, edit a tweet, it's tweets/1/edit. If you create a new tweet, it's tweets/new. Yeah, I believe those are the main new routes that are created. So where did those come from? Well, all of your routes are going to be in your routes.rb file. And this line 2 that was added when we created our scaffold, that basically created all these new routes. Now this line 2, it's actually a shortcut in Rails. So if you look up Rails routes resources, you can see what this will show you all the routing like that you can set up. You can see what the resources routes typically gives you. It actually shows you here the CRUD actions. Remember, resource photos. It gives you a list of 7 routes. So remember those 7. We have the photos, which is like the index, and these actually match up with controller actions. So you have the index, the new, create, show, edit, update, and destroy. And there are different HTTP verbs for each one. So there's actually 4 of them that render pages, remember? Those are the get ones. Those are the ones you can go to in your browser, /photos/new. The other 3, you can only trigger them using forms. So that's what forms allow you to do on a web page, is they let you trigger other special HTTP verbs such as post, delete, patch. This is basically at the root level and like the plumbing of how the internet works. You do those CRUD actions because they correspond with HTTP verbs. And there's 4 major ones. They're basically CRUD. Get is like read. Post would be, you can have, that's create, patch, or put. They're the same thing. That's update, and then delete. That's destroy or delete. So these are the paths that are created. And now note that there's this like special ID thing in here with a colon in front of it. That actually is going to end up being the number, the actual ID of the tweet. So those are the paths created. I can also check on this by opening up the console and doing Rails routes. And that shows us all the new paths that were created. Some of these paths come with basically helpers. Let's expand this a little bit. And here we go, the tweets, the prefix. So if I did tweets _ path, that would get me to the tweets index page. If I did new tweet _ path, that would get me to the tweets new page. Edit tweet _ path to the edit page, although in this one, I'd have to pass through the ID of the tweet that I want to edit so that it fills this in. And the same for the show, just tweet path, but I pass in the ID of that tweet. We'll end up using those in a bit. And it's the same thing here that it's showing you. Photos path returns photos, new photos path returns photos/new, edit photo path with the ID returns this. So for example, edit photo path 10 returns photos/10/edit, or photo path ID returns photos/ID. For example, photos path 10 returns photos 10. Okay, so this is how we're going to start letting people basically navigate around our resource inside of our app. Next, let's explore the controller that was created when we built our scaffold, the tweets controller. There's a lot going on in here, and to be honest, some of it is overcomplicated for what we need to get into, because the way that Rails sets up controllers by default lets it do a lot. So with each one of these, we're actually going to simplify this a little bit. If you you probably won't be able to tell this right now, but for each of these actions right now, Rails actually will return an HTML page or JSON. What it's basically doing is it's building an API. It's assuming that you will need to generate this as views or as an API. So I'll show you an example. If I go here, or if I add .json at the end, now I'm returning that tweet as a JSON string, which basically means like I can treat what I just set up as an API. I can also go to, back to tweets.json and just get the list as an API. But we don't need to worry about that, and it makes it a little more confusing. So we'll clean this up in about a second. But right now, this corresponds to the 7 major actions that I talked to you about. The index action, which basically gets all of your tweets. The show action. Now, it doesn't look like there's anything in here, but actually what's happening is on line 2, before action, set tweet. Only on show, edit, update, and destroy. There's a function at the bottom here called set tweet that actually gets run before all 4 of these major actions. And the reason it happens this way is because this set tweet basically just finds the tweet from the database from the ID, which is actually being passed through the URL right here. This 1 or 2 or 3. Of course, these won't work because it says could not find tweet with ID equals 2, right? I mean, that's literally what's happening is this number is then getting passed into this set tweet function, and it's trying to find one, but there is none with ID 2. And it turns out that it's the exact same thing for the show, edit, update and destroy action. But for now, let's get rid of this just so that it's clear what's actually happening, and we'll put it up into each of those actions. So copy this set tweet guy, and I'll paste it into show, and I'll paste it into edit, and update, and destroy. And now that it's in there, I can actually delete this entire function at the bottom, and I can also delete line 2. And I'm just doing this, I mean, the other way is actually technically a little nicer because it has less code and especially less duplication. But I think that as we're starting out, it makes more sense for everything to be much clearer, and so you can go into the show and you can actually see what's going on instead of having to remember that we find the tweet all the way at the bottom in a different function. So that's one thing that's simpler. Let's also get rid of all these lines that are like JSON, and I'm going to get rid of the JSON returns. You can follow along as I'm doing this, or you can just copy it from the lesson notes below and just paste in what I have. So I'm going to get rid of these respond to formats and this format.html. Okay, and do the same thing for the update. Get rid of this respond to block, tab this in, and get rid of this format.html part. Basically what this is doing is saying if they get it as HTML, do the top block part, otherwise do the JSON part, but we're getting rid of this JSON functionality right now. There we go. And this should work now. So let me just browse around and make sure that everything still looks like it's working fine. Cool. If it's not working for you, you can compare it to what I have below, or just, again, paste in what I've got. So I have my 7 major actions going on here, and let's walk through each one. My index action, that's what's happening when a user goes to tweets. They're hitting this. That's this get request to tweets. In my index action, I am interacting with the model. That's what this capital tweet is. Every time you see like a capital thing, like a tweet or a user, that's basically how you get things out of the database. So tweet.all will just pull all the tweets out of the database, and it sets it into this variable, tweets. And this variable will then be accessible to our view. So our view is going to be able to use these, as we'll see in a bit, to actually show all the tweets on this page. Now on the show page, show tweets 1, what I'm doing is I'm finding a particular tweet, and I'm using .find and just passing through that tweet. So that just returns 1 and sets that equal to the tweet variable for me to use on the corresponding page here. And by the way, it knows which page to load because it's the same name as the action. So on the index action, it's loading the index.html.erb. On the show action, it's loading the show.html.erb. In new, it's actually not finding a tweet, it's creating a new one. So tweet.new will actually create a new tweet and set it equal to this variable so that in the form we can assign things to it, so that when you submit the form, which is going to go to this create action, let's skip edit for now, go to create, it's going to create the new tweet with the basically updated stuff that the user typed in, set that to tweet. If tweet.save succeeds, that's what this is doing. It tries tweet.save. There's a number of reasons why a save might fail, like let's say a tweet can only have less than 140 characters. If you do more than that, it might, instead of saving it, say, hey, too many characters here, right? That's an example of something. And you can actually set these things on your own. They're called validations. But that's what this check is doing. If the tweet saves, then redirect to tweet. This is actually redirecting to the show page for that tweet. This is kind of shorthand for that, but it works in Rails, with a notice that says tweet was successfully created. Otherwise, render the new action again, and it's actually going to render it with error messages. So this create happens after the new. That would be basically, if I go back to new, this is the new page with this sort of empty tweet in there. And then if I try to put something in, like let's say I forget to put in, a user ID, new tweet. Well, if I do this, if I click create, it's going to go to the create action. It'll try to save it. It won't save. Oh, it will save. So you can save a tweet with no user. Interesting. What about saving with user ID 100? Well, I guess that works. So in all cases, right now, it's still rendering, this newly created tweet. Then there's the edit page, which is if I go to edit for a tweet, that's basically loading this. It's finding it by the ID, so I can edit this. I can also, if I just replaced this number 1 with 2, well now the other one wasn't 2, it was 3, because I believe I deleted a tweet before that I had created. So if you delete one, the ID never comes back. If you delete number 2 and then create a new one, it just skips that to number 3. And databases remember this kind of thing. So that's kind of interesting to note, right? If I click this, I see 3. And then when I actually click edit, it calls the update, which works a lot like the create. It finds the tweet by the ID. It updates it with the parameters the user gave in, and then it redirects back to the tweet if it's successful. And then the destroy works by just, you click destroy. Here's this little pop-up. And if you successfully destroy it, what happens is it finds the tweet based on the ID that you created. It runs destroy, and then redirects to the tweet's URL with this notice. The one final thing to note, there's this private function at the bottom called tweet params. We actually refer to this a few times up here and in update. This is basically Rails' way of doing a little bit of security checking. So down here, you can actually specify which things a user is allowed to edit about tweets in general. So for example, user ID, that's not something we're typically going to want people to be able to edit. Even with their own tweets, they don't want to be able to assign that tweet to someone else. So if you remove this, well then, if I tried to go in and edit something and change the user, it won't allow you to change it. So we'll say it'll pull anything that they tried to change about it out. So, right, notice that if I do changed tweet, it updates it, but it doesn't reassign the user, because I basically permitted that out. So what this is doing essentially is it's saying the required tweet, that just means a tweet actually has to be there. And if we only permit the content to be changed, then it strips all the other ones out of it. So we have a little bit of a simpler controller here, although we'll end up having to do a few more changes to this, because basically we don't want people to be able to edit the user ID. We'll want that to be saved automatically based on who's creating the tweet, and that we'll do inside of the controller later on. But first, let's go check out the views next. Okay, the last area we're going to explore about the scaffolds we created were the views, which are under app views tweets. Now, it created a bunch of these by default, and a few of them we won't actually need. So right away, we can get rid of the show.json.builder, because we're not using the JSON stuff, the API thing. Remember, we deleted that from the controller. The index.json.builder, and this underscore tweet.json.jbuilder. So you should end up with these 4 files. You will probably recognize the show, new, index, and edit. The underscore form, this is new. This is called a partial. And this is actually something clever that Rails does to save you code duplication. So let's start with index, because that's where we kind of start off here, and it's the one that makes the most sense. This basically is, it's going to be our list of tweets. So this can be helpful to have the tweets controller open alongside as we're going through. And in fact, I'm going to put them into column view. show layouts columns 2, so I can see the tweets controller over here on the right. I'll zoom this over and just make sure that my face over here doesn't cover up too much of it. Remember, in the index view of the, and let's get rid of the bar just for now. In the index view, I'm pulling out all the tweets, and I'm calling it @tweets. Now in Rails, this is special. This is a variable with the @ sign in front of it. Means that you can access it inside of the view that has the same name as the action that got called. So the index view is the view that gets loaded. And so inside of here, I can actually use the @tweets. So what's happening is it's using tables. And tables are something you can do in HTML. And it's creating a table, and it's filling in basically a new row for each of the tweets. So in HTML, you create a table with table here, and you close it. And then this is how you set the head of the table. So that's the top part. And then in here, lines 15 to 23, this is where the magic happens. This is Ruby code. So remember, this opens up Ruby. And in here, we're doing @tweets. This is the variable we got here, .each do tweet. And then we're basically going through this list of tweets. And for each one of them, we're putting in this little bit of HTML. So if I actually go into here and I do click view page source and scroll down to the bottom till you get to the table, look at this table head. That's exactly the same as up here. User, content, column span 3, and then here, tbody, tweets.each do. Okay, so I have one of these. I have a table, this stands for table row, and then td, this is the tweets user. So this actually is giving us the user for that tweet. And then the second is the tweet's content, so change tweet. And then the third is a link to, it's a link to the show path for that tweet. The fourth is a link to the edit path. Edit tweet path, and this fifth is a link to the destroy path, although method is delete, because destroy, it's going to go straight to the destroy action in the controller, and you can't call that with a GET request. So it's doing that little JavaScript hack. Another thing to note here is when we link to the tweet, if we just put the tweet in like this, this is actually a shortcut for tweet path, and then you pass through that tweet like this. So that's kind of just Rails shorthand. You can just put in the actual object in a link, and it usually defaults to the show path for that tweet. And it's only doing this once here because there's only one tweet, but you'll notice if I create a new one, another tweet. Although, of course, the user wasn't set here because I updated the tweet params so that couldn't add a user. But now, if I right-click and do view page source and scroll down, I actually have two sets of these. And that's because we did that here. This is a loop. Literally everything inside of here will get called for each thing inside of this set of tweets. And this is Ruby code, fundamentally. So inside of here, inside of this loop, tweet is what we're calling each individual tweets, which is why this has the @ sign in front of it. But once you open up the loop, you call it tweet, and then inside of here, you don't need to use the @ sign anymore. This is a singular tweet, note, whereas this is plural. Okay, and then at the link to the bottom, we have new tweet path. I can do a little bit of styling here. If you look up Bootstrap for tables to make this look a little better, the easiest thing to do is you just basically add table class equals table. If I refresh this, you see it already formatted a lot easier. Also, you can just use that div container. So first of all, we don't need this notice on top. We already have that notice will show up automatically because we have in our layouts here, we have this flash messages thing that we looped over. So that's already going to be at the top. And I can push this in by doing div class equals container, and then tabbing this entire thing in, and then closing the div at the end. So that's a Bootstrap thing that actually will push all this stuff inwards a little bit. It's still a little close to the top, but that's okay for now. You can mess with the Bootstrap table functionality, such as table inverse would make this inverted colors, or you can just label the table head a little differently. So you can give the table head class t-head inverse, and that makes just the top inverted. So you can play around with that if you want to change the way this table looks, or just not even show it as a table. We're going to have to change the formatting if we want it to really look like Twitter, for example. So that's the index view. Now what about the show view? Well, the show view is also pretty basic right now. We don't need this notice at the top, and for now all I'll do is just wrap this in a container class, just so that it's kind of not all the way pushed over there to the side. Okay, that looks a little better. Could still be improved, obviously. Now the new view, there's a lot we can do here, and this is where we get into some clever stuff. The new view and the edit view look very similar. So basically what Rails is realizing is that the form for both of them is almost the exact same thing. I mean, it is actually the exact same thing. So it's pulling out the form into what's called a partial. The partial, you can tell it's a partial because it has that little underscore, and it's rendering that inside of both of these. So that's line 3 and line 3 inside of edit and new. It's just rendering the same thing. What this is doing is it's passing through the @tweet that got pulled out here in new or edit. It's passing that through into the partial, and inside of the partial it's just referred to as tweet. So not @tweet because of how you pass it through like this. So the first one is what it'll be called inside of it. So we can wrap this in a div class container to have this whole thing in. That way this is indented a little bit. And I'll also update the form to use Bootstrap's form stylings, which is under components, forms. And it's basically, if you wrap each of these with a class form group, and then the text field, you add a form control class on. This is using what's called Rails form helpers. So this is not even HTML anymore, it's Rails now, but I can add a class to the text field like this. Class, what was it? Form control. I believe this should work. Let's see. Class form control. Okay, so these are, this is the typical Bootstrap things, and we want to update the button as well. And we do that kind of like this, I guess. Button type submit. So here, class button, button primary. So that won't work. Let's see how we can add a class to the Rails button. Rails submit class. Okay, so you have to add the name of the button. So or we'll call it submit. Okay, that kind of works. I think if we add, oh, we forgot to add a form group around this guy, which gives the space that we needed. Cool. Now the cool thing about this, based on how we did it, actually is that if I edit a tweet, it has the same layout, except that I need to wrap this with a div container as well. Cool. So now I've basically gone through and I've edited the show, edit, all of these views. And fundamentally, the major difference between resources in any kind of application is just how you display them. So you can imagine that, this page right here, if we just went to Twitter and we just looked at, for example, a particular tweet, let's see how they do this. Copy link to tweet. So they might call it a status or something like that, and this is essentially the ID. Now they're showing it like this by popping it up, but here's basically the tweet text, and then they show you the person who did it and when it was posted and all sorts of things. But it's basically the same as this. They just have more fields on the tweet, and then they styled it differently. So that's it for editing the view for now. Really quickly, a quick addendum. When we added this submit text to the button, it overrode it so that on both the edit and the new page, it comes across as submit. We actually, if you get rid of this and get rid of the comma and just do it this way, Rails has a little bit of magic. So it'll call it create tweet if it's on the new page. And if we're on the edit page, it'll change the button to update tweet, even though it's the same form, which is actually really cool. Rails is a little bit special like that, and so this is actually probably an easier way to do it if you get rid of that and just put the submit button this way. But either way works. It's just the other way, the text is submit, no matter what you do. Cool. Just the more you know. Let's talk about associating resources together. So far we have two resources. We have users and we have tweets. But in order for us to be able to build a real application, we're going to have to be able to link these things together so that a user has tweets and each tweet has a user that created it. This idea will then be used all over the place in your application. For any resource you have, it will be related to your other resources in some way. And there's a few special kinds of relationships that you can set up inside of a Rails application. You do this inside the model. So if you open up the tweet model, you can actually see that there's a line belongs to user. If you look up Rails associations, you can see the different kinds of associations that exist. There's belongs to and has many. Those are two of them. You can have has one, has many through, has and belongs to many. The ones that are going to be the most common for us are belongs to and has many. And it can be a little difficult to figure out which way it goes. But basically, right now, each tweet has one user associated with it. So it's impossible for a tweet to have, two users that created it. Each tweet just has one. So a tweet belongs to a user. Whereas a user can have many tweets. So we haven't added that line in here yet, but we have it in the tweet line. So it's we've defined this relationship in one direction so far, which means that we can get from the tweet to the user, but we can't get the other way around. Let me show you what I mean. I'm actually going to show you this inside the Rails console because we've opened this up before. It allows us to pull stuff out of the database and play around with it. So I'm going to run something a lot like I do inside my controller when I get a tweet, but I'm going to do at tweet equals tweet.first. Okay, so I've just got my first tweet, which is actually this. It's this one right here. That's the first one, right? Show tweets /1, and there's a user here. So if I do at tweet.user, now I get my user, and that's what this line allows us to do. Even though all that I've actually set up on my tweet is a user ID, content, created at, updated at, etc. I could do tweet.user ID, and that'll just return 1, which is the ID of the user. But in reality, it's much easier for me to do like tweet.user and pull out the entire user, right? But let's say, let me get this user here. User equals tweet.user. And I'm using the @ symbol for creating variables. In the Rails console, it doesn't really matter if you use @ or not. It's just something that we're going to end up doing inside of our controller so that we can access it in the view. So I'm doing it in here just to sort of work in the similar way. But right now I have user. I can't do user.tweets. That doesn't do anything yet, right? So how can I get from the user to the tweets? Well, that's where I add this line, 2 spaces, has many tweets. And I save that. And now I should be able to do that. Of course, I actually have to close down the Rails console with Control-D and then start it up again. Because every time you make a change to a model, it doesn't necessarily update in here. So let's imagine I get the user equals user.first. This is just pulling the first user out of the database. And now I can do user.tweets. And it actually gives me a list of the tweets. So now I have this relationship working both ways. I can get the user tweets, or I can find the tweet equals tweet.first, and I can get the tweets user. Okay. This is going to be really useful for us because we don't want someone to be able to enter in a random user ID. In fact, we want to create a tweet from the user that's currently logged in. And you can do that because now that the user has many tweets, I can also do, I believe it's user.build tweet. We'll try this, user.tweets.new. So this is how we'll go and actually start to create a new tweet, and you'll see it automatically sets the user ID to the user that we currently are creating it through. So in the next video, I'll show you how to do that so that we actually have it inside of the controller so that we can get rid of this field and just automatically, when someone creates a new tweet, it's going to be created associated with the user that's currently logged in. So now that I've created this relationship between users and tweets, a tweet belongs to a user has many tweets, I can go into the controller and instead of creating a new tweet through the tweet model, which will just create a totally empty one, I can use a very special function that basically Devise gives us, which is that instead of creating this, I'm going to do tweet equals current_user. Current_user is something I'm going to be able to use inside of my controllers and inside of my views, but not inside the model. So that's a little bit of a trick. My current user.tweets.new. And this is going to be the same thing, except the major difference is that when it creates the tweet, it's already going to have the user ID set to the current user's ID. So I can do that here. I'll also want to do it inside of my create. So instead of tweet new, it's current user.tweets.new. And I'll do it inside of update as well. So instead of tweet.find, it'll be current_user.tweets.find, and the same here. And this will actually ensure that a user can't update anyone else's tweets. And we'll do the same thing in destroy, current_user.tweets.find. So we're updating all of them except for show and index, because we do want other people to be able to see other people's tweets and also the list of all the other tweets. As a result, now if I'm logged in and I go to new tweet, you see that this already will be set. So I could do something like, hey there, new tweet is created. And that's my user. So in fact, now I actually don't even need to have the user ID inside of the form. I save that. So now if I create a new tweet, I just put in the content of tweet, and the user is automatically going to get set on it to me. Of course, I can change what's displayed here. So we can display the user's email, or we can display the user's whatever name, username. We don't have names or usernames right now, but that's It's actually a pretty easy update if you go into the view. Instead of just showing the entire user here, I can do tweet.user.email. So there's a little bit of a bug there. Basically, a few of them don't have users like this one, so that won't work right now, but I could delete that. Can't delete tweets that don't belong to me. Haha. Okay, so there's a problem now, which is that there's one tweet that doesn't have a user, and I can't delete it here because I updated the tweets controller, so I can only destroy my own tweets. So in order to delete that one, you'd actually have to go into the console to do it, or you'd have to change this back to what we had before, which is that you can delete basically any tweet, or you can go into the admin section and delete it as well. I'll leave it to you to figure out how to do that. Okay, so I ran into a bit of a problem before when I tried to show the user's email here, because I have the user and I should be able to do .email to pull out their email here. The problem was that this second tweet didn't have a user, which is probably wrong. I want to make sure that every tweet actually has a user. So if I try to do this, I get an error, and it says undefined method email for nil class. If you ever get an error like this, this is probably what's happening. It's going to tell you this line, it's trying to run email for nil class. What that means is that the thing you're trying to call the function on is empty. Nil stands for empty in Ruby. So the tweet's user is empty. How do you deal with this? Well, the first thing is making sure you never have tweets without users to begin with. So that's a problem. We created this tweet before we had the current user thing, and it somehow ended up being empty. So I'll show you first the kind of hacky, not so good way of dealing with this. But that's if you ever know that something might end up being blank, if instead of doing .email, you do try and then email like this, this will work. And it'll just return nothing for any object. It basically hides the exception. So this is showing the user's email here. So that's one way of doing it. But that's not the best way to do it. In my case, I actually could go, what I would recommend doing is going into the admin section and just updating that tweet. Or deleting all tweets that don't have any users. So that's another way of doing it. You could go into the Rails console and find that tweet and delete it. So I would show you how to do that here. Which one was it actually? It was tweet number, I think it was ID 3. So let's just guess that. Tweet.find3. No. 2, 4. Yeah, okay. So tweet number 4 has a user ID of nil. So I could delete that now with tweet.destroy, and that would delete it, and that would get rid of the problem. But you don't necessarily want to have to go into your console each time. So the easiest thing is to just add tweets to my admin dashboard. And in the admin dashboard, I'll be able to do all of that like editing and deletion and stuff like an admin user should be able to do. So all that you have to do to get tweets to show up in your admin dashboard too, so you can edit them, is run that. It's an active admin generate command. I believe it's Rails generate active admin resource, and then the name of the resource. So this is tweet. And really, this is just going to create a new file under app admin and call it tweet, and it's going to be empty anyway. So if you forget this line, all you have to do is kind of copy over another one, although you'll have to replace this. And here we have a tweet, so now if I refresh, I can see all my tweets. There we go. I can't see which one has no user on it, but if I go into it, I can do this, and there we go. I can just delete it from there. So now I go back to my tweets, and I can see that. So we're kind of replicating what we have here, but it makes sense to do this because you probably want to have a different level of accessibility inside of your admin as you want like out here. So out here, I actually may get rid of the edit and destroy views. I'll probably just show these to the user who actually, created it, which I can show you how to do in the next one. And then of course, remember that if you want the admin user to be able to edit, who the user is or the content of that thing, like this, you're going to have to permit the parameters that you want them to be able to edit. So maybe I can uncomment this line with command and then this question mark thing, or just add it at the bottom here. Permit params user and content. So now as an admin, I should be able to edit, there we go, the content of a particular tweet. So that's a little change that you probably want to be able to do. So yeah, next up, I'll show you how to get rid of these links so that you can only basically edit and delete it if it's your pin or if it's your tweet. So finally, I want to show you basically 3 different ways that you have to lock down your tweets or any of your resources so that other people can't mess with other people's tweets, and logged out people can't create a tweet or edit other people's tweets, for example. And then we can get to the end of the week and customizing this to however we want. So one problem so far is I'm logged in right now, and I can see links to edit other people's tweets, which is not good, or destroy. Even though they don't work, like this user example, I could click edit and I'm going to get an error, but I could still see the link. And also, I probably don't want to see an error. I probably just want to have a little message that says, sorry, you can't edit this person's tweet, or something like that. So the first thing is I can actually go into my views, and I can hide these links if I'm not supposed to be able to see them. So the first is that my new tweet link, I want to actually hide it when I'm logged out. So here I go to tweets, I can still see it. So here's my new tweet link, and I can wrap this in if user signed in, which is basically what we did before. And then we need an end. So now this will only show up if the user is currently signed in. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to fix this little button because it's been bothering me for a while. Basically, if you go into your Devise Views application layout, you see the sign up button. It has the classes button, button primary, and nav link. Actually, if you get rid of the nav link and save it and refresh, then your button shows up much brighter. And this is what it's supposed to be. It was gray before because it had the wrong class on it. Okay, sorry, my OCD was getting to me. Okay, so now we got rid of that new thing link, but we probably want to have the same thing here under edit and destroy, although it should actually be that you should only be able to see these links if you are the owner of that tweet. So it's a little more complicated to do, but it can still do it pretty easily. And it would go a little something like this. Inside of here, I have a tweet. So I'm going to check, is the tweet's user equal to the current user? So in Rails, this is how you check if 2 things are the same. You put on the left-hand side something and on the right-hand side something, and if they're the same, it comes out to true. And I need to put an if in front of this. So that's just like we did down here. If the tweet's user equals current user, then I show these links. And I can close that. And I'm going to tab these in because the tabbing helps you realize that these 2 things are inside of this if statement, which starts here and it ends here on the same line. So that's a little more helpful. So now, do you see? I'm not logged in, so those disappeared. If I sign in as my user, and I go back to tweets, cool. I have the edit link and the destroy link only for the ones that belong to me, and the other ones, I don't have that. So I can go in and I can edit those. Nice. Now there's a few other things that you'll probably want to do because you can still, of course, go here and try to edit some, one that doesn't belong to you. And in this case, I don't want to have this error. This is kind of like an ugly error message. I want it to actually just say, this tweet doesn't belong to you. And in the other case also, if someone tries to create a new one, they could still somehow guess the address. So we're going to lock it down inside of the controller as well. Really quick, actually, before we do that, I forgot to get rid of the edit link on the show page as well. So I can still see it if I click show here, edit. So just go into edit and make sure it's not anywhere else. Yeah, it should just be on the edit page. I think it's actually, it's on the show page. And we want to wrap the edit link here as well. So the same code as we did on the index page, but in this case, it's @tweet instead of tweet. And I'll show you why in a second. Tweet.user equals current user. Show them this, and then outside of here, you end, and then tab this guy in. So now, I'll only see that on the ones that I own. And the reason this is an @tweet instead of tweet equals user is because outside of here, all we have access to is the tweet variable, and because that's what came in our tweet controller in the show view, @tweet. But in the index, we had @tweets, and then @tweets, we actually do this loop over. And so inside of the loop, each one of these is called a tweet, but this doesn't have an @ sign in front of it. So here we don't use the @, but here we do, because we're not looping over anything larger. We just got one tweet out instead of a number of tweets. So the @ sign is really just necessary for when you're passing things between your controller and your view. But if you're doing something like a loop inside of a view, you don't use the @ sign right there. So yeah, next up, let's get into the controller a little bit so we can lock down our tweets even further. So the last thing is, even though we've hidden these links from people if they're not logged in, new tweet, edit, destroy, we have to realize that hiding links is different from actually protecting the controller. The links are happening inside of the view, right? And they're just HTML, but a user could still, who's not logged in, go to like /tweets/new, and they're going to get an error message, but they're getting an error message because current user doesn't exist, and it's trying to call tweets on current user. They're not really getting anything exactly that we want to be giving them. Really what we want them to have is if they try to go to a page that, that they shouldn't be going to, we should force them to log in. So I want them to be forced to log in if they try to go to tweets/new. Maybe they bookmarked it or something like that, or the edit page as well. I can do that by actually relying on a method that Devise gives us. If you look at the Devise documentation, there's something called authenticate user. And we can run this, authenticate, here we go. This is called a before action, and this is something we can put inside of our controller to basically lock down specific actions. So I can put up here, the top, before action, authenticate user, ! And you can read this and it tells you more about the authenticate user function and user signed in and current user. But what happens here is if I go to tweets new, I'm going to be forced, it actually sends me to the login page and it says you need to sign in or sign up before continuing, which is really cool. That's exactly what we wanted to do. The problem is this has locked down all of our actions. So this happens now, literally this function, which is defined inside of Devise somewhere. We could take a look at it if we wanted to, but it's locking down index and show as well. So if I went to tweets, I would still be forced to log in. So there's one way, which is you can specifically apply it to only one of the actions. So like right now I can go to tweets and it'll still work because I put this only new. But if I do tweets/new, only there it'll force me to log in. You could pass in a list as well. So I can do a list. This is just Ruby with, I wrap this in square brackets. And you can do commas in here, such as the edit or the create, or I can actually do something really similar, but it's the opposite. I can basically lock down everything except for some specific actions, which is how I'm going to do because I don't want to add all of these in here and force someone to be logged in. So I can say you have to be logged in except on the index and the show views. I can get rid of this last one. So now, if I try to go to tweets/new, I'll have to log in. But if I just go to tweets, I can see them, and if I just click show, I can see any particular tweet, which is kind of how Twitter works. You can still see like the tweets and see individual tweets without having to be logged in. So this is before actions, and there's a lot you can do with before actions. You can write your own function at the bottom here, and then you can call that in a before action. So you can check to make sure, for example, that the tweet that someone's trying to edit is actually owned by them. But we're kind of covered right now because we're only trying to find it from within the current user's tweets instead of finding it from within all the tweets. So this is all that I'm going to do right now to lock down my controller, and it should be good enough. So we made a huge amount of progress to our app without doing a git commit, which is admittedly a little bit scary. I can do git status and show you, look at all this new stuff we have. So let's go ahead and commit this and push it up to Heroku now. I've literally, oops, I need to add first. We've literally added all of our tweets. So I'm going to git commit message added tweets. And I'll push that up to GitHub. And also, of course, push it up to Heroku. And then just like any change that you make to the database whenever you have a migration, you'll have to make sure that you run the migration on Heroku if you want that to work. So as soon as this is done, you remember to do Heroku run Rails DB migrate. Okay, Heroku run Rails DB migrate. So that will deploy all of our migration changes to our production database on Heroku. All right, looks pretty all right. And then Heroku open. For me, we'll just open up my Heroku app. Here we go. And now I can go to /tweets. And these are my tweets. And so I create a new one, test tweet, and it works. Cool, cool, cool. Hopefully you got yours live as well. All right, you guys ready for assignment number 3, end of week 3? This is a big one. So remember I said I would show you how to either build Twitter or Pinterest or Reddit or whatever you want to do. Well, that's actually the challenge that I have for you today. I want you to turn this into one of those based on what we've learned so far. Now, I know that seems kind of crazy because I just showed you how to set up tweets and how tweets belong to users, but I want you to realize that tweets could be anything we want them to be. They could be pins, they could be stories. This is probably going to take a little bit of a stretch in your imagination to think about how can I take the structure of what I've given you guys today, and I want you to really think hard about this, and how could I turn it into whatever kind of resource my app actually needs in order for me to build something that I want to build. So in the case of a pin, for example, a pin is going to look exactly like a tweet. In fact, it's just going to have content. It's going to have an image too. And next week, if you're doing that, I'll show you how I'll show you a few features next week, like upvoting or uploading images. So I'll show you how you could add an image to a thing. So you don't have to worry about the image upload part for now. But how could you turn what we have into, a pin? You could create an entirely new scaffold for pins and, give it very similar columns like text for content, give it a user. Or if you want it to be like a story, like a submission people like they upload to Reddit, you could do it like, here, I'll give an example. Rails generates scaffold, maybe it's submission, and a submission has a title of a string and it has URL, which is a string. So maybe this is something where people submit websites, for example, or it could also possibly have content as well, and that could be text. So I want you to get creative. You can either create this from scratch and have it be alongside the tweet that we created, or you can actually turn the tweet into the resource we want to. And if you do that, you'll have to figure out, well, how do you rename the table? There's probably a migration you can create that'll actually rename the tweets table and call it a pin, or call it a submission, or call it a story, or something like that. So that's the challenge for this week. Is I want you to create the resource you need inside of your app. I want you to actually go into Bootstrap, into their components, not tables. Bootstrap 4's components. Oops, Bootstrap 4. And play around with getting the look to be kind of how we want it to look. So maybe it's tables, or maybe it's, you can use cards are a really good component. You can use these cards to make things look a certain way. You can use panels or jumbotrons, all sorts of really cool things that you can use to get the look that you want to get. So that's it for this week. And if you are doing tweets, if you are just building Twitter, I still want you to add in another resource anyway, just to get in the habit. So it could be a story, or it could be a pin, or something like that. Like duplicate the steps or add something in there. So basically, create another resource inside your app, and think about what are the properties that you want that resource to have. Of course, resources can be related to each other as well. Don't forget that. You can have, so far I've showed you that a tweet belongs to a user, and a user can have many tweets, but you could theoretically have, tweets that also have something else associated with them. Your other objects can be related to each other. So give that a shot, submit, see what you come up with. I'm looking for something that, is thoughtful and that, has the styling of whatever it is that you're trying to build. And check out the Submit Assignment tab below for more details on that. Okay, so I have tweets here, and I wanted to do a set of bonus videos about how I would actually design this so that it looked a little bit more like Twitter might. And with Twitter, you have, it looks kind of like this. This is the home page. So we could go about and create a new page, of course. But I'll just use /tweets for now and just treat this as the index page. The first thing is there's kind of two columns here. So you may want to break this into basically the tweets page into two columns. And I can use Bootstrap's open recent. I can use Bootstrap's columns for this. So this is going to be inside of my tweets index view. I have a container here. They wouldn't really call it tweets, so they don't actually have like a header on this page, so I might get rid of that h1. And instead of using a table, I'm going to start to rely on Bootstrap's columns. So I can do this by putting a div class row. Every time you use their columns, you have to start with a row. And I'll end that container here. Tab this in a little bit. And then the first thing is going to be a column of, I don't know what this is. This is about like 4 and 8. With Bootstrap, the gridding system uses 12 columns by default. So if you have a row, you need 2 columns inside of it, or any number of columns that add up to 12, essentially. So I'll have a div here that is the thing on the left, and then I'm going to create another div column, and I always go medium because that's just a breakpoint, and then I look at how it actually looks and then decide if I need to change the breakpoint later. But I just do that by default. So here, there's not going to be anything here. I could put something about the user, so I could put, for example, the current user. And by the way, we haven't talked too much about current user yet, but you can access the current user inside of any view. So I could do current user email just to see what actually shows up here. Okay, this looks pretty good. Something that you might want is to add a padding to the bottom of your nav bar, just because by default this kind of pushes everything up to the top, or even inside of a container, honestly, like a padding top. So that's something you can do if you want to go and edit the assets, style sheets. Yeah, you could put it at the bottom here, or you could even put it in Bootstrap customizations. I'll create a new style sheet, call it container. I like to create a new sheet for every new element. And now what I'm doing basically is just, editing the container. This will actually add to the container that currently exists. So let's try 1M. Did that work? Oh no, I forgot. When you create a new thing here, you actually have to import it as well. Import container. Refresh, there we go. So now there's a padding on the top here, just because I added a padding to the container. Cool. Okay, so I have this break now, but I'm going to use cards for this. So Bootstrap has cards, Bootstrap 4, and I'll just use a card so that it kind of looks the way I want it to. And you can use a card with an image kind, or just a blank card, maybe something like this. So I'll just use something like this because this will just have like the user's information. But of course, I actually won't have anything to put inside of it for right now. I could put the user's email inside of the text of the card, and then it looks kind of like this. If I had like if I had a username, I might put that here and then put the user email below it, and I have links here as well. But for now, I can just get rid of all of these, and I just will have a card like this. Maybe I'll actually keep the top and call it like your account or something, just so that they know what they're looking at. Your account. Okay, that looks cool. Okay, and now I'm actually also going to end up using cards for tweets. Or actually, what might look really nice is Bootstrap has something called a list group. And this might be better because when you hover, the list group actually sort of copies how Twitter's thing works. So what if we use a list group? Is there one that is easy? Here's a basic example. But this doesn't have hover functionality. Button style, these are buttons, contextual classes, custom content. We'll first just do a list group, and if we want to turn it into links, then I think that'll change the hovering. So here we go. I'm going to get rid of this table. Get rid of that guy. Here the new tweet is going to be on top. So I'll start it out up here. I've got to mess with the formatting a little bit. And I need to start out with a list group around all the tweets. Oh, you hear that in the background? Grab the wrong thing. Sorry guys, there's a fire truck. And now I can close, no, it's not a table row, it's a UL. Oh, but I see that because there's table row inside of here that doesn't end. Oh, I deleted an end by accident. That's why. I deleted more stuff than I needed to. So we tab, all of this needs to be tabbed back a little bit. There we go. And then inside of here, I'm actually going to replace these table rows with this list group item thing. So each tweet is a list group item. And I'll end that. And inside the tweet, let's just look at what this looks like for now. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're getting there. Inside of here, I could have the top part, let's see. How can I do things inside of a list, like longer things in a list, like this? I could do a list group. That's already on the outside. And then inside of here, list group item heading. Okay, this makes sense. So inside of this list group item, I do, something like an H. I'll try H5 to see the size. Class list group item heading. Close this H5. And then here would be list group item text. And I might need, I'm just trying to figure out what to do with these buttons. Let's try a new paragraph tag for each one of them, just to see what it's going to look like. These might end up being quite long. Okay. Okay, now it's really getting there. I probably just want to have all these on one line, so they don't need to be on different lines. Right now they're all different paragraphs. So actually, if I open a paragraph like this, and I put all these links inside of that paragraph, then I can close it afterwards, right here. Nope, there. And I can get rid of all of these paragraph and close paragraph tags. Cool, okay. Oh, right, and this is the actual tweet show. So actually what I would love is if I could just click on the tweet and this would be the link. So let me replace the entire tweet with this show link. Now how do I do that again? These are examples. Yeah, you can just basically put a link inside the entire thing. So this could be a link to, oh, and the way you do links that wrap around stuff in Rails is instead of link to and then the text, we'll skip this for now. I can do link to tweet and then do, and then it actually opens up a block. So inside of here, I would have whatever I actually want to have, and then here I would put end. So link to do will actually allow you to create a link that spans multiple lines. Let's see if this turns this into a link. It does, but it doesn't make it kind of makes the whole thing. Let's see. The problem with that, oh, I know. The link to has to have a class on it. Getting there. List group item. Oh, we don't need this li anymore. Cool. Okay, so let's get rid of that li and see how this works. Close. List group item action. So what's going on here, it seems like, oh, I don't think we need that link to, for one thing. But why is this there? Okay, I have this tweet content. I'm trying to debug this now. Inside here, and this, and then I do this for each one. It might not be good to have links inside of links. Let's try removing this for a second and see if this fixes it. That may be the problem. But I would like to have links inside of links. If tweet user, what if I got rid of this? Yeah, I think the problem is it doesn't want us to have a link inside of a link. But why is it ending the link here? This relates to this, link to, tweet, this relates to this. And then this is each tweet. Let's try a little test there. Well, let me just put a link inside of here. Nope, it won't. Okay, so the problem is that links inside of this bigger link are breaking. So I may have to be satisfied right now with having this edit and destroy thing underneath this. Which, yeah, it's fine, or whatever. Maybe if you click on each one, then you actually get it. So here, if I click on each one of these, I see the actual tweet. How does Twitter deal with this? Let me try really quickly, just replacing that. No, never mind. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is actually customize the way a tweet looks. They have it so that there's a big pop-up. I'm not going to be dealing with pop-ups, but I can make it look kind of like this, right? So that'll be on the tweet show page. And so on the tweet show page, I'll basically be copying, I'm going to do this as a card. I will make it a row, so I'm going to do div row, class equals row. And I'm doing this as a row so that I can sort of center this and make it more in the middle. And then I do a div, even when you have just one column, I like to do offset medium, let's say 2, and then column medium 8. So that will kind of center this and make it come in a little bit more. Oops. div. Let's see if that's actually working properly. Yeah, this is more centered. It may be still a little bit wide, but we can deal with that later. It seems to actually be about the size of this. And now I'll make this a card. Let's go back and see what the card looks like. Something like this. Oops. If you actually paste Command Shift V, it'll keep the formatting of what you want it to be. So this top, the card title, I want to be the tweet user. Then I don't need this anymore. And then the tweet content can go inside of the card text. And then the link can be these links. The second one can be back. And remember, I need to add card link as a class on this. And I'll do the same with this. I'll replace this link and also add a card link class. So how does this look now? Oh, forgot to put the tweet user.email. That's what I want. Okay, that looks pretty all right. It's not the best thing, but it's also not the worst thing. Obviously, I haven't added additional functionality like showing the user's image. This little thing in between doesn't look super great, so I'll actually just get rid of that because I think the card links typically will go, will be padded enough. You may want to have the entire tweet on this page also be a card. That way the links show up at the bottom of the card. I could go back and make each of these a card as well, instead of like a list item. Or I could just get rid of the edit and destroy and stuff like that links on this page and just say that on an individual tweet, if you own it, you can edit the tweet. So this is kind of very basic now Twitter functionality. Of course, there's still a lot more that I could do to improve here. You could actually put the form for the new tweet at the top if you wanted to, instead of forcing someone to go to a new page. That would basically be like combining your index and your new tweet page. You could add like a username, all sorts of other things to this, but this is, and then you could also have people upload like an image and then show that in the tweet. Oh, I just noticed something. When I added padding to the top of container, it made my navbar bigger, which I don't really want. So let me make a quick change here. All right, instead of adding a padding to the top of container, I'll actually add a padding to the bottom of the navbar. So let me rename this navbar. And then I'll do navbar. Actually, let's call it margin bottom. And now I need to update this to navbar. Did I call it margin top by accident? I did. That was silly. The problem with margin bottom, though, is that it'll put a margin inside of on the home page right here. So this won't be like flush up against the top. You can fix this by pulling the entire Jumbotron up a little bit as well, but it's not an ideal solution. So, you might actually be better off creating, let's say, user example. You might be better off creating like a whole new container for tweets right here and adding padding onto the top of that container. I'm not going to be dealing with that for now. I'll just leave this as is. And you could center this new tweet thing as well if you want, with something like center right at the top there. But this is just some basic idea of how you might want to get, like, styling to have it look a little bit more like Twitter. Okay, so what I'm going to show you in the next few videos is how to actually do kind of like a Reddit style thing. So if you started to add a resource to your application, you probably might have figured some of this out on your own, but you can also follow along with me as I'm doing it. So then we'll have two kinds of things in our app. We'll have tweets, and we'll also have like story submissions or something like that. And I'll show you how you might go about building that. If you notice the styles are a little different here, I actually, in one of the bonus videos, I went in and I changed the styling of this to make it look more like Bootstrap. So check out the bonus videos if you want to see, not Bootstrap, Twitter, using Bootstrap, but check out the bonus video if you want to see how I did that. Or you can just take a look at my commit, which you could see on GitHub and literally see the changes that I made. So the first thing is I kind of want to add like a Reddit style functionality here, right? So if I went to Reddit, I could explore this, and first of all, I want to kind of get a sense of what they call, their resource. And let's see, maybe they have comments, and they also have just like the name of the thing here, but they don't really say what it is. There's actually a simpler version of Reddit that I like, which is Hacker News. And on Hacker News, if you click on an item, you see that it's ID, and then or item and then an ID. So they call it an item. And actually on Hacker News, when you create an item, it has just basically 3 potential fields. You have title, URL, or text. So I can create something that's like, say let's create a new item in our app, and let's say that it could have a item URL or it can have text. How about it? So the first thing I'm going to do here is create a new scaffold. So Rails generate scaffold. I'm going to call that scaffold item, and it's going to have a user references. Don't forget that part. It's going to have a title, which is a string. The short string basically is shorter text. The URL is a string, and the text is text, actually. So let's see if that works. Okay. Let's take a quick look at the migration that was generated before I run it. Looks pretty good. Does any of this need a default? No, I don't think so. All right, so let's run the migration. Oh, I forgot to do skip style sheet, so I'll have to delete this scaffold.scss that was generated. But Rails by default includes a CSS file whenever you create a new scaffold, and it's kind of annoying. So now items should work. So now I have a /items, and I have my item model belongs to user, tweet belongs to user, an item has a user, title, URL, text, all that stuff. I'm going to have to go through and basically customize this just like I did with the other one. So let's go in really quick and customize the item. I don't need item.json, don't need index.json, and show.json. I'm going to end up basically copying over a lot of the stuff that I had inside of tweets. So I'll have something like this for each form field, but I don't need a user ID, so I can just delete that. So I have a title, and here I have a URL, and here I have text. And I also don't need to put a div around that, but I will need to put Oh, I forgot to do the button. Okay, but I will need to put a div around these guys, just like I did here. Tab all these in. You can tab a few lines with command and then the right bracket, and then close this. And I'll do the same thing on new, not new tweet, but new item. So now this should look a little bit better. Okay, it's fine. I don't like that these are like text boxes. And if I do right click and inspect, it'll show that these are text areas. Whereas probably yeah, I know why, because this is text area. So what was it before? Hold on a second. Text field. Okay. Text field and text field. That makes this shorter, like that. That's what I want. And I can put an or in here for now, just like they have right here. Maybe I make it strong so it's bold. Just forgot to close this. Okay, cool. And now how do my items look? Well, my items don't need that notice. We do need a container around all of this so that it's not pushed all the way to the left. Do need to tab all this stuff in. And what will this end up looking like? It'll end up looking kind of like this. I probably won't need it to be, let's test it out. So title, 1 month Rails, and URL will be https 1monthrails.com, create item. Of course, it's not going to have a user on it. And I forgot to change the show view. How did we show this? Let's just put it inside of a container for now. Okay. All right, we'll just leave it at that for now. So I've basically created items. And I can do a bunch of customization if I want to change the way that it looks. And I'll need to edit the controller as well. So I probably want, let's simplify the controller here. I'm not going to do this before action set item. This is actually where it finds the item, it pulls it out of the parameter. But I'm going to do this inside of each of the views that does this. So it does it in the show, edit, update, and destroy view. So let's just put this in, show, edit, update, and destroy. So now I can get rid of this. And I'm just doing this so that for us it was simpler to remember what's actually happening inside of each one. I can get rid of these JSON lines. I like to delete lines by just selecting a line and doing Command X. This JSON line, because we're basically getting rid of the API part right now. And I'll get rid of this whole respond to thing, so it's not rendering a JSON version as well. So I can do that by getting rid of this and that, tab this whole thing in, and I get rid of the JSON ones. And I also don't need this format.html thing, so I can delete that curly bracket at the end too. So here, it's a lot simpler now. And I can do the same thing with update. Don't need the JSON lines. And I get rid of that thing on the outside. And finally, the same thing in destroy. Cool. So we have that, and then the last thing we're going to need to do is do this by current user. So when you create a new thing, it's actually current user.items.new. And actually, this won't work until I add has many items to my current user. Now current user has items, but before they wouldn't have had that. So this is current user.items. Edit should be current user.find. Current user.items.find. Show and index should be fine. Create should be current user.items.new. Remember, this makes sure that when we create a new thing, the user ID is set to the current user. Update should be current user.items.find. Destroy should be current user.items.find. This actually makes sure when we do the find based on current user's items, it makes sure that it's finding only from within the current user's items, not from within all the items. That's what this would do, or this, because we don't want someone to be able to edit other people's. And we don't need to permit the user ID to be changeable. Let me actually make sure, did we update that? Yep, we updated that in the tweets controller too. So only the title, URL, and text need to be changeable. So now, if I go back here, test item, I don't even know, HTTP, onemonth.com. Now it has a user set, and it has this item and the URL and all of that stuff. And of course, I need to go in here and customize the links so that they are only shown to you if you own the thing. If, what is it? Item.user equals current user. Show the edit link. Oops, misspelled current user. Now, there's a potential bug that comes up here, which is actually quite interesting. And it's if you end up having items in your database that don't have users, it won't show up here, but if I log out and then look at this item, it will show up. And that's because there is no current user if you're logged out, and the item itself doesn't have a current user, or it doesn't have a user, so the two of these will end up being equal. So this is one of those areas actually where probably the best way to deal with this is to delete any item that doesn't have a user and make sure that an item has to have a user on it. I won't be able to destroy this because I'll get this record not found, because obviously my items controller only looks for within the current user's item, and this is not going to be inside of the current user's item. So I'd have to do this from inside of the admin section, and I can do that by basically just creating a new file here. I used to do it with the generator, but I can do it inside of here as well. Save this and call it item.rb. Copy this whole thing, paste it here, and update tweet to item, and say that I can edit user, title, URL, and text. So now, as long as I'm an admin user, and I go to admin, I'll be able to see items as well, and I'll be able to delete this first one that doesn't have a user. Cool. There we go. And then I can also have this if item user equals current user. I can also change that here around this guy. If item.user, remember this is an item without an @ sign because this is, we're looping over all the items and pulling out an individual one, just calling it item. If this equals current user, then show them these links. And the last thing will probably be, I want to authenticate user before every action except index and show. So that'll actually be basically the same thing. And of course I can change this so that it's the user's email instead of that weird thing. Index item user.email, and on the show page as well, item user.email. There's the email, And there's the email right there. And of course, I can see the URL or text. I may want to say something like, if item.text, show the text. But otherwise, this will actually not show it, which is kind of cool. Is that true? What about item, if item.text, Rails, check if something is not empty. Present. Or question mark. Oh, question mark. There you go. So we can wrap this and just only show it if there actually is text present. You can do the same thing for URL. Okay, so this is the bare bones of another resource that I've just created. Okay, so one thing I still haven't shown you guys how to do is right now you take a tweet, I can create an empty one. That's not good, right? Because probably you don't want someone to be able to create empty tweets. So how do you actually make sure that when people create stuff, they, it has what we need it to have? For example, we want something in there. Well, first of all, I just noticed that I can't delete this tweet anymore because it used to be on the other page. So I want to add in a delete link. Delete, and what's the edit? What's the delete path? Rails routes. This should be delete tweet. Oh, I think it's just the, yeah, it's the same as the tweet path. Link to delete, tweet, method, destroy? Is it destroy or delete? Let's see, because it's the same as our logout link. Method is delete. Okay, will that let us delete this? Yes, okay, well. So what I'm doing is creating a validation. That's what it's called. So if you open up your model, right now we just have very basic stuff. Belongs to user, user has many tweets. I also added items in here in that video. If I want to make sure that one of the values is present, you do what's called validates, and then that field was content. And I need to spell validates right, validates content. And then if you look up Rails validations, you'll find a bunch of things that you can validate about stuff. So one of them is presence true. So that by itself will make sure that it has content. What that means is if I try to go and create a tweet now and I create something that's blank, I'm actually going to get this error message that says, one error prohibited this tweet from being saved. Content can't be blank. This is new. You may also want to add the line validates user presence true. I could change the spacing to this to 2 so that it automatically tabs to 2. And I'm going to add that same thing to my item as well. Anything that has a user on it, just because it belongs to a user doesn't mean it have to, but for whatever reason, maybe someone might try to save one without it, and it'll now validate that this is true. Let me show you what actually happens, by the way, with it because of this validation. I can open up the Rails console, which I've done before with you guys, remember, and then go into the actual back end of Rails. And now I can try to create a new tweet. And I'll call this tweet. I'll name it a variable. So here's a new one. Now it hasn't been saved yet. So if I do tweet, dot content, well, if I try to save it, first of all, it's going to say false. Okay, basically what happens is it tries to save it, but it hits this validation block, so it stops saving it. False means that the save failed. So now, tweet, but tweet now has errors on it. This is what saving something that has validations on it does, is that when you try to save it, if it fails, it has these errors. And the errors have a few messages. So the messages here, this is the list of messages. There's a user message, so user can't be blank. And then there's a content message. Content can't be blank either. Interesting. So that's basically what got created here. And as a result of that, when someone tries to create one that's empty, basically what happens is, if we open up our controller, tweets controller, under create, you see how it says if tweet.save redirect a tweet with the notice it was successfully created? Well, if this tries to run and it fails because there's a validation, what actually happens is it re-renders the new page. And now tweet has this errors on it. And then if I go into the new page, well, I'm rendering the form. So on the form, what I have here is if tweet.errors any, and then this is actually what's creating the explanation here. This is the little Rails, this is the H2 Rails method pluralize tweets, or pluralize errors, so it actually will say one error or two errors, prohibited this tweet from being saved. And then this is the actual message, tweet.errors.fullmessages.each do, and then paste in the message right there. So that's what's actually happening. And if you do, if you want to make sure that a field has one or the other, you can do it by adding a validation. You can also add other kind of validations, such as format validations. This uses regular expressions, so it gets a little complicated. You can add a length validation. So for example, you can have we could do a maximum of 500, is this characters or letters? I believe this is going to be, I believe this is going to be words, because name maximum 2. So there's probably a way to do Rails validates maximum characters. Oh, no, it looks like it is 1,000 characters. So if I wanted to, I could actually say length. I can add this to the end, by the way. Length maximum 1,000. And now let's see if, no, it's not 1,000, it's 140. And now if I put in a lot of text, content is too long, maximum is 140 characters. So there's just like my tweet. So that's just adding validations to my tweets. I can now save this, exit out of this with Control D, and git add, git commit, add validations to tweets. Git push. Now pushed up my changes to GitHub. All right, so far there's been a few times where we've used the user's email, where probably we should really use something like a username. Right now, when you create a user, we only ask someone for their email and for a password. As you can tell by going to the schema, and you can see users only have email, encrypted password, and a few other things. Of course, the admin boolean and stuff like that. So how would we also collect something like a name and a username when they sign up? Well, let me show you how I would actually go about making that change. The first thing I'm going to want to do is generate a migration, because I need to add those to my database. So I'm going to do Rails generate migration, and I can call this add username and name to users. In Rails, when you create migration generators like this, if you name it properly, I think specifically the to users part is the important thing, then it'll automatically know what table you want to edit, so I'm not going to have to put that in. And now what I put in is the actual column. So I need a username, and I'd say that it's a string. And here I can actually put a unique UNIQ at the end, which will also tell it that it has to be unique. This will add a database level validation, essentially, so that we won't be able to have two people with the same username. And then also name string. So now, should have created the migration, and looks pretty good. You see add column and then add index on users for username unique true. This is how you do uniqueness at the database level. This is different from setting a validation in your model, which I showed you how to do in one of the past videos. We'll have to do that on the user as well, but when you add a uniqueness constraint on the database, then the database itself will make sure that two users won't have the same username. This is kind of just a double layer of security, because it is technically still possible for someone to create like a user with the same two users with the same username if it happens like at exactly the same time, but the database level will prevent that from happening. So now I can run the migration. RailsDB migrate. And this should add those fields to my users table. The next thing I'm going to have to do is actually go into Devise and edit my registration page. So I add the new fields. So I have an email and password, but I'll also need to add username and name. So where do I want to put that? Let's say we'll do it at the bottom below my password confirmation. So this label, this will be username. Email field username. I won't have a placeholder for this. I don't know. Or maybe you could do something just like should be 6 lowercase characters or something like that. Minimum 6 characters, all lowercase. And also, we'll do another one for name. Now this won't work by default, and I'll tell you why in a second. Name, placeholder can be something like, I don't know, what do they usually say? John Smith. By the way, I haven't actually edited the edit registration view, but I believe users/edit will take me to a page where I can edit my account. So if you want to, you can go in and you can get the edit page to work as well, so that you can add information to your users. I'm not going to do that. So if I open this incognito, you can see, or maybe I'll even just log out and log back in and try to create a new user. Now I see, here we go, username and name. So let's say, another test at example.com. Password is password. Test user, name, test user. Oh, what happens is it thinks this is an email because of this. I copied the email field. So this actually should be text field and text field. Email field will automatically check to make sure that something is an email. So let's try this again. Another user at example.com. Password, test user, Okay, the problem with this is I don't believe that it worked. User/edit. I won't be able to see this here anyway. I don't believe that this actually got saved on the user. I guess I could see this in the admin. Oh, I need to go back to sign in with an admin user. By the way, the users table should now, if I add in a new column for name and username, I'll be able to see them. Here, Now it's blank, and the reason for that is you have to permit the parameters that you can edit when you create an account. And doing this, normally there's one way to do this, but Devise actually has a whole other set. Devise permitted parameters. There's a different way that you have to do this with Devise. Where is it? Parameter sanitization. Here we go. The lazy way, you can do a simple before filter in your application controller. Yeah, that sounds good enough for us. Let me copy this. So here it's actually showing you exactly what stuff we can add, and I can add this into my application controller. Let me actually add it, and this before action can go up top, like right underneath the other one. Now protected, this is kind of a Ruby thing, but inside of a particular file, you can have some functions that are protected and some functions that are private. And we've seen both of those. We saw private functions at the bottom of a tweets controller. Don't worry too much about that for now. It's not really all that important for you to know, but it basically talks about what level of access other files have to use these functions. So if I add the key of username as well as name here, now this should actually let me sign up and add a username and add a name as well. So let me try that a second. Let me actually open up incognito so I don't have to keep logging in and out. This is a good trick for having a logged out version and a logged in version open at the same time. So third user at example.com, password, third user. This is my third test user, of course. Cool, I signed up, and now I'm collecting name and username. Cool, so that worked. Now I can also, if I wanted to be able to edit this in here, I'd have to go, this is at the admin level, I'd have to go back here, add it to my form. So this would be f input name and f input username, and then I'd also have to add it into the parameters here. It's kind of annoying, but you have to set it separately for the admin section as for regular users. So now I can go in as an admin and I can edit someone's name and edit their username if I wanted to. So this is probably an easier way for me to go back and edit the name and username for myself. Matan Grafel, and my username will be Matan Grafel. Update my user. Okay, that looks good. So now I have some people with usernames and some people who don't. But actually, for the purpose of showing you this, let me update this for all my users. That way I don't accidentally have people in here without usernames. Probably because of the validation, by the way. If I tried, let's say I tried to save this guy with a username that was already taken. There's my uniqueness error, right? SQLite constraint exception, unique constraint failed. Basically, this is saying you already have another user with that username, so it's giving you an error, which is kind of cool. But if you want the actual form thing to work the way it should, in terms of like showing you that you can't save a user with that, then you probably want to add the validation here. So validates username unique. Well, first of all, we definitely want presence true, and I think it's uniqueness true. Let's check. Rails validates uniqueness. Uniqueness true. We also might want to do a minimum length. Minimum. What do most people normally do? Like 6? Okay, so now I have to have a username. Of course, I'm going to have a password and email. I believe Devise should take care of all of that for us already. So let me just do that, and then also validates, I keep spelling validates wrong. Validates name, this one I'll just do presence true. They can put in whatever name they want. And now if I actually go and I try to edit this and set someone that has the same thing, now I'm going to get a normal error. Username has already been taken, and it's too short. How cool is that? So the error message here works, and this error message will also pass over to when someone's signing up. So the cool thing now is I can actually go through my views, and I can update the tweets. I'll just do a quick search for user.email. So I see it in 3 places. So I can update this to show the user.username instead. Where else do we have it? User.username, tweet, username. Cool. So now I have usernames, and each tweet has a user. How cool is that? It's pretty exciting. All right, so that's adding usernames. Actually, in the next video, I'll show you how you can then use these usernames to create profiles for people. So if you haven't committed your change already and pushed your code, go ahead and do that now before we go on to the next step. Because what I want to show you now is how you can actually set up profiles for your users. Now, creating a profile, it seems like a complicated task, but it's actually quite simple given what we have so far. The main thing is we already have users, and we're going to need to basically create a new controller to show our user's profile. And in fact, even though we have controllers that handle registration and login through Devise, and we have all of these controllers, one thing we don't have is a user's controller. So if you remember the 4 major CRUD actions, create, read, update, and destroy, we're going to create a controller to just do one of those actions, which is the read action on my user. And that's quite simple. So I'll actually do this by running it as a generate command. So Rails generate controller. And this is a lot like when we first did the pages controller. So this is controller users. I believe it's users. And what we need is a show. OK. Let's make sure that worked properly. There we go. So this should create the controller. It also should have created a user's show.html.erb. Now, first things first, I'll do this like we do with a tweet. So I'll take this, I'm going to paste it into user's controller, except instead of tweet, it's going to be user equals user find by params ID. Okay, so that's one difference. Now we're going to get to the actual magic of kind of how Rails routing works, because how am I going to actually pass this ID through? What I want is that users/1, say, takes me to the first user, and that 1 is the param. However, our route isn't set up that way. Right now we just have get users show. So there's a few ways you can do this. One way is doing something like, let's see, Rails routes. I definitely recommend you reading just the routing in general. It shows you can actually take in an ID like this. So it shows you how you can change this, this line here. So get user's ID like that with a colon, and then 2, and then I could set the controller and the action that I want it to go to, which could be in single quotes or double quotes, doesn't matter here. It's the user's controller, and it's the show action. In fact, by the way, this 2 is actually equivalent to what we're doing here with this arrow. So I could go in and I can change this to that. It's the same thing. And I believe the 2 formatting is actually the most updated way of doing this. So I'll go in for now, and I'll change this for all of them. Now, does the order of this matter? For the most part, no. But sometimes the ordering will affect like what loads first. So you might want to end up like grouping similar things together, but for now, this should be fine. So because I named this ID, when I go up here, that first, the number here, whatever it is, it's going to be accessible inside of my controller through this params thing. In Ruby, this is called a hash. And this is the key ID. So literally anything that I named inside of that, like I could have called this something different, and then I could refer to it like this. But the user find method right now just finds something based on its ID. We can change this later, and that's a little bit of a hint as to how we can change this so that you're passing in someone's username. In fact, let me actually do that now. First of all, user show, let me just show quickly, I'll put this inside of a container class. And tab this in with command right bracket. And this will be, now I have the user accessible because I got that out in the controller. So I can show the user name, and maybe I'll show, maybe I'll show the username, and then here in the paragraph tag, I'll just show the name, just to give you guys an indication of how this would work. Okay, so this is my user and my test user, and if I update the number, obviously, there's me. This is by ID. Now, if you wanted to do this by username instead, here's how you do it. The first thing is I would open up the routes, and instead of ID, I would call this username, because I'm not getting the ID anymore, I'm getting the username. And now this technically doesn't matter, because it only, you can just call it an ID anyway, right? And you just pull by the ID here, but when you're in your controller, it'll be clear to read. And now you can't just do user.find params username, but in Ruby and Rails, the command here would be find by, and then we can look for someone by their username. So this, now the two won't work because there's no user with the username 2. Fine, yeah, but put in the username like Matan Grafel, and now boom, or user, boom. So I could go in now and I could say, go to tweets, see your account. Maybe I want that to link to my user profile. So I could, inside of the tweets index page right here, I could change this to, instead of just showing a username, I could do link to. How would this route look? Well, let's check out our Rails routes. I believe it should be user's path. Let's see. I'll look on the right hand for the user's controller. Here we go. Oh, there's no prefix for this. Okay, so we need to create a path for this. Generating paths. So we can add as user to the routes file. So as user. Let's see if that updated the route. Here it is. Okay, so now there's a prefix, which means I can use user path. And anytime you have a path that takes something in it, you have to pass that through as an argument. So here, link to user path, current user.username. And this, let's see, the first argument in link to is going to be the actual text. The second is where it goes. So we actually need to flip these around. Username, and then the second is where it's going. So let's make sure this is working. Yep, now this is a link that sends someone here. Perfect. And we'll probably want to update that on each one of these as well. So I can't do it, unfortunately, on this index page because this whole thing is already a link. But on the individual tweet, I can update this to be a link to this first part's right, but then I need user path tweet user.username. And so now I can go to any other user's profile. Now the last thing I'm probably going to want to do is actually show something on the user's profile besides just the user. So if I wanted to show, say, someone's tweets here, I could actually do in the controller tweets equals user.tweets, and then inside of the user's show, I could then also put the tweets right below, just like I do on the index. So tweets index, where is this? Here we go. Something like, actually, I could probably copy almost this entire thing over into here. But instead of your account, this is going to be, the other user I'm at. So let's call it, now it's not current user, it's user because that's, I'm on the user profile. So user.username. Maybe inside of here, I'll just put the actual user's name. And then inside of here, I don't need this new tweet because you don't create a new tweet on someone else's profile. Here we go. Now I have the user's profile, and then I see all their tweets. So actually, if I go to Matan Graffel, I'm going to see all of my tweets as well on this page. Pretty cool. All right, so we have we got user profiles now. Congratulations. And before we do anything, let's definitely commit this change. Git add a, git commit message, add user profiles, and I'll go ahead and git push it to Heroku. Well, first let's push it to GitHub. And then git push to Heroku. And then don't forget to run your migrations on Heroku as well to make sure it's working on there. Okay, so in these series of videos, I'm going to show you how to add the mother of all features to your app, which is following users. Right now we have users and user profiles, but really what a lot of social apps have is the ability to click to follow someone so that you can include them in your feed. And I'm going to be showing you how to use a gem called Acts as Follower to enable this. Now, this gem isn't fully updated for Rails 5, unfortunately. However, it's the most popular gem that does following functionality. So we're going to probably have to do a few tweaks to actually get it to work, but I'll walk you through it. So you ready? Okay, so the first thing is, obviously, I'm going to start my Rails server and just get my application running and open up my code as well. Okay. And if you remember, my app looks like this right now. I'm logged in, and if I go to users, it's like /user, I can see a user and their tweets. So I want something like right here, a link that says follow, and when I click it, it lets me follow them, and then I can also obviously unfollow people afterwards. I'll probably also want to set up a feed at some point so that you can see just the tweets for the users that you followed. So the first thing is I want to add this gem into here, and the problem with this is we need a special version. Basically, we need to pull it in from here. So I'm going to actually go into the issues because I know there's one about Rails 5 and paste in the code that I need for this, which is right here. So I'll put that at the bottom in the notes. So basically this installs the gem, but it installs it directly from GitHub, which is going to be, the most updated version. And then let me run bundle install. So that should go in. I'll go back to the home page. It should go and install the gem directly from GitHub. Now the problem with doing something like this is that it's not version controlled, and so depending on when you install this gem, if they update the code, you might end up with a slightly different gem than I have. But we'll take that risk. The next thing is I'll have to actually run the migration. So Rails generate acts as follower. Okay, so what's happening here? Well, first thing is a model gets created, and it is called the follow model. And the follow, basically, it's an object, but it's a relationship between two users. It's a relationship between a followable, which is the user being followed. That's what they call it, because it's also not necessarily a user. This gem lets you actually make anything in your app followable. All you have to do is add a line acts as followable inside of your model. And then it lets anything do the following, which is probably just going to be users anyway. You have to add the line acts as follower in your model. One thing we'll have to change here is we'll have to update application. We'll have to update the follow class to inherit from application record instead of active record base like it had before, because that's what it used to do actually. The next thing we'll have to do, we close that on this. Let's check out the migration file. Okay, so what this is doing is it's basically creating a follows table with a followable, a follower. What polymorphic is it basically allows for the followable or the follower thing to be anything inside of your app. It could be a user, it could be a book, it could be whatever. So this is kind of like, you could think of it as a broader, more expanded kind of relationship than what we had before, which was like, a tweet belongs to a user. In this case, followable can be a user, follower could be a user, it could also be anything else. Whereas with this, it's just got to be one specific kind of thing. So let's go ahead and run the migration. Okay, so now I have this this table in my database. And next up, I want to show you how to create the routes and the controllers that we'll need to actually implement the gem. Okay, so in order to actually implement this, I'm going to do two things. I have to set up routes for it, and I need to set up a controller to control it. I'm actually going to create a new controller, and the new controller is going to be called the follows controller, because we're going to treat follows like their own resource in some ways. I can just kind of copy a simple one like the users controller, put that into follows, and then just change the class name, follows controller. I often do that. The follows controller will only need two actions. We will need the create and we'll need the destroy. So what's going to happen is these actions are going to be responsible for doing two things: the create a follows relationship between a user and another user, and destroy a follows relationship between a user and another user. These actions are going to have something like, well, if you go into the follow gem, you can see here's how you do following: user.follow, user.unfollow. And in fact, I can show you how this works by opening up the Rails console so you get a sense of it. Now, I like to find, let's say I'm going to call this current user because in our app we end up having a current user. I like to find users by emails. So find by email, matan@onemonth.com. Yours will have a different name. And I'll also do a user equals user.find by email. And what did I have? I have a test user. Oh, I can find by username as well. So the username here is user. Okay, so there's a user. Now I can take my current user and I can follow the new user, although we're running into an error. Undefined method follow. Ah, I know what this is. My current user can't follow anything because I forgot to add these lines acts as followable and acts as follower into my model. So let me go ahead and do that. So acts as followable and acts as follower. What this basically does is it is it enables those methods inside of on any object in here. So I'll actually have to restart this and open it up again. So let me go find these users again. There's my current user, there's my user, and I'm going to have my current user follow my user. Okay, so what happened just now? Basically, I created a new entry in my database into the follows table. And if I do here, it actually shows what it is. Followable type is user, interesting. Followable ID is 1. So basically what this is saying is the person being followed is user 1, and that was the person I followed. Follower type is user, follower ID is 2. So that's user 2, which is the one doing the following. This fundamentally is called a polymorphic association. It creates 2 columns in the database, a something underscore type and something underscore ID. And this is what allows the thing that's being followed to be any kind of model. And it's kind of a special thing that you can do inside of Rails. So what I've just done is basically created a follow. I can check that out by doing follow.all, and I can see all these follows. And you can always destroy all of your follows by doing something like destroy all. And that actually allows you to delete all of your users or delete any kind of object inside your database from the command line. So I'm going to close out of this for now. And let me show you how I would set this up in here. I'm basically going to do something like, well, I would like to do current user.follow and then pass through a user. And I'd also like to be able to do a current user here, stop following user. Unfortunately, this isn't going to work because of how access follower is a little bit behind. You'll see in a second. But let me first talk about setting up the routes. So you go into the route. Now, this is where routing gets a little bit complicated. What I need is I need to set up a route that allows me to get the user's username out of it. So actually, the ideal would be if I could, have a route at users / whatever the username is / follow, but instead of a GET request that you can get through a URL like this is going to be a POST request because it's creating something in our database. So if you actually go and read Rails routing, actually, remember how when we set this line resources for something, it creates 7 paths for us. 4 of them are get paths, the index, the new, the show, and the edit. Those are gets. Those are things you can get by just typing something into the browser. Get paths typically don't make any changes to your database. So that's one way of kind of remembering which one you should use. Whereas a post path is usually creates something, patch and put will update something, and delete will delete it. So if we're trying to create a follow relationship, it's probably you're going to want it to be a post, and if you're trying to delete something, it should be a delete verb. So how does that pertain to what we're doing? Well, this first route up here, I'm actually going to show you a different way of possibly doing this. Basically, when we created this, we did it to get to our user's show page, but this is basically just the typical show action of like right here of this 7 route combo. We just didn't want the other ones. An easier way to do this is resources users only show. So let me actually show you. I'll comment this line out for a second and do Rails routes. Show you what that first one gave us. It gave us this one, the get verb user prefix. So this is user underscore path. That's how we'd use it. And we'd pass through a username. It generates user's username, and it sends you to the user show action. So that's actually the same as this right here, which I'll show you. This only creates the show action right here, except you'll notice this has ID now, and we actually had replaced it with username before. So you can replace this with slug username, and that actually gives you the option for what you want to call that parameter. Or is it? Let's see if that works. No, it's not slug. It is, I believe it's param. Let's try that. Otherwise, I'll look it up in a second. Yes, that is it. So param username, just like this. Pause the video if you haven't caught up yet. Okay, now what we're essentially doing is we are adding a new action onto our users. So we already, we only set up a show one, but you can do, what we're looking for is a member route. And if you search the routes file for member, you can add more RESTful actions, not just the 7 routes that you typically create by default. So, instead of create, read, update, and destroy, you can also add stuff like preview, or in our case, follow and unfollow of a specific user. So if I open up a block here, and inside here, I'll do another one, member do. Now there's member routes, which are specific actions for individual items, like something you can do to one user, and then there's collection routes, which are things you can do to a group, so like searching among a group. But if you do member, it'll basically pass through the ID. I'll show you what I mean in a second. I want to do a post follow and a delete unfollow. And if you do that basically, and then you run your Rails routes again, what you'll see is that the route that got created goes like this: users/username/follow, users/username/unfollow. Now, keep in mind the verbs are post and delete, so we can't just do a normal link. We'll actually have to specify the method there. And this is going to the users follow and the users unfollow controller action by default, but we actually want to customize that. So this is going to the follows create and the follows destroy, which is the new controller that we've set up. So instead of going to the users controller, it'll go to the follows controller. And the reason for that actually is I could add it into here, but I would call it follow and unfollow. But if you do it this way, it's create and destroy. And as much as possible, you want to use the basic CRUD actions. It actually simplifies your app. But that's, that gets pretty abstract and complicated. And it's not all that important that you really know like the best architecture, the best way to build large applications. Okay, so now what we have here is that if someone actually goes to this path properly, what we'll have available inside of here is a parameter with the name username, just like we had like param ID in tweets or this. And in fact, I can copy this first line over, and this will find the first user. Or it'll find the user that I'm trying to create a follow relationship with or destroy one. In this case, these are interesting actions because we're not going to be loading a view at the end of it. So actually, we can just use normal Ruby variables. We don't need to use that @ sign. The @ sign you put if you want to access it inside of a view. But and by default, unless you redirect at the end of an action, it will load a view with that name associated with it. But we don't have a follows folder inside of views. So we're actually just going to redirect them back to where they came from with a little notice. Now I believe the way that we have to set this up, because the follow thing is not going to work. And I had to experiment a little bit with this. So let's see if we can get this working right now. Follow.create followable This is the thing that we want to follow. And then follower, this is my current user. So ideally, I would do it through the current user, but for some reason, I don't think that will work here. And then I think here, I can actually do a follow.find and then .destroy. Okay. And then the last thing I want to do is redirect to the user path for the user.username. And I'll give a notice, successfully followed user. And I'm actually going to do the same thing for the destroy. Okay, so I think I have my routes set up properly. The first is going to find the user, create a follow, and then redirect you back to that user's profile with the notice that you successfully follow them. The second is going to find the user, by the parameter, find that follow which should already exist and delete it, and then redirect you back. So they are almost exactly the same. And the last thing I will need to do is in my user show, create a follow link. So I'll do that with p class card text in here and close out that p. And I'm going to do a link to follow. And here's where I need to use this route that I had. So this is the follow user path. And I'm going to have to put in the user here. That's what's going to actually add it to the up here. I actually will need to do user.username because by default it puts in the user's ID. And I'm going to actually need to do the method of post. Oops, there we go. So let's see. So this error will usually happen if you've installed a gem, but you haven't actually restarted the server. If you know that this thing should work, it's because we installed the gem, but when you start the server, it sets up the app with kind of the snapshot of how things are when it first got started, and doesn't automatically know to include the gem. So if you get an error like that, you can just restart and it should be fine. So we have this follow link. Now, let's see what happens when I click follow. So it says successfully followed user. And of course, the follow link is still here because I haven't actually updated anything. If I go into the Rails console and I look at all the follows, there's my new follow between the user who did the following and the user who is being followed. Okay, so that works. Now, let me show you something else you can do. You can do an if statement, and I can do an if statement to basically check, is the user currently following that user? So I can say if current user dot following user. Current user, remember, is always available in every view. And then this @user I have because it's made accessible in the user's controller right here. So if I'm already following them, then I'm going to want to put some sort of like unfollow text here. Else, I create the follow link. And I'm just going to do this first just to make sure it's working properly. Now this is the part that might get a little finicky. Okay, so this actually worked for us. So what it's doing is it knows that I'm currently following the user. So I now need to put in an unfollow link. And I can do almost the exact same thing as I have here. Link to unfollow, except this is, of course, the unfollow user path, which is right there. And in this case, the method is actually delete. So let me refresh this page. Could not find follow with ID. Okay, so it looks like there's actually some sort of error here. Why can't you find follow with ID? Oh, this is not find, it's find by. Let's try that again. Find by default will only work for an ID, but here we're actually finding by fields. This is actually just like we were doing here with find by username, but I'm actually finding by two things, and that is possible to do. So actually, it looks like the follow and the unfollow functionality has actually been properly set up. And then the last thing I'm going to want to do is create a feed for myself, which is what I'll show you how to do in the next video. Oh, and the last thing we should definitely do before moving on is let's lock down the follows controller, so that if someone tries to click follow or unfollow and they're not logged in, it'll force them to log in. There we go. Okay, good. Now moving on to building a feed. So what I want to do now is create a feed that I can access at /feed, and here what I'll have is all the tweets that belong to the users that I'm currently following. So there's a number of ways I can do this, but I know that I'm going to need a controller for a feed. I'm actually going to make this as a new resource. It'll just have one of the CRUD actions, which is read. So you'll just be able to read your feed. We'll have a view for that feed, and I'll also set up a route for it. And there's a number of ways we can do this, but I'm going to create the files manually, just so that you guys sort of know what's going on. The first thing is I'll call this feed controller. Actually, let me save this file. Feed controller. This is going to be different from the other ones where we had S's, because there's going to be one feed essentially. It's just going to change depending on who you are when you're logged in. So the feed controller, let me just pull over the values of like user controller, plug this in, but I'll call this the feed controller, and it'll have a show action, and we'll fill this in a second. Next up, I'll create a new folder to have my feed view inside of, and inside of here, this is going to be called the show.html.erb. So that should be start to become familiar. And then the route, I can put a new route. I'll put it at the top here, and the route will be get feed, and this will take you to the feed show. All right, and let's refresh, and there's our page. So if I put something here like test, I should see that test there. Okay, so now what we need to do is figure out how to get the tweets of all the users that I'm following. So first of all, I'm already following one user, but let me, I think I am actually following this user, Rails console. This is where it gets a little buggy. Follow.all. Yeah, so this one I am following, and my only thing I can say about this is try restarting your server and click refresh. Oops, we're back on. Okay, yeah, now it accurately says that I am following and I have the option to unfollow. This is, I don't know why this happens. I think it's a bug in the access follower gem, unfortunately. So it's not super responsive right now, but we have to go with it just for demonstration purposes. And then let me follow another user. Cool, so now I'm following two users, and I can actually see that because the access follower gem has a method called all following. So if I find my current user equals user.findby email matan@onemonth.com, then I can do current user dot all following, and I see the other two users I'm following, which is cool. Now, how do I find the tweets of all those users? Well, I'm going to introduce you to a special command. We'll be able to search through the tweets, but instead of doing like a find by, I'm going to do a where. This is a lot like a find by, except that where actually it sort of acts at the database level. If you want to learn more about this, you can look at active record where, and where lets you do a lot more custom stuff. It's called the active record query interface. And it basically gets turned into SQL at the end of the day. So if I do tweet where user is current user.allFollowing, it basically gives me all of the tweets that belong to any of those users. The reason I had to do where, and I just figured this out by trying, is that if I do find by, for some reason it only returns the first one. So I want the all, and that's where figuring this out actually works. So tweet where user is current user.allFollowing, if I put that in here, now I need to turn this into a variable so that I can access it in the views. I can do tweets equals tweet where current user.allFollowing. And of course, let's lock this one down to make sure that the user's logged in when they get to this page. Otherwise, there's not really going to be anything to show them. So let me authenticate this here. And in fact, these accepts are silly at this point because, actually there's a little bit of a bug I realized. We don't want to accept those actions. We want to lock down all of them. So let's lock down all of the follows controller actions and the feed controller. This will actually do all of them. So this will make sure that you're logged in before you can access any of these. And now we have the tweets. And so on the show page, I can basically do almost exactly what I do on the tweets index page. And in fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. For now, I'm just going to copy and paste all of this in. I don't know why I have that space up there at the top. It's a little bit annoying. Index. Probably this could be spaced out a little bit better, actually. Maybe put spaces between the column medium and etc. But let's run with this for now. And if I go to feed, I don't want this new tweet. I guess I can keep the new tweet on my feed. Now this is basically a custom feed that only has users that I'm following, as opposed to tweets, which shows all of the tweets, including my own. Now I have a special feed which basically just does that. And so if I go to one of these guys, and if I there it is again, I am following this guy, restart the server. Okay, now I'm following. If I unfollow this guy and go back to my feed, then I only have that one user. So basic social functionality. Just wanted to show you guys that. I don't know. I'm going to look into the bug around the follow and the unfollow thing and it showing up properly. It's pretty annoying that it would do that. But hopefully this gets us a little bit of the way there in terms of starting to build out social functionality, and hopefully the access follower gem improves a little bit so that we don't end up running into this problem. Okay, cool. And of course, like with any of these changes, I'm going to commit them. Git add a, git commit, add following and feed functionality. And now I should be able to git push to GitHub. And I'll push to Heroku as well. Of course, remember to run Rails DB migrate on Heroku if you want to see your changes. So I have my app running on Heroku, and I went to users to see who all the users were that signed up so I could go in and follow them and test it out. And I remembered that I upgraded names and usernames, but not everyone has a name and a username. So I went in and I actually went and followed some of these people. So users like Sam Noman I followed and Dreamscaper. And then I ran into an error when I went to feed. And I got this Heroku problem. So let me show you how I debug this. But if maybe try to think about this first and what's going on. I'll actually show you the error message, error logs tail, and then we'll see if we can figure this out together. So the main error message, and it's kind of hard to find, is right here, and it's an error action view template error, no route matches action show, controllers, username nil, missing required keys, username. So I was a little confused by this at first, and then I went back into my feeds page to try to figure out what is it trying to do here. And I realized it's showing me your account linked to my username and then my user path, current user.username. And that's when I realized, okay, missing required key username. What if I forgot to set up a username? And that's exactly what it was. Or at least I created my account before there were usernames. So here's an example of where if I go in and I edit and I create a username for myself, and probably want to add my name while I'm at it, and I update the user, well, now this page works, and it's because this link wasn't able to be generated. When we create the link, we need the username to be the link address, and we forgot to go back into Heroku and update all of that stuff so that it was in there. So now this link works. My feed works, although I don't have anyone I'm following. Maybe I follow myself, and now if I go to my feed, at least I see my own tweet. Okay, cool. So just wanted to show you guys how to fix that bug. Okay, so I have to do a little bit of cleanup so far because we made a lot of changes and I've ended up discovering a few bugs that we introduced. So the app works just fine when you're signed in for everything, but it turns out that when you're signed out and you try to go to some of these pages, you'll run into a few errors. On tweets, here's one example of an error. Undefined method username for nil class. So what's going on here? I'll walk you through a few of the errors and then I'll show you how to fix them. If you go to the tweets, which page is this? Index page. What you have here is that it shows you your account. And then it shows link to current user, username, user path, etc. So this is a problem because if your current user is not anything because you're not logged in, then you can't get the username of someone who's not logged in. And so that's the error that you're getting here. Undefined method username for nil class. Whenever you see something like this, if it says undefined method something for nil, that usually means you tried to call a method on something like current user where you expected current user to be set, but it wasn't set. So what's the best way of dealing with this? Well, one thing that you could do would be to go into your tweets controller and force someone to authenticate in order to see the index page instead of accepting the index page. But we want people to be able to see the tweets even if they're not logged in. So maybe a better way of dealing with this would be to just put conditionals around this to say, if the user is signed in, show them these links. So you could leave it there, and then this would show this page, but this would be blank. Or you can add an else. You can then create a link, and I'll do that with card text just so the class matches. And I'll create a link to, sign up now. And this will be my sign up path. I think that's it. Cool. So if I'm not signed in, but if I sign in, and I go to /tweets, this will show me that. All right, what else will be messed up? So my tweets are fine. If I go to a tweet, this looks fine. But I can't go to a user profile page. And the reason for that is if you go to the user's profiles, I have a if current user is following this user. Now again, if you're not logged in, there is no current user. So the following method won't exist. So it'll say undefined method following for nil class. So let's just do something similar. If user signed in, ? You can wrap this and put an end around it. There's another thing you can do. This will work. I'll just show you that. You can also include that into here. So if I go undo this, I can make this a condition. I can make this basically a duplicate statement. So if the user is signed in and current user is following the user. That way I'm basically just adding the caveat, although I forgot to put the question mark at the end of this. There we go. But it's still showing the, no, we can't do that. I take it back. The reason why we can't do that is because it's showing the follow at the bottom here, because the first part is true, the second part isn't, so it's showing that. So I was actually right the first time. Normally this would work, but we will have to wrap that. If user signed in, put this whole thing in, and then end this block. Okay, so now this page works. What else is there a problem with? Items, if you installed items, these look like they should be fine. Oh, here's a problem, the authenticate path. Now this is a very subtle one. And we can maybe see this on tweets as well. No, this looks fine on this. Basically, the problem is that typically, if you authenticate user, let me try to find it again on items. Click new items, for example. On the items new, we authenticate user here. And it's trying to send you to the user's sign-in page. The user's sign-in page by default is users/sign-in. That's what Devise uses. The problem is that when we built a route called, well, basically this guy, the show method for users, it kind of hijacked this. So now it's trying to find someone with the username of sign-in. That's not good. And there's actually a fairly easy way to fix this, which is to take this entire thing and to put it down below the Devise routes that we set up. Or probably a safer thing to do is to take the active admin and the Devise routes and put them up at the top of your file. And that way, the user sign-in page still loads because that basically it'll find that before it goes down to here. It'll call it here, and it won't try to find a user with the username of that. And if I do items and I try to go to items new, it will actually then redirect me here to sign in before continuing. So a few fixes that we kind of needed to do before moving on. If there's anything else, you can kind of borrow from what I just did and see if you can either play with the routes or put conditionals around stuff. You can always do this if the users check if the user signed in before showing anything about the user. You can also always force someone to actually be signed in order to view an action. So those are kind of three strategies that you can take. And then in the background, I'm going to add this and commit it to GitHub. Fix a few bugs for logged out users. Push that. Okay, and we should be good. So the feature that I want to show you how to make right now is voting inside of your app, aka liking, upvoting, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to be using the model kind of like Reddit, where you can go and you can click upvote and you get this catalog of all the upvotes. Although it's actually going to be a little more like Hacker News, where you can click to vote for something, and then if you voted for it, you can also click to unvote it, and it tallies the total number of points for an article. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm actually using a gem called Acts as Votable, and what the Acts as Votable for Rails gem does is it lets you have any model be voted on, liked or disliked, upvoted, etc. And it does it using some pretty nice methods like this. And you can count all the votes for something, and it basically just creates a new votes table in your app and then exposes all of these methods. So just like with most gems, we can copy this and paste it into my gem file. Now I already have my app running in the background. I've got a terminal window running, and so it's open here. I'll open a new tab and I'll actually run bundle install to install this gem. And in fact, I will shut down my server in the background so that I can restart it once the gem is actually installed. But let's get this going again. And now our server is running. And now I'll run this Rails generate acts as votable migration in here. And what this is going to do is it's basically going to generate a migration that I need to be able to vote on something. So I can check on this, and I see this creates a new votes table with a votable and a voter. Again, if you followed along with the follower exercise, you'll see the language is kind of similar here. We have votable and voter, and it's polymorphic, which means that this can be literally any kind of model you have. And there's a few other things. Vote flag, vote scope, vote weight. By default, the weight's going to be 1. The flag says whether it's positive or negative. The scope is, lets the vote be included within a certain group, but we won't be using that for right now. And then once you've done that, you can run Rails db migrate to actually have this table migrated into your database. So now that we've done that, in the next video, I want to show you how you can actually use these functions to do the voting inside your app. So now that we've got acts as votable set up in our app, I can take this line, acts as votable, and I can add it to anything in my, any model that I have. So I've got items, I've got tweets already set up. I'm going to add this to the item class. And now this one, if you follow along with the follower one, is different because you only need to add this line, and then anything can be the voter. Whereas before, I had to do acts as followable and acts as follower. So these two gems actually work a little bit differently. I don't need to change my user model, but you can put this inside of your tweet or any model that you want to be able to tally votes on. And once I've done this, if I open up the console, Rails console, and I find a user, like say user equals user.findBy, and find my guy by email. And do I have any items in here? I do. And I have items, and these correspond. It's not necessary that you actually follow along with the items generation step, by the way, because I'm just showing you this with a generic item, but you'll be able to do this with anything that you actually want to do this on. So this is just a very generic item, no styles. But if I take the item, and let's remember what the actual language here is, item.likedBy, and then you pass in the user. So you can do liked by, or you can do downvote from, and those serve different purposes. So if I do item.likedBy user, then what actually happens here is it creates a new like in our database. So now if I have item and I look at the item votes for, I'll see that there's a vote in here for this item, and the vote has an ID of 1. The votable type is item. The votable ID is 2, so it's the second item. The votable voter type is user, and voter ID 2, so that identifies the user who did the voting. Vote flag true, that actually shows that it was a positive vote. If I downloaded this, that vote flag would be false. There's no scope, the weight is 1, and the others are just when this was created and when it was updated. And I can also do votes for.size if I want to see how many people have voted for this thing. Now that also includes the downvotes. So if you want to be specific to the positive or the negative one, you can do item.votes for up, and then that goes only the positive ones. You can do votes for up.size, and you can do votes for down.size, if you spell it right. And you'll see that no one has voted down for this. So that gives you an example of how you might want to use this gem. There's a lot of other things that you can do with this gem. You can check out the documentation for acts as votable now. If you, I would recommend at least browsing through this really quickly before the next video, where I'll show you how we can actually implement this inside of our app. So now we want to actually add voting into our app. And there's going to be a few steps that we have to take. What I want is probably something like a column here in the front that shows how how many votes something has, and then a link on the side that lets you vote for the thing. So I'll first of all just go into I'm using the items, but you could do this with literally any model. I'm going to go to the index page and I'll add another column up here for just the number of votes. And same up here. I'll just copy this and then I'll replace the item. And the ones that we're using is votes for, and then I'm going to be doing just the ones that are up, and then .size. So that should tell us how many votes something has. So this already has 1 vote because I actually did that in the console. And then I'm going to put in another link on the side to vote for something, basically. So let's do that here. And I think I need to increase this column span to 4. If I have 4 columns, this is just how databases work. So we'll call this vote. And for now, let's keep this path empty. So this actually lets you create a link that doesn't go anywhere. You see this, but if I click on it, nothing happens. Cool. So now I'm going to create the controller to handle my votes. I'm going to treat votes like a totally different resource than the actual items. So theoretically, I could add like a vote and an unvote in here, but I think it gets kind of messy to do more than the initial 7 in here. So I can do this kind of like I did with follows, if you followed those steps. And in fact, can I duplicate? No, I'll just copy and paste create a new file. I'll call this my votes controller. And the votes controller will be in charge, let's rename this, of creating votes and destroying votes. Although for now, let's get rid of what's inside of here so that we can replace this later. Okay, so what needs to happen basically is that I'm gonna need to get the ID of the item out so that I can find it. So I'll do item equals item.find, and I'll pull the ID out through the parameters. If you need to find an item in order to do something to it, unless it's a user, the current user, which you always have accessible through the current user function, you'll always need to somehow get it out through an ID or a parameter, just like we did here. So it's basically the same thing as we do on the show, except that we're not putting an @ sign in front of it. We could, we don't need to, because we're not rendering a view in the create or destroy actions. These are always actions that redirect to some other action that renders a view later on. So here's my item, and I'll do item.likedBy, which was the function here for how you like something, and I'll like it by the current user. And because I'm using current user, you have to make sure you're authenticating user before both of these. So this should just like that. And then once it's done, I just need to redirect the user to, let's call it the items path, which will be the items index path, with a notice of you successfully voted for an item. And obviously that's boring text, and you can customize it to do whatever you want. And let's create the destroy one. We'll do something very similar. Item equals item.find, parameters ID. Item dot, and which method is this? It's not downvote. We'll do unliked by, because actually in this gem, to like and to unlike is different from to dislike and to undislike. Disliking or downvoting is creating a new vote, but a negative one, whereas to unlike or to unvote is to eliminate your initial vote. So this will be unliked by current user, and we'll just have the same kind of redirect afterwards to the items path, and it'll say you successfully unvoted for an item. Okay, and now the last thing we want to do is change the link path for voting. So this is actually going to be, we need to create the route for this. So let's go into our config routes file. Now, we're going to have to create routes that are associated with the item, because we'll need to get the item ID out of the route. So in a way, we'll open this up kind of like we did with the users and create new member actions. So that'll keep the 7 initial actions that we had for the routes for the actions that we need in the controller, but this will also create two new ones. The first will be a post because it's creating something new. And with our 4 HTTP actions, we've got get, which just gets a page, post, which creates one, put, which updates one, and delete, which eliminates it. So this will be post vote, and we want to route that to our votes controllers create action. And this will be the delete unvote, which goes to the votes controller destroy action. So to make sure we actually set that up properly, I'll do Rails routes, and I'll see what the route path looks like. Because what I want to make sure is that I can get out the item ID from that path. And so I can do that here. See, post, vote item, items ID, and then vote. So that's what these member actions do. They basically set this thing up in front of it, and it makes sure that you can access the ID through the parameters. So that's good to go right now. I can close the routes file. And now I can just set up my vote link. And the vote path is vote item path, and you pass through the item. And then there's an unvote path as well. So actually, what I need to do here is check if the user already likes something and then show them the other path otherwise. So I can create the unvote one right now. Unvote, and this is the unvote item path. Oh, and I almost forgot, because these are not get actions or get routes, I need to create a special method. So the first is actually a put one, and the second one is delete. Otherwise, we'll get this error message. So this works, and I could unvote for this now. And actually, you see how that worked? That brought the vote number down to 0. And now I can vote for it again. No route matches put to vote. And that's because it is a post, not a put. So this actually needs to be a post method. And now if I do that, let's try it again. I need to refresh if I update the link. See, this increases it to 1 and that decreases it to 0. Well, now I just need to basically check, does the user like this thing? And I'm sure there's a method in here somewhere for that. Check whether the voter has voted up or down. So we can check user.likes or user.dislikes. Will that do it? I think probably this is safer. User.voted up on, and then you pass through the thing. So in here, I'll do a if current user.voted up on the item, which I have available here. I'm still inside an item loop. Then I actually want to switch these. Then I want them to be able to unvote. And then otherwise, give them the link to vote. And put an end here. Let's see if that works. Undefined method voted up on. Oh, I was wrong. I actually should put acts as voter into the user. So that was, yeah, in order for us to have these functions not just on the item, I'll actually need to check it on the user as well. So let's actually go in there and add it to my user model. So it's also an acts as voter. Okay, let's see if that works now. Yes. So now I can check on the user side, has it voted, have I voted for something? So now I just see a vote. If I click on it, it's a vote for 1. And if I click on this, it unvotes it. Now, of course, this, I need to wrap this as well because I'm using a current user here. So, because if I logged out and I went to items, there would be an error because I'm trying to call to see if the current user has voted up on something when there is no current user. So I'll need to do if the user signed in around all of this. And tab this whole thing in to make it a little easier to read. So there we go. There's our voting. You can try going in as another user. User is example.com. Let's see if I remember the password even for all these users I created. Go to my items. I see this already has 1 vote. I'll vote for it again. Now it has 2 votes. So it looks like my voting functionality worked. Cool. And with that, I'm going to add all my changes, git commit, add voting to items, git push my changes to GitHub, and then I'll push up my changes to Heroku shortly after. Cool. And don't forget to run your migrations on Heroku. So let's say you built your app, but instead of tweets or stories like Reddit, you want to build Pinterest. Well, I hope you're starting to understand that we built tweets, and tweets just have content, but they're just a resource like any other resource. And in fact, the only difference between this app right now and Pinterest is that right here, you could upload an image on Pinterest, which would then upload when you create this, and this would be called a pin instead of a tweet. But pins still have images and content, and also it would be displayed a little bit differently. So the first thing we'll want to do is change the resource, and I'm going to show you how to do the image upload now. We'll be using a gem called Paperclip in Rails, and Paperclip basically lets you do file attachments to your objects and your resources inside of Rails. Now Paperclip, if you're doing image processing with Paperclip, one of the things that it'll require is that you download something called ImageMagick, which can be a little bit difficult to install depending on what your system is. You can try, if you're on a Mac, installing using the brew install ImageMagick command. You may have to install brew first by going to their site and running this, which you just run in the command line. If not, I've also posted a link to an installer below, which might work for you. And if you're on a Windows, well, it doesn't show how to install it if you're on a Windows. I also posted a link to the Windows installer below. So the way that you'll know that you've installed this correctly is if you open up your command line and you can run identify, and you don't get an error, but instead you just get a bunch of text about this was the command. You get some text explaining if you have ImageMagick version, etc., so on and so forth. So make sure you have that. And in the next video, if you're on a Mac, I'll walk through the installation of that on a Mac. So I'm going to try to walk you through the steps of installing ImageMagick on a Mac to see some of the problems that might come up. If you have a Mac, you might see something in here that is relevant to you too. So first I'll try with this brew install ImageMagick command. So what I'm using is something called Homebrew. And if you don't have Homebrew installed, you may have to go to this link and follow this command to install Homebrew. And Homebrew is basically a package manager for Macs that let you install different packages from all over the web. It's kind of like Bundler in Gemfile inside of a Rails project, but it works outside of it. Now I'm getting a permission denied error, but it's actually telling me that I should change the ownership of this back to my user account. So I can just paste this in, and that changes the ownership. This gets kind of into the guts of how computers work and how each file has owners and permissions that different users can access or can't access. But once I do that, I can start installing ImageMagick, and it looks like it's working okay right now. So I updated Homebrew automatically, which is kind of cool. Okay, and the install succeeded, so let's try that identify command. All right, that actually worked for me. So you run identify and you should see all this stuff. So ImageMagick for me is successfully installed. If you have trouble with this, try the Cactus Labs installer that I provide below for Mac. And also on Windows, obviously there's a Windows installation link as well. So check those out and just make sure you have the identify command working before you move on. So you should have installed ImageMagick by now, and you can tell if you can run the identify command. And now we'll install the Paperclip gem. And we'll do that by adding this line to our gem file, and then opening up the terminal and running bundle install. So there it is. It's upgrading a bunch of stuff. Interestingly, it tells you a little bit about Amazon Web Services SDK, which we'll actually have to be using in a following video, because when users upload images, you actually won't be able to save them on Heroku in your app. Heroku will put them in your temporary folder and then actually delete them within 24 hours. So I'll have to show you how to set that up in a little bit. But so far we have everything pretty good. And it shows you how to do a quick start, but there's actually a migration or a generator for the migration that you can set up. And I'll show you what that is right now. You can run Rails generate Paperclip, and then whatever you want to add it to. So we'll actually add an image to our tweet. So we'll call it, the first is what model we have already, and the second is what we want to name the column. So this is going to be called image. And this will basically generate a migration for us. There it is. And in migration file, cool. So it added an attachment of an image. Cool. And then we can run that migration. Rails DB migrate. And so that ran, and now all I have to do is add this to my model. So in my tweet model, I'll do it on tweets just to demonstrate, but this could be on items or on pins or anything else. We'll do has attached file, and this is going to be called an image. And you can also add validations. So you can validate, we'll take this, that the content type is actually an image. And so that we need to update avatar to image, because the example they're giving is of users with avatars. So if you're copying any of this in, you can use image. Now there's a few things. You can actually set a default one in case they haven't uploaded one. And this is a validation for image. You can also add validations for size, like attachments, validates attachment size less than a certain amount here. So you can validate that it's there, that there's a content type, that its size is within a certain number of kilobytes. But we'll leave that there for now. And basically now, all I have to do to get this to show up is go into my tweet form. And of course, because I did this installation, but then I didn't restart my server, it thinks that the has attached file method doesn't exist. So here's my new tweet form, but now all I have to do is go into tweets form, and I can add an image potentially. So this is going to be label image, and then this, instead of text area, is going to be called file field, and this will be an image. Class form control. There's one other change we'll have to make, which is at the top here, form for tweet, comma, HTML, multi-part true. This is just a change you have to make to forms if you want the form to be able to accept images. So here, now I have, test image, and let's pull an image of a nice cat. It's a pretty good cat. Download this guy to our downloads folder. And let's try to upload this cat. See what happens. Okay, it was successfully created. And now if I want to display that here, all I'd have to do is go to the tweet show page, and I'll show it inside the card. And actually, in the next video, I'll show you how you can show an image inside of a card and make it look really cool. So our tweet has an image on it. We just added it in there, but I'm not seeing anything. In order for me to see it, I would have to first of all put in the tweet, and this is going to be called the image, but by itself, that's just going to put, oh, it says it's missing. Why is that? Well, let's try the image tag, and we'll see if we ran into a problem. We did run into a problem, and I know exactly what it is. We forgot to edit the model on tweet. Actually, it's the controller on tweet to allow for the image content to be permitted. So remember, we only trust the content parameter to be edited by users. So if I want to add an image, I need to add this into the tweet parameters. Now this is always true if you want to change what about something that you can submit. So let's go back. I'll delete this one in the meanwhile. Create a new tweet, cat, and I choose the file that I downloaded. There it is. Now in Bootstrap, you can add a class to an image, and the class, I believe, is called ImageFluid, and that will actually make it responsive to the container that it's in. Let's actually see. Bootstrap for responsive image. And image fluid. So as long as that is set, then when you make this smaller, the image size will get smaller, just like that. So that's pretty cool. Right now it doesn't look centered, so if you wanted to, you could center it. Or you can even go and use the Bootstrap card functionality, and which we have actually right here, to add that image on the top, which is quite cool. So you can do kind of like this. Put card image top at the top of the card, but you put it outside of the card block. So it might look like, get rid of this line, this up here. And in this case, the class would actually be card image top. So this now kind of shows up as the top of the image, but it looks a little weird because of the white background. I will prefer to do it the other way, just because I don't want this to be dependent on how you do it. And on tweets, I could show the tweet like, I could show the image like this. If I go into the index, and in here, it's a list of things for tweet. This is a list group heading. Maybe I include something for the, what would it be? It would be the image tag tweet.image. Will that show up here? Yep. But it'll show up as missing if it's not there. So you may want to do something like, first of all, center it. And then you can wrap this inside of some Ruby tags, such as if, you can check to see if the file exists. So if tweet.image.present, question mark, then show the image. Otherwise, don't show anything. So now this only shows the image if there's a cat. So yeah, that's uploading images. Now, in order for this to work on Heroku, however, I'm going to have to show you how to connect your account to Amazon S3, which I'll show you how to do in the next video or two. Let's push up our changes to GitHub and Heroku. So there's obviously a huge amount of stuff that we have updated. You can see with Git status. And in fact, you'll notice that there's untracked files here. And actually, if you open up your app and you go into public, you see there's a new folder called System, which actually has all of the images that people have uploaded. So actually, this is where it saves images in your app. Although you may not want to save these, so you might actually want to, inside of your git ignore file, also ignore public system folder. Save that and do git status. And now it'll ignore that whole folder and everything inside of it. So let's do a quick git add a, git commit add image upload to tweets. And then I can do a git push. So there we go, my git push worked. And I'll also do a git push Heroku master. And of course, remember, you always run Heroku run Rails DB migrate remotely. And once that's done, I should actually be able to do Heroku open my Heroku app, check out some tweets, create a new one. This is a cat. And there it is. Now my tweets have images. Cool. Now I want to make a quick note about image uploads on Heroku. When you look at the image here, if I right click on it and I do copy image address, I could open a new tab and actually paste it in. You see that this image is living on Heroku under their public system tweets, etc., and that's how I can access it. The problem with Heroku for storing files and images like this is it really is only there for storing your application, and when you restart your application, it'll actually automatically delete everything that's inside of here. So I'll give you an example of how this works. If I run the Heroku restart command, what this does is it restarts your entire application. So this is kind of like shutting down and opening up your server again. And once I've restarted, if I go back here, refresh the page, you'll find that all of your images break. And that's really unfortunate because it makes it hard to run an application. So if you are going to do image upload on Heroku, what you'll need to do is follow the steps that I'm linking to below, actually on Heroku's site, for uploading files to S3 in Ruby with Paperclip. So it'll actually walk you through the steps for creating an Amazon S3 account, installing Paperclip, obviously, and what you'll need to set up so that you can get your images actually saved on Heroku and using S3. It's a little outside the bounds of this course, and we've done a lot of this stuff already here, but the part that you'll definitely still have to do is the S3 setup. So if you want your images to actually stick around when your app restarts, you're going to have to follow these instructions that I have below. Cheers. All right, so you finished up week 4 of 1 Month Rails. Now here's what your assignment is going to be. I want you to take any number of the features that we just worked on in week 4, or additional ones that you think of in your own head, maybe using a gem that we haven't talked about in class yet, and I want you to incorporate it into your application. The goal should be 3 features that we talked about. So maybe it's user profiles, upvotes and downvotes, and image uploads. Maybe it's anything else. I want you to make your application yours, and I really want you to take the time to customize it in the way that you want to customize it. So we've covered a lot obviously. Make sure to lean on the class for guidance in case you have questions about stuff. Slack is your best friend, and also don't dally. A week is not a lot of time, and there's a lot that we have to do. This is 1 month Rails after all. So besides that, hope you enjoyed the class, and I really can't wait to see what you guys come up with for this class.